The theme of this review is disaster review of the Dragon Ball world. First disaster, the Great Demon King Piccolo crisis. Lin Shen issued the command in his mind. The system began generating images based on his memories. Instruction received generating celestial screen content. Target all realms of the heavens. The celestial screen is about to descend. As the system's prompt faded, Lin Shen felt a sudden dizziness. Whether it was his soul or consciousness, an invisible force pulled it from his body, connecting him to a higher dimension of the world. His vision went black, then brightened again. His field of view stretched across an endless sea of stars. The next moment, the entire world changed. Dragon Ball Earth, year 752 of the A.G. calendar. On the bustling streets of West City, anti-gravity vehicles streamed like a river. Suddenly, all engine sounds fell silent. Whether drivers or pedestrians on the street, everyone stopped in their tracks, stiffly raising their heads. A massive screen of light beyond description of its edges appeared in the sky without warning. It was broader than the sky, deeper than the firmament, like a canvas covering the entire world. Sunlight could not penetrate it, clouds drifted beneath it. The city's holographic billboards against the backdrop of the light screen appeared as tiny as fireflies. What is that thing? Is it an alien invasion? Quick, call the police. After a brief silence, a massive panic swept through the entire city. People screamed, ran, and searched for places to hide. But no matter where they hid, as long as they looked up, they would see that huge screen hanging overhead with no escape. On a remote island far from the city, it came house. An old bald man in sunglasses and a floral shirt was engrossed in flipping through a magazine. Suddenly, the old man frowned, put down the magazine, and an inexplicable sense of unease surged in his heart. He stepped out of the hut and looked up at the sky. When he saw the huge screen covering half the sky, the lecherous smile on the old man's face vanished. In its place was unprecedented seriousness. "This aura," muttered the turtle hermit, his expression growing extremely grave. This was definitely not something that belonged on Earth. Meanwhile, the appearance of the celestial screen stirred commotion across the myriad worlds. One Piece world. At Marine headquarters, Marineford, in Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office, he stood by the window, his face dark as he stared at the same huge screen in the sky. What is this? A devil fruit ability or an ancient weapon? No one could answer his question. Naruto world. In the Pure Land, the one known as the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, sensed a vast and majestic aura. That aura was completely different from the chakra he knew, more ancient, more immense. Jitian world. A supreme powerhouse stopped in his tracks, divine light flickering in his eyes as he tried to see through the nature of the celestial screen. But his gaze seemed to pierce into endless void, utterly unable to perceive anything. Deep in the universe, on an unknown planet, the cosmic overlord Thanos, sitting on his throne, watched the celestial screen and curled a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. There are things in the universe even I don't know about. Avengers base. The Hulk roared at the sky, waving his fists, but could not even touch the light screen. Journey to the West World, Huagua Mountain Water Curtain Cave. A monkey with a hairy face and thunderbolt mouth dropped the peach in his hand, scratched his ears, and cheeks, his eyes full of curiosity. Linglong World. On the lighthouse by Uekue held a long knife, quietly gazing at the sky, her eyes filled with wariness. Just as billions of living beings across the myriad worlds watched, golden giant characters began to emerge on the celestial screen. Each character was enormous, like a mountain. All realms of the heavens have experienced various disasters. Next, we will review one of the worlds with the most frequent disasters, the disasters of the Dragon Ball world. The order of review will be arranged according to the severity of the disasters. The heroes who resolve the disasters will receive rewards. Just a few lines of text stirred up a huge wave across thousands of worlds. Dragon Ball world. Which world is this? Review disasters. Those who resolve disasters can get rewards. Whose handiwork is this? Countless powerhouses across the worlds became interested. They wanted to see what kind of disasters would occur in this so-called Dragon Ball world. At this moment, the Earthlings of the Dragon Ball world also wore amused expressions. They still did not know that they themselves were in the Dragon Ball world. Nor did they know what expressions they would have when the review began. While everyone was puzzled, the text on the celestial screen changed again. Review Dragon Ball Disaster 1, the Great Demon King Piccolo crisis. Disaster source: Great Demon King Piccolo. Seeing this name, the vast majority of people on Earth felt unfamiliar. Great Demon King Piccolo. Who is that? However, in certain corners of the Earth, a few people's faces instantly turned pale. The text on the celestial screen continued to appear. Great Demon King Piccolo, born from the evil thoughts of the Earth's guardian god in the 7th universe of the Dragon Ball world. He once raised a storm of blood to unify the Earth, thus causing the first disaster on Earth. After that, he was sealed by the Earth martial artist Wu Taidu using the Mafuba technique, and Wu Taidu died from exhausting his life energy. But several hundred years later, 3 little guys who wanted to rule the world. Out of ignorance, they accidentally released the seal of the Great Demon King Piccolo and became his subordinates. Having been sealed for several hundred years, the Great Demon King Piccolo was already old and decrepit. There is a treasure on Earth called the Dragon Balls. If you collect all 7, you can fulfill any wish. Upon learning this, the Great Demon King Piccolo immediately sent his subordinates to gather the Dragon Balls, wanting to restore his youth. At the same time, to avoid being sealed again, he ordered his men to massacre the Earth's martial artists. And thus another disaster unfolded. The savior of the Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong, also officially made his debut. When the names Great Demon King Piccolo and Wu Taidu appeared together on the celestial screen, the turtle hermit's pupils sharply contracted. The wooden staff in his hand creaked under his grip, groaning with strain. Cold sweat dripped down his temple. In another deep mountain, an old man, equally aged as the turtle hermit wearing a long robe, also changed drastically. Crane Hermit stared fixedly at the sky. That nightmare sealed by their master at the cost of his life. That terrifying existence they thought would never reappear in the world was being announced to all realms in such a manner. Could it be that the seal has been broken? The golden characters on the celestial canopy slowly faded away. The entire world fell into a brief silence as billions of living beings held their breath waiting for the scene to appear. Light flickered, and the first image finally lit up. On a simple throne. Sitting on it was an old man with green skin, his face covered in deep wrinkles, eyes murky, body gaunt, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. This was the source of the disaster, Piccolo Daimao. When this image appeared before the eyes of all beings in the myriad realms, the anticipated shock did not come. Instead, it was met with uproar and disappointment. In the world of One Piece, on a pirate ship, the captain looked at the sky holding a barrel of wine and laughing loudly. A shriveled old man like that is worthy of being called a great demon king. If he came to our Grand Line, he probably wouldn't survive a single day. The crew members around him also burst into laughter, the atmosphere filled with cheerful air. In the world of Naruto Konoha Village, a ninja on patrol stopped, frowned, and looked up at the sky. He doesn't feel that strong, looks like he would fall with a push. Is this supposed to be a disaster? His companion nodded, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Beneath the celestial canopy, countless viewers' minds swirled with various thoughts converging into invisible bullet comments. That's it. Can he even beat a woman? After all that hype, it turns out to be a geezer about to kick the bucket. Any bandit chief in our world has more presence than him. Scornful remarks spread across the realms. People's expectations were instantly doused, and they even felt mocked. Dragon Ball World, Camus, look out. Krillin scratched his bald head. So that's what old Piccolo looked like. The current Piccolo is much cooler. I wonder how Gohan's training with Piccolo is going. Beside him, Tien Shinhan had a complex expression lost in memories. At Kame House, Master Roshi took off his sunglasses, his seemingly murky eyes flashing with sharp light. Inside Lin Chen's apartment, he calmly watched the disdainful reactions of the myriad realm viewers through the system panel, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Everything was within his expectations. He wanted this extreme contrast. First, lower everyone's expectations to the freezing point. Then the overwhelming reversal of power would bring the most intense shock, thereby harvesting the most karma points. Lin Chen concentrated his mind, and new golden characters began to appear beside the scene on the sky screen. Throughout the calamity-ridden myriad realms, many worlds have faced powerful enemies attempting to conquer their planets. This Piccolo Daimao, judging solely by appearance, seems far less formidable than those enemies. However, to measure the true terror of the disaster he caused, one must first understand his real strength. Therefore, what follows will demonstrate Piccolo Daimao's true power. The first to face Piccolo Daimao is none other than the eternal savior of the Dragon Ball world, Son Goku. With the appearance of the words, the sky screen scene abruptly shifted. The scene switched to a dense forest. A young man wearing an orange martial arts uniform with firm and pure eyes appeared. He was Son Goku. At this moment, Son Goku's face bore no trace of his usual innocence, only immense rage. Because his best friend Krillin had just been killed by one of Piccolo Daimao's minions. He roared and charged at the murderer of his beloved friend. Son Goku teamed up with a fat man named Yajirobe, each taking down one of Piccolo Daimao's minions. This act finally drew out the main culprit. The aged Piccolo Daimao appeared in person. The battle was about to erupt. The viewers across the myriad realms perked up. They wanted to see just how strong this savior the sky screen had called him could be. However, the next image froze the smiles on everyone's faces. From the very start of the battle, Son Goku was completely suppressed. The aged Piccolo Daimao merely waved his arm casually, easily blocking all of Son Goku's attacks. His speed was faster than Son Goku's. His strength was greater than Son Goku's. Bang! Piccolo Daimao kicked Son Goku in the abdomen. Son Goku was blasted backward like a cannonball, crashing through several large trees before stopping. He struggled to get up and charged again. This time he used all his strength, but couldn't even touch Piccolo Daimao's clothes. The viewers saw that the only effective attack Son Goku managed was biting Piccolo Daimao's arm during a close grapple. His sharp teeth pierced Piccolo Daimao's tough skin, drawing a trace of purple blood. This scene made the previously mocking viewers feel a sense of absurdity and shock. Was combat in this world fought with teeth? In the scene, the bitten Piccolo Daimao was completely enraged. He grabbed Son Goku's head and slammed it hard into the ground. Then he extended a finger, aiming at Son Goku's chest. A thin beam of light shot from his fingertip. The beam struck Son Goku. Son Goku's body trembled violently, then fell to the ground motionless. Was the battle over? It was too fast for anyone to react. Piccolo Daimao slowly crouched down, pressing his finger against Son Goku's chest to check for a heartbeat. The sky screen announced the final result in a cold, emotionless narration. Heart has stopped beating. In that instant, all the bullet comments, all the conversations, and all the laughter across every world came to an abrupt halt. The entire myriad realms fell into silence. The pirate captain's mouth hung open, the wine barrel slipped from his hands, crashing onto the deck, spilling liquor everywhere. The ninja from Konoha widened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. Just moments ago, the lively savior had been effortlessly dealt with by this seemingly decrepit old demon king until his heart stopped beating. Just as the myriad realms fell into silence inside Lin Chen's mind, the system panel frantically blinked with dazzling red light. The number representing karma points refreshed like a bursting dam rushing forward. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. The value instantly skyrocketed to an astonishing level. Lin Chen's breathing quickened slightly, but he did not hesitate. He knew well that although he was safe now, the existence of the sky screen would eventually attract the attention of powerful beings. He must immediately conceal himself. Lin Chen immediately opened the system shop and used the large amount of karma points he had just earned to exchange for the most crucial survival ability in the beginner stage: basic aura concealment. The moment the exchange succeeded, a cool energy flowed through Lin Chen's entire body. In that instant, he felt as if he had disappeared from this world. Not physically disappearing, but on all levels of energy perception, his presence was completely erased. He had become the safest man behind the scenes in this world. And at that moment on the sky screen, while all viewers were still immersed in the immense shock of Son Goku being killed, the scene did not stop. A new line of golden characters slowly appeared, raising everyone's hearts to their throats again. Back then, Master Mateto sacrificed his life to perform a technique called the Evil Containment Wave, successfully sealing Piccolo Daimao. Apart from Master Mateto, were there other martial artists who mastered the Evil Containment Wave? There were indeed. Apart from Master Mateto, were there other martial artists who mastered the Evil Containment Wave? There were indeed. The Evil Containment Wave, a forbidden technique once used at the cost of Master Mateto's life to seal away King Piccolo, had long become the deepest terror within the latter's heart. It was for this very reason that Piccolo, upon regaining his freedom, sought to purge the entire martial arts world, aiming to completely eradicate this forbidden technique that could threaten him from the face of the earth. But he had miscalculated one person. On that isolated island secluded from the world, the turtle hermit, wearing his sunglasses and carrying his shell, put on a leisurely facade, as if he knew nothing. Most of the world knew him only as the founder of the Turtle School, a lecherous old man always chasing after pretty girls with a goofy grin. Who would have ever imagined that beneath this cynical exterior lay the burden of a responsibility capable of altering Earth's destiny? He was once the undisputed strongest being on this planet. Had he harbored even a shred of malice, with his power, possessing a harem of beautiful women would have been an easy feat. But he did not. Instead, he chose to conceal that power capable of shaking the world within his daily clowning and jesting. Only when true darkness descends once more would this seemingly unserious old man take off his sunglasses, ready to shoulder the same fate as his master before him. Itachi Uchiha frowned slightly, possessing strength that could look down upon all living beings, yet willingly hiding in obscurity. This state of mind is something few can achieve. Shanks sat at the ship's bow taking a sip of his drink. True masters never flaunt their power. This turtle hermit is a man worthy of respect. Shin Hayata gripped his transformation device, his gaze solemn. Every planet has such guardians. They seek neither fame nor fortune, only the peace of the land beneath their feet. Bai Uekue wiped the blade of her Tang sword, pausing her fingertips. Those who carry heavy burdens while moving forward always deserve a second look. Saitama, carrying a supermarket shopping bag, stopped in his tracks. Living in seclusion, I guess I do that too. But he does it for protection, I do it because I'm broke. After King Piccolo emerged with Son Goku's whereabouts and survival unknown to preserve their fighting strength, he drugged Tin Shinhan, planning to face King Piccolo alone. The turtle hermit looked at the unconscious Tin Shinhan, a glint of relief and determination shining in his eyes. Then, alone, carrying an ordinary-looking rice cooker, he resolutely walked towards King Piccolo's location. His silhouette stretched long in the setting sun, appearing lonely and tragically heroic. The clamor of the myriad heavens suddenly fell silent. Rukia Kachiki, is this the commitment of a martial artist? Leaving the chance to live for the younger generation, choosing a path of death for oneself. Mark clenched his fists. If those in power at the lighthouse had even a fraction of his commitment, so many ordinary people wouldn't have died. Steve Rogers tightened his grip on his shield. This is a true hero, neither calculating gains nor fearing sacrifice. Echoing in the turtle hermit's mind was his master's dying wish, his gaze turning unshakably firm. This journey meant certain death. But to protect this world, to leave hope for the younger generation, he did not hesitate for a moment. Orochimaru flicked his tongue, his expression complex, betting one's own life for a single promise. That is something I could never do. But I won't deny he is great. Shunsui Kairaku took off his straw hat and bowed respectfully to the celestial screen. For us martial artists, this is the way it should be. Ranbing leaned beside Mark, her eyes slightly reddened. Did he never think of himself? Even if he ran away, no one would blame him. Natasha sighed. Some burdens once shouldered cannot be put down. If you let them go, an abyss lies behind you. Shi Zhao gripped his summoning device tightly. So true guardianship is charging forward even knowing you will die. King Piccolo sensed the turtle hermit's presence and appeared before him. When King Piccolo saw the rice cooker in the turtle hermit's hands, his face instantly contorted with terror, and he stumbled back a step. The nightmare of being sealed for 300 years instantly awakened. Deidara paused while kneading his clay. Oh, that great Demon King is actually afraid. What kind of power does this rice cooker have? Ulquiorra stared at the rice cooker on the screen, his gaze puzzled. That's just an ordinary rice pot, isn't it? Why is he so terrified? Captain Misato Katsuragi looked at the scene on the screen, her voice solemn. It seems that technique called the evil containment wave truly left a deep shadow on King Piccolo. Saitama tilted his head. A rice cooker can be used to seal away bad guys. The one at my house can only cook rice. Looks like I've been using it wrong. The turtle hermit wasted no words. He gambled everything on the next move. He took a deep breath, his entire bodice muscles instantly tensing, draining all his life essence. Evil containment wave. A sky-shaking roar echoed through the heavens. A spiraling green wave of light surged forth from his palm. The light wave, carrying an irresistible sealing force, instantly entangled the panicked King Piccolo. King Piccolo struggled wildly, but could not break free. His body, swept up by the torrent of green energy, was being continuously pulled towards the rice cooker on the ground. Victory seemed within reach. Seeing this, the audience across the myriad heavens held their breath. Naruto clenched his fists and shouted loudly, "Come on, old man. Shove him in." Rukia's fingertips felt slightly cold. Just a little more. Just a little more. Luffy threw away the meat in his hand. Hurry. Seal him in. Daigo gripped the guts communicator tightly, his palms slick with sweat. It must succeed. However, the accident happened at that very moment. The immense power of the evil containment wave caused the entire ground to tremble violently. The rice cooker, carrying everyone's hopes, suddenly tipped over in the tremor, and the lid closed shut. The sealing failed at the last moment. The kunai fell from Naruto's hand. He was stunned for a few seconds, unable to believe his eyes. How could this be? We were so close. Byakuya Kachiki gripped the hilt of Senbonzakura, Heaven Mock's man. Byakuya drove her tang sword 3 inches into the ground and closed her eyes. If nothing unexpected happens, an unexpected event is bound to occur. Steve Rogers punched the table beside him, splitting it instantly. Damn it. It was that close. His life force had been completely spent the moment he performed the evil containment wave. His body rapidly withered, turning into a dried-up corpse. He fell to the ground lifeless. Meanwhile, having narrowly escaped, King Piccolo looked at the turtle hermit's corpse and revealed a ferocious, cruel smile. Tsunade clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, sacrificing himself only to end up with this result. It's not worth it. Ace stared at the image of the turtle hermit's corpse on the screen, his voice low. He did his best. He is a hero. Ultra 7's indicator light flashed. His sacrifice will not be in vain. Someone will always take up his baton and continue the fight. King Piccolo and the turtle hermit did not engage in a formal battle, as the turtle hermit used the evil containment wave from the start. From this perspective, one might not grasp King Piccolo's true power. However, the fact that the turtle hermit chose not to fight King Piccolo, but rather sacrificed himself to use the evil containment wave, already speaks volumes. Perhaps from another battle we can catch a glimpse of this martial arts grandmaster's true strength, thereby highlighting King Piccolo's terror. And that is the final match of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament 3 years ago. As the text appeared, the audience across the entire world stood frozen. 3 years ago. This meant the celestial screen was about to showcase the full power of Master Roshi in his prime. On the arena, an old man wearing a wig and sunglasses, calling himself Jackie-chan, was engaged in the final battle with a child who had a tail. That child was Sun Wukong from 3 years ago, and that Jackie-chan was the disguised identity of Master Roshi. Night had already fallen, and a bright full moon hung high in the sky, casting its pure light silently. What does this mean? In the world of pirates, a bewildered pirate asked his captain. The captain furrowed his brow and said in a deep voice, "I'm not sure, but the broadcast of this celestial screen is no random act. Perhaps this old man's strength is more terrifying than we imagine." In the scene, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Sun Wukong and Master Roshi, disguised as Jackie-chan, exchanged blows, their fists and feet colliding at speeds that left trails of afterimages. The stone slabs of the arena shattered continuously under their clash. Martial artists from many worlds, upon witnessing this, revealed solemn expressions. This level of hand-to-hand combat was already at the pinnacle of top-tier experts in their own realms. Both of their strengths are not inferior to mine. In the world of Naruto, a middle-aged Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at the celestial screen, his eyes sharpening. The battle continued. Master Roshi realized that ordinary techniques were no longer enough to handle this extraordinarily gifted disciple. He took a deep breath and assumed a peculiar stance. It seems I must use that move, Master Roshi thought to himself. The next second, his hands erupted with dazzling electric light, and he slammed them toward the charging Sun Wukong. Universal thunderclap. Countless electric currents instantly enveloped Sun Wukong's body, crackling with terrifying sounds. Sun Wukong let out a piercing scream, his body convulsing violently as green smoke rose from him. It hurt so much. Sun Wukong felt every muscle and cell in his body being torn apart and electrocuted. This excruciating pain nearly made him lose consciousness. He wanted to admit defeat, but lacked the strength even to open his mouth. Just as he was about to give up completely, his unfocused gaze inadvertently caught sight of the massive full moon in the night sky. Then a transformation occurred. Sun Wukong's body stopped trembling. His eyes instantly turned blood red, filled with violence and madness. Roar! An inhuman howl erupted from the depths of Sun Wukong's throat. His body began to swell at a visible rate, black fur sprouting wildly from beneath his skin, covering his entire form. Within mere seconds, the small child transformed into a towering, ferocious giant ape over 10 meters tall. This ape broke free from the universal thunderclap's grip, raising its head to the sky with a deafening roar. The terrifying shockwave swept across the entire tournament grounds. Ordinary spectators in the stands, pale with fear, screamed and fled in all directions. A monster! Run! Wukong has turned into a monster. Audiences across countless realms were also stunned into silence by this sudden scene. They had just been cheering for a spectacular martial arts duel, but in an instant the scene devolved into a horror movie. On the arena, Master Roshi, watching the rampaging giant ape that had lost its reason, wore an extremely grave expression. Wukong's tail? Cut off his tail quickly. Bulma shouted anxiously from the sidelines. Master Roshi heard Bulma's reminder. Everyone thought he would immediately charge in, seeking an opportunity to sever the giant ape's tail. But he didn't. Master Roshi made a decision that stunned everyone. He slowly removed the black martial arts top he wore, revealing his seemingly frail, even withered body. And in the next moment, an indescribably terrifying aura erupted from within Master Roshi. His body expanded rapidly, as if inflated. His withered muscles instantly became knotted and full, bursting with explosive power. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a frail old man into a towering 2-meter-tall, muscular giant with a physique like forged steel. The entire tournament grounds trembled slightly under his terrifying pressure. After Sun Wukong transformed into a giant ape, he lost all reason. To restore him to his original form, there were 3 methods. First, cut off his tail. Without the tail, he would revert to normal. Second, make the moon disappear from the sky. Without the stimulation of the full moon's light, he would also return to normal. The third method was to kill him. 3 choices lay before Master Roshi, and his decision was. The text on the celestial screen made everyone's hearts leap into their throats. What would he choose? In the scene, Master Roshi had already given his answer. He slightly bent his legs, forming his hands into a calyx shape on his right side. A blue energy sphere rapidly condensed and compressed between his palms. The sphere grew brighter and more blinding, its contained energy warping the very space around it. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. Me. With Master Rose's final roar, he thrust his palms forward. The condensed energy sphere transformed into a massive beam of light, trailing a long tail of energy as it blasted forth. However, this earth-shattering strike was not aimed at the giant ape nearby. It was aimed at the sky. This unbelievable scene left the minds of all viewers across countless realms in a momentary blank. He wasn't attacking the monster. What was he aiming at? The next second, everyone had their answer. The blue energy beam, at a speed beyond all imagination, pierced the night sky and struck the bright full moon hanging high above with pinpoint accuracy. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Under the deathly silence of billions of beings, the massive celestial body that had hung for eons, the moon, shattered. It was like glass struck by a hammer, its surface covered in massive cracks. Then in a silent awe, it completely exploded, scattering into cosmic dust. The moon was gone. Deprived of the moonlight's stimulation, the giant ape on the arena rapidly shrank, reverting to the naked child form, unconscious. The crisis was averted, but countless realms were plunged into an even deeper, more profound shock. The powerhouses of numerous worlds felt their worldviews overturned and shattered into dust. That was the moon, a planet satellite. On an ordinary-looking planet, an ordinary-looking martial artist with a single casual strike had destroyed a celestial body. What kind of terrifying world was this? Just as all living beings were immersed in this unspeakable fear, cold golden text slowly appeared on the celestial screen. That text pushed everyone's fear to a new despairing peak. Note, this battle took place 3 years before the emergence of King Piccolo between Sun Wukong and Master Roshi. The world of Dragon Ball has a power level system. In the world of Dragon Ball, there exists a system that quantifies personal strength known as combat power. According to measurements, when Master Roshi destroyed the moon, his combat power was 130. 130. A simple number, yet it struck like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens, exploding in the minds of all powerhouses. This number marked a clear price for the act of destroying a planet's satellite. Then the celestial screen delivered a more shocking narration, one that humiliated myriad realms. And this combat power of 130 was already enough to elevate him above 99% of all life across the myriad heavens. This statement mercilessly shattered the pride of countless powerhouses. In the world of One Piece, on Onigashima Kaido, known as the strongest creature, had the drunkenness on his face vanish without a trace. He looked at the number on the celestial screen, then recalled Master Rose's earth-shattering strike, and for the first time cold sweat broke out on his forehead. 113 could blow up the moon. What was his own combat power? 100, 80, or less than 50. The moment this thought arose, a deep chill washed over him. At Marine Headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku abruptly stood from his seat, his face ashen. Beside him, the hero Garp stopped eating his rice crackers, his smile frozen solid. 99%. Garp muttered, his voice hoarse. That means our entire navy plus the 4 emperors might not find a single person with a combat power exceeding 113. This conclusion was too terrifying, plunging the entire office into an oppressive silence. In the world of Naruto, in the Pure Land, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, those sworn rivals, were both silent. Madara, can your perfect Susanoo blow up the moon? Hashirama Senju asked with a bitter smile. Madara Uchiha's face was as dark as water. Forget blowing up the moon, even his heavenly obelisk meteor seemed as insignificant as a child's toy before that Kamehameha wave. It seems we are all just dust within that 99%. In the world of Bleach and Las Noches, Sosuke Aizen's gentle smile vanished for the first time. He gazed at the celestial screen, his eyes behind his glasses shimmering with unprecedented gravity. Combat power of 113. Is it? Interesting. How very interesting. This Dragon Ball world seems to hide truths far deeper than I imagined. The myriad realms erupted into chaos, plunging into fierce discussions and panic. Those powerhouses capable of splitting mountains and moving seas began frantically comparing their own strength, calculating their own combat power. The results were lamentable. They discovered in despair that the power they had pursued their entire lives was pathetically fragile before the number 113. Moonbusting became a unit, a yardstick for powerhouses across the myriad heavens to measure their own strength. Dragon Ball Earth, an originally unremarkable planet among countless realms, was redefined in that moment. It was no longer an ordinary low-level martial world. It was a superstandard world harboring terrifying beings capable of destroying celestial bodies. Just as the myriad realms were reeling from the shock of 113, the celestial screen shifted its narrative, propelling that shock to its true peak. Master Rose's feat of destroying the moon was already a peak unattainable by over 99% of powerhouses. Yet a powerhouse capable of such a feat, when facing King Piccolo 3 years later, did not even entertain the thought of a direct confrontation. His only choice was to sacrifice his own life to perform the suicidal evil containment wave. The implication was already clear. The scene shifted again, showing Son Goku, whose heart had stopped after being struck in the chest by a single finger from King Piccolo. Look at another Son Goku. In his first battle with King Piccolo 3 years later, his combat power was as high as 180, already surpassing Master Roshi. But the result was still a crushing defeat. The celestial screen's logical chain was clear and cruel. The moonbusting powerhouse with a combat power of 113 lacked the courage to even fight King Piccolo. The stronger one with a combat power of 180 was effortlessly defeated. His heart stopped. The terror of King Piccolo was infinitely magnified through this cold, ruthless numerical comparison. The celestial screen continued. A 10% difference in combat power ensures an easy victory. A 20% difference allows for overwhelming dominance. A 30% difference is enough to achieve instant defeat. From this, it can be deduced that the aged King Piccolo, before being injured by Son Goku, had a combat power of at least over 200. Against Master Roshi, whose combat power was only 113, he could achieve instant defeat. If Master Roshi hadn't immediately resorted to the evil containment wave, he wouldn't even have had a chance to strike. Fear spread like a plague across the myriad realms. Those who had previously mocked King Piccolo's aged appearance and weak aura now felt their faces burn with shame. Their contempt before the stark numbers became an insult to their own ignorance. The image of that gaunt old Demon King rapidly swelled and grew imposing in their minds. He transformed into an incomprehensible, undefeatable nightmare, whose mere existence brought endless despair. In Lin Chen's apartment, he calmly watched the wildly jumping numbers on his system panel. The value representing karma points was skyrocketing at an unprecedented, almost frenzied speed. The scrolling numbers were moving so fast they left blurred afterimages. 100 million, 1 billion, 5 billion. Even Lin Chen's breath caught for a moment. He knew this wave of contrast and fear marketing had succeeded. The intense fluctuations of the audience's emotions were the perfect nourishment for harvesting karma points. And now it was time to push this fear up another notch. Boundless terror enveloped the myriad heavens. The name King Piccolo had truly transformed from a joke into a nightmare capable of making the vast majority of powerhouses across the realms tremble. Lin Chen calmly watched the surging karma points, knowing the moment was ripe. On the celestial screen, the cold text about combat power comparisons slowly faded away. A new chapter was about to begin. It heralded the further escalation of this calamity. Master Roshi failed to seal King Piccolo, allowing him to successfully gather all 7 Dragon Balls. He summoned Shenron. The images on the celestial screen continued to flicker. The audience across the myriad realms remained immersed in the shock of the numbers that had just appeared. 139. This number had become a mountain pressing down on the hearts of countless powerhouses. In the world of Pirates Dressrosa, Doflamingo's forehead veins bulged as he pushed up his sunglasses, concealing the terror in his eyes. That old man of such strength dared not even entertain the thought of fighting back before that Demon King Piccolo. Just how powerful was that Demon King? Just as everyone was speculating, new golden characters slowly unfurled on the celestial screen. As Master Rose's plan to seal Demon King Piccolo failed, the situation spiraled completely out of control. Demon King Piccolo successfully gathered the legendary 7 Dragon Balls. He stood in the wilderness and summoned the Divine Dragon. The scene shifted. The once bright sky was instantly shrouded by ink-black clouds. Bolts of lightning crazily darted through the clouds. Demon King Piccolo stood before the altar, spread his arms, and uttered a low, ancient incantation. Boom! A beam of golden light as thick as a bucket shot straight into the sky. Then, under the terrified gaze of countless living beings, an emerald green dragon stretching over 1,000 meters slowly materialized from the light. The dragon coiled in midair, its massive head looking down upon the ground, its 2 eyes like red gems, emitting a fearsome radiance. The divine dragon's breath turned into a gale, tousling the grass and trees for miles around. At this moment, the myriad realms erupted into chaos. In the world of Pirates Wano country, Kaido abruptly stood from his throne, crushing the wine glass in his hand into powder. His breathing grew heavy and ragged as he stared fixedly at the celestial screen. This is the true dragon. Kaido gazed at the divine dragon's majestic form, then compared it to his own azure dragon form, his eyes filled with greed and fervor. It can grant any wish. If I had this thing, why would I bother with some grand plan? I could just have it erase the world government. In Whole Cake Island, Linlin was voraciously devouring desserts, but now halted. Her covetous eyes narrowed into slits, and a long strand of saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth. Mama, mama, mama. Dragon Balls. Mama wants this. Not just them, but in other worlds, countless ambitious powerhouses could no longer sit still. Emperors yearning for immortality. Swordsmen wishing to resurrect their beloved. Exiles craving power. All gazes burned with intensity locked onto the Dragon Balls. This was a chance to defy fate. Bullet comments frantically refreshed at the edge of the celestial screen, overlapping with such speed. Holy crap, it's actually here. So this is the Dragon Ball. What wish will Demon King Piccolo make? Will he just kill all his competitors? No matter what the wish, having this thing makes you invincible. Demon King Piccolo showed no reverence before the Divine Dragon. He used it to realize his ambition. The Divine Dragon's dignified, rumbling voice echoed from the celestial screen. O gatherer of the Dragon Balls, state your wish. Any wish can be granted. Demon King Piccolo let out a piercing laugh, pointing at his body as he shouted, I want to regain my youth. Let me return to my prime. Your wish is simple. In the next instant, a blindingly intense green light enveloped Demon King Piccolo entirely. Countless onlookers stared wide-eyed. In the scene, the green-skinned old man with withered, wrinkled skin began to transform rapidly. His frail frame broadened, his atrophied muscles swelled like an inflating balloon. The signs of aging on his face vanished instantly, his skin becoming taut and vibrant once more. In mere seconds, a young Demon King Piccolo, over 2 meters tall with bulging muscles and radiating peak aura, appeared at the center of the frame. He took a deep breath, and the ground around him cracked from the leaking force of his energy. The myriad realms fell into utter silence. The wish had truly been granted. And it had been done so effortlessly, so decisively. If this thing fell into my hands. In the world of ninjas, Orochimaru smiled darkly, his serpentine pupils brimming with desire. Immortality. It truly exists. Countless spectators grew envious. This level of universal wish-granting device made the treasures of other worlds seem like rubbish. Envy. Maddening envy began to fester in the hearts of every spectator. Why did the people of the Dragon Ball world possess such a cheat? Yet before they could finish lamenting, the scene on the celestial screen took a drastic turn. Having regained his youth, the first thing Demon King Piccolo did was not to indulge, but to destroy. He personally slew the Divine Dragon. In the frame, the Divine Dragon's colossal form was about to disperse, and the 7 Dragon Balls were floating into the sky, ready to fly to various parts of the world. A cruel smirk curled at the corner of Demon King Piccolo's mouth. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out an energy wave. The energy wave was incredibly fast, instantly piercing the Divine Dragon's massive head. Boom. The Divine Dragon let out a brief, agonized cry. Then, before the stupefied eyes of all spectators, its several kilometer-long body began to rapidly petrify from head to tail. Crack. A shattering sound followed. The petrified remnants of the Divine Dragon crumbled, turning into countless particles that scattered to the ground. And the 7 Dragon Balls, at the moment of the Divine Dragon's fall, completely lost their dazzling luster. They fell to the ground with a clatter, becoming 7 dull, ordinary stones devoid of any spiritual energy. At that moment, the myriad realms fell into a deathly silence. All the powerhouses who had just been fantasizing about making wishes experienced a momentary mental shutdown. How dared he? How could he kill the divine dragon? In the world of pirates, Kaido trembled with rage. He abruptly transformed into his azure dragon form and let out a furious roar at the sky. Bastard, you actually destroyed something like this. Madman, this guy is a madman. Big Mom also shrieked, crushing the cake plate in her hand to pieces. Countless beings who wished to resurrect loved ones or gain power gazed at the pile of rubble, feeling an unprecedented fury. This feeling was as if someone had crushed their only hope of survival before their eyes and then spat on it. Within the Dragon Ball world, West City, Bulma slumped weakly to the floor, staring at the useless stones on the monitor as tears streamed from her eyes. It's over. Everything is over. Krillin and Yamcha stared blankly. The divine dragon was dead. The Dragon Balls were useless. The deceased Master Roshi and Kaiotsu could never return. The crushing despair seeped through the celestial screen into every corner of the myriad realms. Even the most ruthless powerhouses felt a chill at Demon King Piccolo's mercilessness. He wasn't just aiming to rule the world. He was determined to sever all hope from this world, to ensure no one could ever use the Dragon Balls against him again. This cunning, this decisiveness made the already terrifying Demon King even more daunting. On the celestial screen, Demon King Piccolo stood atop the pile of petrified Dragon Balls. His icy gaze swept across the sky as if looking through the screen at the beings of the myriad realms. A line of golden text slowly emerged, carrying a heavy sense of oppression, marking the end of this scene. Having regained his youth, Demon King Piccolo began his plan to conquer the world. The shock of the divine dragon's slaying still reverberated through the hearts of every living being across the myriad realms. Yet the celestial screen offered no respite. The scene shifted and the youthful Demon King Piccolo cast his gaze upon the land. An aura of evil, denser and purer than before, seeped through the screen, sending a chill through the hearts of audiences across countless worlds. After regaining his youth, Demon King Piccolo led his minions directly to the royal capital. His figure hovered above the city like a demon god descending upon the mortal realm. On the ground, the king's army had assembled its most elite forces. Tanks and armored vehicles formed a steel dragon, countless cannon barrels aimed at the green figure in the sky. Fire! At the command, 10,000 cannons roared as one. Countless shells trailing flames hurtled toward Demon King Piccolo. Yet these modern weapons, capable of annihilating anything in the eyes of ordinary men, seemed utterly laughable before Piccolo. Facing the king's army, he merely waved his arm casually, and a distant city vanished into nothingness. Piccolo did not even glance at the incoming shells. He simply waved his hand impatiently toward the horizon. A shockwave, barely visible to the naked eye, spread out instantly. In the next moment, before the horrified gazes of countless onlookers, a bustling metropolis at the edge of the horizon vanished completely in a silent flash of light. In its place, a colossal mushroom cloud, a symbol of utter annihilation, rose slowly. The army of the royal capital ceased fire. Every soldier stood frozen, staring blankly at the distant sky, their weapons slipping from their hands. In the face of absolute power, all resistance was futile. The king collapsed upon his throne, his face ashen. In the One Piece world, at Marine headquarters in Marineford Fleet, Admiral Sengoku watched the scene, cold sweat beading on his forehead. A single casual strike, and a city is destroyed. Beside him, Garp's expression was grim to the extreme. This level of destructive power was far beyond their comprehension. In the Naruto world, this has got to be a joke, a Konoha ninja murmured to himself. This is no longer a realm ninjutsu can reach. Even a tailed beast ball couldn't do this so effortlessly. In the Ultramantiga world, at the TPC Far East headquarters, the members of the victory team stared at the screen, their faces pale. Shin Hayat's voice trembled. This fear of random destruction is more tormenting than the darkness of Gatanazoa. Captain Megumi Iruma took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. At least a monster has a clear target. This Demon King's actions are meant to shatter everyone's psychological defenses. And as she said, that was precisely Demon King Piccolo's intent. On the celestial screen, the scene continued. The king was forced to abdicate and Demon King Piccolo ascended to the pinnacle of power. After taking the throne, Demon King Piccolo proclaimed his new rule to the world. Every day, he would randomly erase one region from the map. His first target was none other than West City, the largest and most prosperous metropolis on Dragon Ball's Earth. This declaration rang like a death knell in the hearts of every person in the Dragon Ball world. West City was instantly thrown into unprecedented chaos. Countless people screamed and wailed desperately, trying to flee the city destined for destruction. Every road was clogged with cars, people pushed and shoved, trampling one another in the crush. Despair spread like a plague across the entire planet. Residents of other cities also fell into panic, not knowing if their own homes would be the chosen target the next day. This agony of waiting for death was more terrifying than death itself. Just as the chaotic scenes of West City reached their peak, the lower right corner of the celestial screen flickered a few times, as if suffering from a poor signal. A small black window abruptly popped up. Within it lay the deep, starry sea of the cosmos. Two peculiar spherical spacecraft were streaking across the void at high speed. Inside one of the spacecraft, a man in a white battlesuit stared at a screen before him. He had an M-shaped hairline and was not tall, but he exuded an aura of arrogance that made it hard to look him in the eye. His face bore an expression of extreme contempt and disdain. Audiences across the myriad realms were stunned, unable to comprehend the meaning of this sudden image. The next second, a golden comet bar seemingly imbued with supreme authority streaked across the entire celestial screen. The font of the comet was enormous, dripping with the arrogance of one looking down upon all beings. Vegeta, a waste with a power level of just over 200. Can't Kakarot even handle a piece of trash like this? The moment this comet appeared, the entire myriad realms fell silent for an instant. It was not shock nor fear, but a mental stasis caused by an overload of information, leaving all living beings' minds blank. After the brief stasis came a tidal wave that swept across all realms. Wait, did I see that right? A waste with a power level of over 200. Who is this guy named Vegeta? He's calling Demon King Piccolo, who can destroy a city with a wave of his hand, a waste. Powerhouses from countless worlds furiously analyzed every word of that comment. The first keyword, a waste with a power level of over 200. Master Roshi with a power level of 139 could destroy the moon. Old Piccolo's power level exceeded 200, allowing him to easily defeat Goku, whose power level was 180. A rejuvenated Piccolo would only be stronger, capable of leveling a city with a casual gesture. Such an existence was merely called a waste by this person named Vegeta. The second keyword, Kakarot. Kakarot. Isn't Goku's name Son Goku? No, don't you remember? Goku has a tail? He's definitely not from Earth. So Kakarot is Goku's alien birth name. The third sentence, can't even handle a piece of trash like this. This phrase was filled with contempt for Kakarot, but even more so with utter disdain for Demon King Piccolo. It was as if he was saying that dealing with Demon King Piccolo should be a matter of course for Kakarot, requiring no effort at all. Deep in the cosmos, Frieza sat on his throne, swirling the red liquid in his glass and letting out his distinctive oh-ho-ho laugh. Vegeta is still so arrogant. Still calling that mere Namekian a waste isn't wrong. Inside the spacecraft, Vegeta watched his comment appear on the celestial screen, a haughty smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. It's good to let these lowly beings of the universe see that low-class warrior Kakarot has brought shame to us Saiyans. Yet this spoiler from the cosmos brought not enlightenment, but the deepest despair to the people of the Dragon Ball world. In a wilderness, a young Namekian, who looked exactly like Demon King Piccolo, was meditating in a cross-leg position. He was Piccolo reincarnated from the egg spat out by Demon King Piccolo. When he saw the golden comet on the celestial screen, Piccolo's pupils contracted sharply. He had inherited all of Demon King Piccolo's memories and knew better than anyone how powerful his former self was. But now an unknown alien had called him a waste. A surge of unprecedented humiliation and a sense of crisis flooded his heart. Elsewhere at Kame House, Krillin and Yamcha were completely dumbfounded. Their minds were blank. Is that guy named Vegeta telling the truth? Krillin's voice was dry and hoarse. Demon King Piccolo is a waste. Yamcha felt his worldview crumbling. They were still feeling helpless about how to defeat Demon King Piccolo, and now they suddenly learned that somewhere in the cosmos, an even more powerful enemy was approaching. And in the eyes of those enemies, Demon King Piccolo wasn't even a worthy opponent. This was no longer despair. It was a helplessness that prevented even the thought of resistance from forming. On the celestial screen, the future perspective silhouette and the golden comet slowly faded. The scene cut back to the main storyline. Deep in the mountains, Tien Shinhan gritted his teeth, desperately practicing the evil containment wave. At the top of the towering Karen Tower, Son Goku had just woken up. They were Earth's last hope, struggling valiantly to combat Demon King Piccolo. But at this moment, whether it was themselves or the audiences across the myriad realms watching their efforts, only felt a sense of futility. With a Demon King of destruction within and an unknown powerful enemy from beyond who called that Demon King a waste, Earth's future was not merely shrouded in darkness. It had no future at all. With a Demon King of destruction within and an unknown powerful enemy from beyond who called that Demon King a waste, Earth's future was not merely shrouded in darkness. It had no future at all. At this moment, all realms lay shrouded beneath a deathly shadow. The terrifying might of great Demon King Piccolo had already suffocated countless powerhouses. And that golden barrage from the depths of the cosmos pushed this despair to its zenith. Piccolo, who could obliterate cities with ease, was called a waste by someone named Vegeta. This completely overturned everyone's understanding. In the world of pirates on the deck of a ship, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. It's overall over a pirate dropped his bottle and slumped to the ground. If even a monster like that is trash, what are we in this world? Dust. The captain remained silent, staring grimly at the light screen in the sky, his face pale. In the world of ninjas inside the Hokage's office in Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a sharp drag from his pipe. The cosmos. So beyond the worlds we know there exist such terrifyingly powerful beings. This conclusion filled every Jonin present with a deep sense of helplessness. Just as this wave of despair reached its peak, the scene on the celestial screen subtly shifted. The lens did not focus on the soon-to-be-destroyed western capital, but instead rose upward, piercing the clouds, arriving atop a towering white pagoda whose peak was lost in the heavens. Karen Tower. A plump man in samurai attire was laboriously climbing upward carrying a young boy on his back. That boy was none other than Son Goku, whose heart had been pierced by Piccolo's finger moments ago, halting its beat. This sight shattered the silence across all realms. The invisible barrage exploded like a powder keg ignited. Look, that boy. He's still alive. Impossible. The celestial narrator said, his heart stopped. Is he the cockroach that Vegeta mentioned? Where is he going? What is that tower? Countless questions arose in the viewers' minds, but more than that, a complex emotion mingled with doubt and anticipation. What good is being alive? A pessimistic comment flashed across the screen. That cosmic being, Vegeta said, Piccolo is trash. Kakarot couldn't even beat that trash. What can you do now? Go die a second time. This remark doused the faint spark of hope that had just kindled. Indeed, even if he lived, what could he change? Just then new golden text appeared on the screen. A stopped heart means death for an Earthling. But for Son Goku, this was merely the beginning of another challenge. The fat samurai Yajirobe carried him up Korin Tower, where a cat sage who had lived for 800 years resided. Korin. Yajirobe finally reached the top. A sage who looked like a white cat leaning on a staff appeared before everyone's eyes. Korin looked at the barely breathing Goku and took a small green bean from a jar. This is a senzu, a miraculous food. As long as one breathes their last, eating one instantly restores all injuries and stamina. Korin placed the senzu into Goku's mouth. The next second, a miracle that left countless beings across all realms dumbfounded occurred. Goku's pallid face instantly flushed with color, his tightly shut eyes snapped open, and the fatal wound on his chest healed at a visible rate. He leaped up, his condition even better than before the injury. This scene left everyone in disbelief. My God, what divine medicine is that? A single bean brings you back to full health instantly. Isn't this far superior to our world's holy light healing? Stop it, the alchemists in our world would probably all lose their jobs seeing this. With something like this, who fears Piccolo? Give one to everyone, and wear him down with a war of attrition. The audience buzzed with discussion, but the screen quickly shattered their illusions. Though the senzu is miraculous and heals any injury, it cannot enhance one's power. The recovered Son Goku learned from Korin that Piccolo had regained his youth and grown stronger. He knew that charging in with his current strength would change nothing. Seeing the unwavering resolve in Goku's eyes, a determination that didn't even fear death, Korin sighed and brought out a pot of water. Korin told Goku there was a method that might make him stronger. That was to drink the ultra-divine water. A miraculous water that fully awakens the drinker's latent potential. But it also contained a deadly poison. Those without a strong will would surely die upon drinking it. Before Goku, 14 people had challenged the ultra-divine water and all died. A trial with a mortality rate exceeding 90%. This information made all viewers' hearts leap into their throats. The screen fully depicted Goku's process of drinking the ultra-divine water. Yajirobe, out of curiosity, just dipped a finger in the water and licked it. Instantly his face turned livid, he clutched his throat and fell to the ground, writhing in agony, foaming at the mouth as if enduring the most excruciating torture in the world. Just a single drop possessed such terrifying power. This scene greatly emphasized the horror of the ultra-divine water. The barges across all realms shifted from awe to unanimous dissuasion. Don't drink it, boy. This isn't divine water at all, it's pure poison. He's insane. This Son Goku is a madman. Is he willing to die just to get stronger? What's the difference between this and suicide? Living is always better than dying. Goku, watching Yajirobe writhe in pain, recalled his slain friend Krillin and the terror of being under Piccolo's control. His gaze never wavered. He picked up the cup of ultra-divine water and downed the entire contents in one gulp. The moment the poison entered his throat, an indescribable agony instantly engulfed his entire body. He let out a suppressed roar, collapsed heavily, convulsing violently, with veins bulging across his body, as if countless worms were squirming beneath his skin. At this moment, viewers from countless worlds couldn't bear to watch and closed their eyes. They seemed to already see the end of this stubborn boy. But in the last moment before his consciousness faded, the faces of Krillin, Master Roshi, and all his friends flashed through Goku's mind. He couldn't die. He had to avenge them. Ah! A roar from the depths of his soul echoed across the top of Korin Tower. Through his longing for his fallen friends and his pure, unyielding will to protect, Goku forcibly clawed his way back from the abyss of death. Trembling, he slowly rose to his feet. The moment he stood, an unprecedented storm-like surge of overwhelming power erupted from within him, sweeping across the entire tower. That energy transmitted through the screen caused a tremor in the hearts of all beings watching. He had succeeded. After a brief silence, the barges erupted completely. He did it. He really did it. He pulled through. Unbelievable. How terrifying is this boy's willpower? Can you feel it? This energy. It's on a completely different level from when he faced Piccolo before. With his newly surging power, Goku bid Korin farewell. He summoned the flying Nimbus, jumped on without hesitation, and shot towards the capital city, where Piccolo was like a golden beam of light. His eyes remained clear, but within that purity was an added fearless resolve. There lay the enemy he had to defeat, and the world he had to protect. The emotions of viewers across all realms were pushed to their peak. They clenched their fists, anticipating a cathartic battle of vengeance. Yet just as everyone expected a scene of the savior descending like a divine soldier, the screen suddenly cut away. The scene shifted back to the ruined capital city scarred by Piccolo's destruction. In the sunset, a solitary figure stood alone before the youthful, great demon King Piccolo. It was Tien Shinhan. In his hand, he held an ordinary-looking rice cooker. A line of golden subtitles slowly appeared on the screen. Before the savior could arrive, another warrior of Earth chose the same path as his predecessor. Before the savior could arrive, another warrior of Earth chose the same path as his predecessor. Tien Shinhan stood alone before King Piccolo, shedding his outer garment to reveal his toned muscles as he assumed a fighting stance. The audience across myriad realms held their breath, none understanding the source of this young man's confidence. In the world of One Piece, aboard the Thousand Sunny, Usopp's legs trembled as he shouted, "Run! Isn't Son Goku already on his way after drinking that super god water? Wait for him." Luffy clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the sky. No, he's protecting the city behind him. He can't retreat. Zoro touched the hilt of his sword and nodded. Knowing he'll die, yet still stepping forward. That's a martial artist with true spirit. On the celestial screen, the scene continued. Tien Shinhan's intervention halted King Piccolo's rampage through West City. He intended to first eliminate this troublesome insect before him. But King Piccolo held Tien in utter contempt, deeming him unworthy of personal action. He opened his massive maw and spat out a giant egg from which a new minion hatched. The newly spawned demon warrior, towering and hideous, let out a piercing roar. The minions created by the youthful King Piccolo possessed terrifying strength. Tien Shinhan was utterly overwhelmed, unable to mount any effective resistance, constantly battered and beaten. The demon warrior unleashed a flurry of heavy punches. Tien was struck brutally, his body crashing heavily to the ground, sliding back over a dozen meters before stopping. Clutching his chest, he coughed up a gush of blood. In the world of Bleach, Ichigo Kurosaki gripped his Zanpakuto, tightly gritting his teeth. The gap in power is too vast. He's being completely crushed. Rukia watched the screen with concern. He's so badly injured. Can he still get up? With no other choice, Tien resolved to use the Mafuba. But he had only one chance to execute the Mafuba. This precious opportunity could not be wasted on an ordinary minion. Tien Shinhan forced himself to his feet despite the pain, planning to bypass the demon warrior and seal King Piccolo himself. The barrage of comments across the realms erupted, countless viewers gasping in shock. He's really going to use that technique. But he only has one rice cooker. If he misses and fails, it's all over. Under everyone's gaze, Tien suddenly produced an ordinary rice cooker from behind and placed it steadily on the ground. The moment King Piccolo saw the rice cooker, his face turned deathly pale, and he even stumbled back in panic. The image of Master Roshi using the rice cooker was still vivid. The terror of the Mafuba's domination surged back. Tien swiftly formed his hand seals, expending every ounce of strength as he roared. A vortex of green energy blasted forth from his hands. Tien acted decisively, but he had miscalculated one thing. King Piccolo's power far exceeded his own. How could he easily bypass the demon minion? Just as the green vortex was about to touch King Piccolo, the demon warrior leaped forward, shielding his master. The green energy struck the demon warrior entirely. Seeing the attack miss its target, Tien was filled with despair, sweat pouring down his face. He had no choice but to press on, channeling his energy to sweep the demon warrior toward the rice cooker on the ground. In that critical moment, King Piccolo reacted. He raised his hand, instantly firing a thin, sharp energy beam from his fingertip. The beam, incredibly fast, struck the rice cooker with precision. A thunderous explosion rang out. The vessel that carried the hope of the entire world shattered into countless metal fragments. With the rice cooker destroyed, the ensnared demon warrior broke free and crashed heavily to the ground. Exhausted, Tien collapsed, his strength utterly spent. He gasped for air, lacking the strength even to rise. Witnessing this, the audience across all realms fell into collective silence. Then the screen flooded with comments expressing utter despair. It's over. The rice cooker is gone. That was our last hope. The final sealing method has vanished completely. It's over. Earth truly has no salvation. In the Marvel world, Tony Stark sighed and shook his head. Even the only sealing tool is destroyed. This is an utterly unsolvable deadlock. Captain America frowned deeply. We must never give up hope until the very last moment. In the Naruto world, Jiraiya took a swig of sake, his tone despondent. But this young man's efforts have all been in vain. The celestial screen continued. In truth, the Mafuba does not necessarily claim the caster's life. As long as one's chi is strong enough, one can survive its use. Tien Shinhan's battle power was 180, far surpassing that of Mateto and Master Roshi before him. Thus, after using the Mafuba, he managed to cling to life. But now incapacitated, he was at the enemy's mercy, a sacrifice just as futile. The demon warrior, having narrowly escaped death, burned with rage. He strode toward Tien, each step leaving deep impressions in the ground. Raising his enormous fist, he prepared to deliver the final blow and end Tien's life. At this most desperate juncture, a sharp sound of something cutting through the air echoed from the sky. Remember, the savior was on his way. A golden light pierced through the thick clouds, descending from the heavens to land in the center of the battlefield. It was Son Goku riding the flying Nimbus. Just as the demon warrior's fist was about to fall, Goku moved, vanishing from his spot like a bolt of lightning. Most viewers couldn't even follow his motion. Goku kicked the demon warrior, sending him flying backward. The demon traced a long arc through the air, crashing heavily into the rubble dozens of meters away, shattering a large stretch of wall. This sudden turn of events stunned the despairing audience, and after a brief daze they erupted in excitement. The screen was flooded with jubilant comments. "It's Son Goku. He made it. He arrived at the most critical moment. Such speed. I didn't even blink, yet I couldn't see his kick." In the One Piece world, Kazuru adjusted his yellow sunglasses, shedding his usual lazy demeanor. "Oh my, how did this kid suddenly become so fast? He was like a weakling before, but now he's quite terrifying." In the Dragon Ball world, Krillin leaped with joy, shouting, "Goku, you're finally here." Tien Shinhan, lying on the ground, was astonished. Gazing at Goku's back, he urgently yelled, urging Goku to flee immediately. In Tien's view, Goku's strength was previously on par with his own, unable to defeat even a single demon minion. Now that King Piccolo had regained his youth and become even more fearsome, Goku's presence here was nothing but suicide. But Tien didn't know that Goku had become a completely different person. In the distant ruins, countless stones exploded outward. The demon warrior climbed to his feet, dusting off his clothes. Feeling deeply insulted, he roared and charged at Goku. He swung his massive fist, aiming to crush this suddenly appearing short figure. Across the myriad realms, viewers watched the screen, tensely, hearts pounding. Goku stood his ground, not moving even a step. His face showed no sign of panic. His gaze was calm as he quietly watched the enemy approach. The moment the demon warrior closed in, Goku casually raised his right leg and delivered an incredibly clean kick to the massive body. The kick landed solidly on the demon warrior's abdomen. The demon's eyes bulged and he let out a most agonized scream. His body snapped backward in midair and then exploded completely. The entire myriad realms fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened. They forgot to breathe, unable to believe what they had just seen. After more than 10 seconds, a frenzy of comments filled every corner of the celestial screen. One kick. Just one simple kick. Did I really see that right? That demon warrior was a monster that could crush Tien Shinhan, who has a battle power of 180. And he was turned to ash with one kick. Is this the power of the super god water? It's absolutely terrifying. In the One Piece world, Kaido downed a large gulp of sake and roared with excitement. Only one kick. The difference in that kid's power is enormous. Interesting. So interesting. In the Naruto world, Madara Uchiha stared intently at the screen, speaking in a low voice. Such extreme physical strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Goku slowly lowered his right leg and turned around, his gaze fixed on King Piccolo seated on his throne. Their eyes clashed fiercely in the air. Goku's eyes were filled with determination, devoid of any fear. King Piccolo, dismissing Goku entirely, even boldly declared a boast. He rose slowly, looking down at Goku from his height, extending 5 fingers. With extreme arrogance, he said, 5 seconds, enough to deal with you. Unfortunately, King Piccolo didn't know that flags are not to be raised carelessly. Those who raise flags rarely meet a good end. For instance, I only need one strike to kill you, or after I take revenge, you'll come back and marry you. Those who raise such flags either get humiliated or never return. Thus, unless you are the protagonist, don't casually raise a flag. King Piccolo is a perfect negative example. He claimed he would finish Goku in 5 seconds. Yet Goku easily caught King Piccolo's attack, then executed a shoulder throw, flinging King Piccolo away. Sun Wukong executed a swift shoulder throw, slamming King Piccolo heavily into the rubble below. This sudden reversal left the audience across the myriad worlds who had just been worrying about Tien Shinhan wide-eyed in astonishment. In the world of One Piece, on Onigashima, Kaido set down his massive sake bowl and let out a booming laugh. Oro, 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 oro. Interesting. That brat's strength seems to have truly grown. In the world of Naruto, within Konohagakure, several ninjas watching the celestial screen couldn't help but exclaim, so strong. That Demon King seems powerless against him. Is this the power of the ultra-divine water? It's a complete transformation. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, a violent tremor erupted from the ruins. The rubble exploded outward as King Piccolo slowly rose to his feet. He brushed the dust from his clothes, his face a mask of shock and fury. The hearts of all viewers across the myriad worlds clenched. They knew the true decisive battle was only just beginning. You bastard! King Piccolo bellowed in rage, his figure vanishing from the spot instantly. The next second he appeared before Sun Wukong, throwing a fist laden with terrifying force straight at his face. Sun Wukong's eyes sharpened. He leaned back slightly, effortlessly dodging the blow. Immediately after, the two engaged in an ultra-high-speed offensive and defensive battle. The sound of clashing fists and feet echoed like dense drumbeats exploding across the battlefield. Their speed was so extreme that to an ordinary eye only 2 blurry shadows could be seen interweaving and colliding. Each collision stirred up fierce gusts of air. The airwaves spread outward, tearing deeper ravines into the already shattered ground. Powerhouses across the myriad worlds watching this battle felt their hearts pound with terror. Too fast. My eyes can't keep up at all. Is this the pinnacle battle of the Dragon Ball world? The mere shockwaves are enough to destroy a small mountain. That boy named Sun Wukong has truly grown stronger. He's facing a rejuvenated King Piccolo and isn't losing ground at all. So the Sun Wukong who instantly killed the Demon Clan warrior wasn't a fleeting flash in the pan. Audiences from countless worlds cheered for this fierce battle. Meanwhile, the celestial screen revealed the most crucial data. After regaining his youth, King Piccolo's battle power had reached 260. Sun Wukong, after drinking the ultra-divine water, also had a battle power of 260. These two simple numbers, like two heavy bombs, instantly detonated across the myriad worlds. The barrage comments erupted into a frenzy at that moment. What a 260. Am I seeing this right? Master Roshi could destroy the moon with a battle power of 139. This power is almost double that. No wonder they're fighting so fiercely. It's an evenly matched death match. My god, the power levels in this world are inflating like crazy. I used to think 180 was strong, but now it seems utterly insignificant. It's really hard to say who'll win. The battle powers are exactly equal. It comes down to who has more combat experience and stronger will. An evenly matched battle is often the most spectacular and the most brutal. In the celestial screen scene, the fight between Sun Wukong and King Piccolo had reached a fever pitch. They fought from the ground to the sky, and from the sky back to the ground. Each exchange was made with all their might. However, at that moment the battle took a sudden turn. During the fight, Sun Wukong inadvertently revealed an opening. King Piccolo shot two laser beams from his eyes, injuring one of Sun Wukong's legs. Staggering from the searing pain in his leg, Sun Wukong nearly fell. Seizing this opportunity, King Piccolo immediately launched a fierce pursuit. Sun Wukong could only rely on his power pole to barely support himself, constantly blocking and dodging. But with his injured leg, his movement slowed, and he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Oh no, his leg is hurt. This King Piccolo is so despicable, targeting his weakness. Sun Wukong's speed has clearly dropped. This is dangerous. The audience's hearts were in their throats. Yet King Piccolo's assault continued. He fired another laser from his fingertip, knocking the power pole from Sun Wukong's hands. Deprived of the power pole's support, Sun Wukong was completely on the defensive. His speed drastically decreased, and he could only watch helplessly as King Piccolo's attacks rained down upon him like a violent storm. King Piccolo seized the moment, gathering all his energy to unleash a devastating ultimate technique on Sun Wukong. He flew into the air, spread his arms wide, and manically absorbed the surrounding energy. A terrifying, heart-stopping aura emanated from his body. He aimed his right palm at the immobilized Sun Wukong on the ground, a vicious grin spreading across his face. Die, huh? With a furious roar, an immensely thick energy beam erupted from his palm. The very space seemed to distort along the beam's path. Boom! Sun Wukong was engulfed by King Piccolo's attack. From a distance, a colossal mushroom cloud shot into the sky. The terrifying energy shockwave swept across the entire battlefield. As the commotion subsided, all viewers across the myriad worlds witnessed a sight they would never forget. The city beneath King Piccolo's feet had vanished, not reduced to ruins. The ruins themselves were gone, leaving behind only a vast bottomless crater. This earth-shattering, apocalyptic, destructive power plunged the entire myriad worlds into a long-dead silence. Powerhouses from countless worlds stood with mouths agape, unable to utter a single sound. After a long while, a few sporadic barges appeared, trembling. The city, it's just gone. That was an entire city. The homes of hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of people. Just erased from the map. This is true disaster. This is a true Demon King. Sun Wukong. Is he dead? The final image froze on King Piccolo's maniacally laughing face, and the desolate wasteland beneath him a symbol of absolute annihilation. Having taken this city-destroying blow, could Sun Wukong possibly survive? As the mushroom cloud dissipated, Demon King Piccolo hovered high in the air, gazing down at the land that had been utterly erased. A smug smile curled at the corner of his lips. It's over. The myriad realms fell into a deathly silence. Countless spectators stared at the celestial screen, their eyes brimming with grief. In the world of One Piece, Luffy slammed his fist against the ship's railing, gritting his teeth. Damn it. In the world of Naruto clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. That Demon King Piccolo has gone too far. Just as everyone believed Son Goku had perished, a line of golden narration drifted across the celestial screen. Having endured Demon King Piccolo's full force strike, hidden in Piccolo's eyes, Son Goku was undoubtedly dead, his body and soul obliterated. After all, how could an earthling possibly withstand his techniques? Unfortunately, Demon King Piccolo did not know that Son Goku was not from Earth at all. No sooner had these words appeared than the scene abruptly shifted. From within that bottomless massive crater came the sound of rolling rubble. Then a figure slowly rose from the dust and smoke. It was Son Goku. He was covered in wounds, his clothes tattered and torn, but he was still alive. The myriad realms erupted instantly. What? He's alive. He's still alive. Am I seeing things? He actually survived an attack of that magnitude. What kind of body is this? It's insane. In the world of Bleach, Kenpachi Zaraki grinned broadly. Interesting. This kid is tough. The smile on Demon King Piccolo's face froze. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared down at Son Goku below. Impossible. How can you still be alive? A hint of panic crept into Demon King Piccolo's voice. He could not accept the reality before him. That was an attack condensed from all his energy, a terrifying strike capable of annihilating an entire city. How could an Earthling survive such an assault? Kaido burst into laughter. This kid has got something. His physical resilience rivals my Zoan type. Orochimaru licked his lips, an intriguing physique. I would love to study it. Son Goku leaped out of the crater and landed on the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at Demon King Piccolo. I told you I will defeat you. For Krillin. For Master Roshi. Upon hearing this, the panic on Demon King Piccolo's face turned to rage. He spread his arms wide and began gathering energy once more. Since one blow couldn't kill you, he'll do it again. This time another energy wave hurtled towards Son Goku. Boom. Another colossal mushroom cloud surged into the sky. The explosion was deafening, and the blinding light forced everyone to shut their eyes. The hearts of spectators across the myriad realms were in their throats. No way. Again. Can Son Goku survive this time? Has this Demon King Piccolo gone mad? As the smoke and dust cleared, Demon King Piccolo revealed a maniacal grin. You're dead this time. Absolutely dead. His voice was laced with hysteria. Yet in the very next second, a clear shout emerged from the deep crater. Flying Nimbus. A golden cloud descended from the heavens and dove into the crater. Moments later, Son Goku emerged clutching the tail of the flying Nimbus as he flew out. His injuries were even worse than before, but his gaze remained unwavering. The myriad realms erupted completely. Holy crap. He's alive again. What kind of monster is this? Can't he be killed? That cloud sure comes in handy. It always shows up at the critical moment. Daigo was astonished. Such tenacity. What incredible willpower. Zoro tightened his grip on his sword hilt. Now that is a true warrior. Demon King Piccolo had completely lost his mind. 2 consecutive full-power attacks had failed to kill Son Goku. Moreover, Son Goku's indestructible body and unyielding spirit had shattered his composure entirely. He panted heavily, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. Since I can't kill you, Heathen. Demon King Piccolo suddenly turned, his figure blurring as he appeared a short distance away. He grabbed Tien Shinhan, who lay fallen on the ground, and seized him by the throat. Then don't blame me for resorting to such methods. Holding Tien Shinhan aloft, Demon King Piccolo roared at Son Goku. Don't move. If you so much as twitch, you'll crush his skull. This sudden turn of events ignited collective fury among the myriad realm spectators. Shameless. Resorting to hostages because you can't win. How despicable. Is this the true nature of a villain? Disgusting. At Marine headquarters, Sengoku frowned. Despicable as it is, it's effective. Garp said in a low voice, Son Goku is trapped. Son Goku's body stiffened. He looked at Tien Shinhan, his jaw clenched tight. You bastard. What? Want to save him? Demon King Piccolo sneered. Then stay right there. Son Goku's fists clenched until his knuckles cracked, but he truly dared not move. Seeing this, Demon King Piccolo bent down and picked up a stone. He blew gently on the stone. Whoosh. A barely visible energy bolt shot from the stone, striking Son Goku's left hand with pinpoint accuracy. Crack. The sound of snapping bones was unmistakable. Son Goku's left hand hung limply, completely disabled. Ought. Son Goku cried out in pain, dropping to one knee. No. Damn Piccolo. Son Goku's hand is ruined. The barrage of comments scrolled frantically, every spectator's heart aching for Son Goku. Son Goku looked up, his eyes blazing with fury. Don't worry, even if Tien Shinhan dies, I can use the Dragon Balls to bring him back. Then I'll kill you with my own hands. Hearing this, Demon King Piccolo laughed even more wildly. Dragon Balls? You mean that magical dragon that grants wishes? Ha ha ha. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I've already killed the dragon. The Dragon Balls are useless forever. Son Goku's face instantly turned deathly pale. What? This revelation struck him harder than any attack. The dragon was dead. Then Krillin and the others could never come back. Son Goku stood frozen, his mind a complete blank. Demon King Piccolo seized this opportunity. He picked up another stone and blew on it with force. Whoosh. The energy bolt shot out once more, striking Son Goku's left foot. Crack. Another sound of bones breaking. Son Goku completely lost his balance and crashed heavily to the ground. His left hand and both feet were now useless. With 3 of his limbs incapacitated, he had lost all ability to fight. The myriad realms fell into a deathly silence. It's over. 3 limbs crippled. There's really no hope now. How despairing watching a hero being tortured like this. Naruto's eyes turned red. Damn it. This is too cruel. Ichigo Kurosaki clenched his fists. This way of fighting is an absolute insult. Demon King Piccolo released Tien Shinhan, letting him fall to the ground. He looked down at the fallen Son Goku, a cruel smile spreading across his face. It's over. This time it's truly over. Demon King Piccolo slowly ascended into the sky, looking down upon Son Goku from his lofty position. He intended to use one final strike to completely finish off this opponent who had shattered his composure. Son Goku lay on the ground, blood flowing from his wounds, staining the earth red. His breathing grew faint, his vision began to blur. Demon King Piccolo spread his arms in the air, beginning to gather his final reserves of energy. Die. A blinding light converged in Piccolo's palm, ready to unleash at any moment. At that instant, a cascade of images flashed through Son Goku's mind. Krillin's smiling face, Master Rosa's teachings, his grandfather's words of advice, and the countless innocent people who had been slaughtered by Demon King Piccolo. I cannot die. I haven't avenged them yet. I still have to protect this world. Son Goku's gaze shifted from despair to unwavering resolve. Demon King Piccolo's attack was about to descend. Son Goku's remaining right hand quietly clenched into a fist. Demon King Piccolo descended from the heavens, his palms aimed at Son Goku on the ground. His palms were gathering terrifying energy, ready to end this battle once and for all. The scene on the celestial screen plunged the myriad realms into a deathly silence. Everyone believed that Son Goku was finished this time. In the world of One Piece, Luffy pounded the ships, railing in frustration. Damn it, is he really going to lose? In the world of Naruto, Naruto gritted his teeth. Get up, you haven't lost yet. Just then a golden narration drifted across the celestial screen. Demon King Piccolo was too excited, thinking that crippling Son Goku's legs and one hand was enough. But he forgot that Son Goku still had one hand left to use, and that gave Son Goku a chance to turn the tables. In the scene, Demon King Piccolo swooped down at incredible speed. His eyes were filled with killing intent, the energy in his palms swelling continuously. He was less than 10 meters away from Son Goku. 5 meters. 3 meters. At this critical juncture. You miscalculated. Son Goku's eyes snapped open, his right hand raised high. I still have one hand to use. He gathered all his remaining energy into his right hand. The myriad realms erupted. That's right. He still has one hand. Go for it, Goku. Now's the time. Son Goku's raised right hand blasted a shockwave toward the ground. Boom. The powerful recoil launched his body into the air. Bearing the weight of his injuries, Son Goku charged toward Demon King Piccolo. The two figures rapidly closed in midair. Every spectator's heart was in their throat. In the world of Bleach, Ichigo gripped his Zanpakuto tightly. A strike that stakes everything. In the world of Ultraman, Daigo stood up. This is the will of humanity. Seeing Son Goku charging Demon King, Piccolo hastily halted his descent. He raised both palms toward Son Goku, attempting to defend or counterattack. But it was too late. Son Goku was too fast. His right fist was clenched tightly, gathering the last of his strength. The celestial screen zoomed in on Son Goku's eyes. They held the resolve of certain victory. Heaven-piercing wave. Son Goku let out a final roar. His right fist raised high, he slammed into Demon King Piccolo. In that instant, a colossal phantom appeared in Demon King Piccolo's eyes. It was the phantom of an ancient giant ape roaring at him. Boom. A blinding light erupted, engulfing the entire scene. Everyone was unable to open their eyes, only the deafening roar reaching their ears. The light lasted a full 10 seconds. As it gradually faded, the scene reappeared. Everyone's eyes widened, desperate to see the final outcome. The figures of Son Goku and Demon King Piccolo hung, suspended in midair. Both were motionless, as if time itself had frozen. The next moment, a massive bloody hole appeared in Demon King Piccolo's chest. Son Goku had pierced straight through his body. The myriad realms exploded. He won. He actually did it. Son Goku really pulled it off. In the world of One Piece, the entire Straw Hat crew cheered. Luffy raised his hands high. That was amazing. Zoro grinned. Now that's a true warrior. In the Marvel Universe, Iron Man let out a whistle. Got to admit, the kid's got guts. Captain America nodded. That's the spirit of never giving up. Bullet comments scrolled frantically, nearly covering the entire celestial screen. That punch made me cry. A comeback from the brink. A true comeback. What was that giant ape phantom? It was breathtaking. Son Goku was so badly injured, yet he could still unleash such power. Son Goku slowly withdrew his fist and descended from beside Demon King Piccolo to the ground. He was caught by the arriving Yajirobe. Demon King Piccolo hovered in the air, blood streaming from the hole in his chest. His gaze shifted from shock to resentment, then to despair. How is this possible? I lost to a mere brat. A new narration drifted across the celestial screen. The crisis brought by Demon King Piccolo was resolved by Son Goku. This was the first time Son Goku became a savior. But little did Son Goku know at the time his entanglement with Demon King Piccolo was far from over. These words made the hearts of the relieved audience tighten once more. What does that mean? The entanglement isn't over. Can Demon King Piccolo be revived? In the scene, Demon King Piccolo's life force was rapidly ebbing away, but a flicker of madness suddenly flashed in his eyes. Even if I die, my child will avenge me. Using his last ounce of strength, Demon King Piccolo opened his mouth. Everyone stared at the celestial screen, puzzled by what he was about to do. An egg covered in patterns flew out of Demon King Piccolo's mouth. The egg emitted a green glow brimming with powerful life force. The egg flew into the distance, vanishing beyond the horizon. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Demon King Piccolo's mouth. Go, my child. Avenge me. With those words, Demon King Piccolo's entire body exploded. The myriad realms were shaken once more. What was that? He could still produce offspring. No, that must be his reincarnation or clone. In the world of Bleach, Aizen adjusted his glasses. Interesting, leaving behind a contingency plan, even in death. The narration on the celestial screen continued. This egg condensed everything Demon King Piccolo had, including his power and memories. Demon King Piccolo commanded the child within this egg to avenge him. Everyone's hearts sank. After finally defeating Demon King Piccolo, a successor had now appeared. Would the people of Dragon Ball Earth ever know peace? Just as everyone was worrying about this seed of disaster, a massive golden subtitle suddenly appeared on the celestial screen. The font was larger than any previous narration, shimmering with blinding light. And what Demon King Piccolo did not know, this egg which he placed such high hopes on would become the Sun family's babysitter in the future. Complete silence fell. The entire myriad realms were quiet for a full 3 seconds. Then, did I see that right? Babysitter, the Sun family's babysitter. In the world of One Piece, the entire pirate crew was stunned. Luffy scratched his head. What does babysitter mean? Nami facepalmed. It means someone who takes care of kids and does housework for others. Usopp's jaw dropped, the Demon King's son working as a babysitter for his enemy. In the world of Naruto, Konoha village erupted. I'm dying of laughter. The Demon King wanted revenge before he died, but his son ended up babysitting for the enemy. What is this? The reverse of raising a tiger to invite trouble. In the world of Bleach, Ichigo couldn't help but laugh. This twist is way too absurd. Rukia stifled a laugh. From Demon King's heir to babysitter, that's quite a leap. The Demon King's son becomes his enemy's babysitter. What on earth happens in the future? I'm super curious about what comes next. What did Son Goku do to make the Demon King's son his babysitter? Who cares? This twist is legendary. In the Marvel Universe, Iron Man was doubled over with laughter. Even Captain America couldn't help but smile. From Avenger to babysitter, that's quite a transformation indeed. In the world of Ultraman, the entire Victory team was in stitches. Horii adjusted his glasses. Does this count as a different kind of requiting evil with good? In the world of One Punch Man, Saitama scratched his head. A babysitter, huh? Sounds pretty good, at least it's a stable job. Genos facepalmed. Sensei, that's not the point. This brutal battle that decided the fate of the world ended with a suspenseful twist that left everyone both amused and bewildered. After the vision of Demon King Piccolo's fall faded, the myriad realms did not fall silent. The review of Demon King Piccolo's crisis has concluded. The golden words had barely emerged before they were drowned in a torrent of barrage comments. Naruto Uzumaki laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. Ha, the trump card, the Demon King left behind in death only to end up babysitting his mortal enemy. That's just too hilarious. Monkey D. Garp grinned, saying, this is about the same as Roger's son becoming my grandson. What a strange twist of fate. Usopp clutched his head and yelled, how can something like this happen? Tony Stark also chuckled. I suddenly feel a bit sorry for that Demon King Piccolo. Dead and gone, yet still gets mocked like this. On the desolate plain, Piccolo Jr. stared fixedly at the celestial screen, veins bulging one by one on his forehead. He had inherited Demon King Piccolo's memories and also that hatred. But now the celestial screen had described his future fate as a nanny for the Sun family. Those words stung him more than Son Goku's punch. Shut up. Piccolo suddenly roared towards the sky, his voice echoing across the land. I will never ever become a nanny for Son Goku. Just then a small voice sounded beside him. Uncle Piccolo, what's wrong? Piccolo's body froze. Looking down, he saw a little boy in a purple martial arts GI tugging at his clothes. Son Gohan. Kakarote's son. Son Gohan blinked, looking up at him. Why are you so angry? Piccolo opened his mouth to say something, but the words caught in his throat, and he swallowed them back. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times. Piccolo was indeed currently training Son Gohan. Responsible for his training, responsible for his food. Wasn't this the job of a nanny? Piccolo turned around his back to Son Gohan, his voice somewhat stiff. It's nothing. Continue training. Son Gohan nodded and ran off to the side to continue his practice. Inside a spaceship, Vegeta glanced at the celestial screen and casually sent out a golden barrage comment. Vegeta, a measly waste with a power level of 200, not even fit to be a janitor in the universe, let alone a nanny. As soon as these words appeared, the chaos in the myriad realms barrage intensified. Not even fit to be a janitor. This guy really has a venomous tongue. Piccolo gets roasted the moment he's born, that's just too harsh. Piccolo's face turned livid. He completely lost his composure and raised his hand to fire a ki blast. Boom. A large mountain ahead of him exploded on the spot. Piccolo didn't stop. He continued to strike. Boom, boom, boom. Over a dozen mountains were leveled in succession, debris, flying dust, and smoke rolling. But the more he vented, the tighter his chest felt. Meanwhile, in a quiet apartment, Lin Shen leaned back in his chair, the system panel before him flickering wildly. The column for karma points was skyrocketing. Piccolo's breakdown, the uproar of the myriad realms, the emotional reversal pushed to the max. This wave was a massive profit. Lin Shen took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. Jokes aside, the main business couldn't be delayed. The Saiyans were almost here. Earth from Dragon Ball was still too weak at its core. He needed to install a patch for this planet before this review concluded. The next moment, the celestial screen burst with golden light again. Review settlement begins. Issuing core rewards. Recipient Son Goku. Reward direct power level increase to 5,000. Additional reward, 3 Senzu bean seeds to be cultivated by Kirin. On Snake Way, Son Goku, who was running at full speed, felt his body tremble. A power far exceeding his previous strength directly infused his limbs and bones. His aura surged sharply, and his running speed suddenly multiplied several times over. In the Marvel world, Tony Stark stared at those 3 seeds, his eyes gleaming brighter than when he looked at the power level. Compared to that number, and more envious of these 3 Senzu bean seeds. If they can be mass-produced, this is a strategic-level logistical resource. The golden light didn't stop. Lin Shin watched his karma points deplete and continued to issue rewards. Issuing hidden rewards. Recipient Mutant Rashi. Reward Heart of a Martial Arts Grandmaster. Reward description: martial will is perfected. The bottleneck of the physical body has further loosened. The scene shifted. Inside Kame House, Mutant Rashi slowly closed his eyes. That originally fierce aura gradually settled. But it wasn't weakening. It was steadier, deeper. As if years of accumulated pressure had been suddenly unblocked. In the shrouding the heavens world, the Black Emperor immediately jumped up. Woof! This old geezer hit the jackpot. He's broken through the physiological limits of a human. He's truly going to defy fate in the future. Mutant Rashi looked down at his hands, was silent for a few seconds, then slowly smiled. So my path isn't over yet. Immediately after, a third beam of golden light descended. Issuing compensatory reward. Recipient Tien Shinhan. Reward improved, evil containment wave. Reward description: life force consumption is drastically reduced, can be used as a standard sealing technique. Tien Shinhan, lying amidst the ruins, shuddered violently. Insights regarding the improved evil containment wave surged directly into his mind. He was stunned at first, then clenched his fist tightly. This reward was incredibly important to him. In the Ultraman world, Daigo let out a long sigh. Excellent. The warriors of Earth finally have a sealing technique that doesn't require exchanging one life for another. Megumi Iruma nodded. With this reinforcement, when facing future calamities, they will at least have an option other than mere sacrifice. In the world of incarnation, Mark murmured, giving medicine, granting growth, providing sustainability. This celestial screen seems deliberately designed to give this planet a helping hand. Lin Shin leaned back in his chair and finally let out a slow breath. This was the effect he wanted. Increase Son Goku's strength. Unlock Mutant Rose's ceiling. Replenish Tien Shinhan's sustainability. This way, when the Z fighters faced external enemies next, at least they wouldn't be beaten so helplessly as they originally were. At this point, many worlds assumed this major event had concluded. In the Armor Hero world, Duanmu, Yensena Barrage, looks like the review is over. I should go settle my score with the Yukiks. In the world of Chinese Paladin, Li Xiaoyao also said with a smile, alright, time to disperse. I need to go back and practice my swordsmanship. In the journey to the West world, Zhu Beiji smacked his lips. Watching this session today, I've definitely gotten my money's worth. In the One Piece world, Luffy was still punching the air excitedly. If they show Son Goku again next time, I'm definitely watching. Audiences across the myriad realms believe the reward distribution marked the end of the recap. Yet just as everyone prepared to depart the golden celestial screen, instead of dimming, illuminated once more with imagery. Countless individuals halted, immediately redirecting their gazes. In the world of One Piece, Luffy shouted excitedly, there's more. Awesome. There's a sequel. The scene returned to the ruins. Demon King Piccolo expelled his final egg, and his body burst apart. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the Demon King's body erupted into a violent explosion. A terrifying shockwave swept across the land, tearing apart the already shattered earth. That force directly sent the exhausted Son Goku midair flying. He fell helplessly from the heights like a withered leaf. Amidst the ground's debris, Tien Shinhan struggled with all his might to rise, but his body disobeyed. He could only watch helplessly as Son Goku's body drew closer, his heart leaping into his throat. The myriad realm audiences who had just cheered for Son Goku's victory felt their hearts tighten once more. Catch him. In the world of Naruto, Naruto Uzumaki yelled anxiously. He's so badly injured, he'll die from that fall. In the world of One Piece, Usopp clutched his head in terror. Yajirobe was Son Goku's savior. Previously, when Son Goku was gravely wounded by Piccolo, Yajirobe had carried him up Korin Tower. That was the first time. This time was the second. Just a moment before Son Goku would have crashed into the ground. A bulky figure dashed out from behind cover. Yajirobe. Without a moment's hesitation, he used his own stout body as a cushion, securely catching the falling Son Goku. The immense impact sent him tumbling backwards several times, but he kept Son Goku cradled in his arms. This scene surprised many viewers who had previously paid little attention to this portly man. That fat guy really comes through in a pinch. Exactly, first he carried Goku up the tower for help, and now this. That's a bond forged through life and death. He seems so lazy usually, but he's surprisingly dependable. In the Marvel world, Captain America Steve Rogers watched with an approving look. True heroes often emerge from the most unassuming corners. On the Snake Way, Son Goku sprinting saw the scene on the screen and smiled, calling out across the void. Yajirobe, thanks. Son Goku confirmed from Tien Shinhan that Shenron was dead. Master Roshi and Krillin could not be revived. This news plunged the victorious Son Goku into the depths of despair. Yajirobe said little in comfort, only patting Son Goku's shoulder. Then he carried him again, heading towards Korin Tower. Soon after, Bulma and Yamcha arrived at the battlefield by plane. They learned from Tien Shinhan that Demon King Piccolo had been defeated by an unknown young hero. This news spread rapidly worldwide through them. In the surviving cities, countless people emerged from shelters. Watching news on television screens and listening to bulletins on the radio, they erupted into thunderous cheers. The entire earth was immersed in the ecstasy of survival. People celebrated, embraced, and wept. Yet they did not know who the hero who saved the world truly was. They could only express their sincerest gratitude towards the sky and the distance. In the world of incarnation, Mark watched from the command room, his expression complex. For the survival of the many, a few fight in unseen places, even sacrificing themselves. Meanwhile, atop Korin Tower, Son Goku ate a senzu bean and his injuries healed instantly. Yet the news of Shenron's death still weighed heavily on his heart like a boulder. He couldn't accept that Krillin and the others were gone forever. Just then Korin spoke. He told Son Goku that the Dragon Balls did not appear from nowhere. Their creator was someone else. And that someone was the Guardian. The moment the word Guardian appeared, it caused an uproar across the myriad realms. Guardian. There's really a god in this world. An existence capable of creating wish-granting Dragon Balls. Calling it a god seems fitting. On the screen, the imagery continued. Korin told Son Goku that the Guardian's temple was directly above Korin Tower. But it was a realm unreachable by mortals. One needed Son Goku's power pole to get there. Upon hearing this, Son Goku immediately set off to find the power pole lost in battle. With the help of Baba the fortune teller, Son Goku eventually found his weapon at the bottom of the sea near Kame House. He retrieved the power pole and flew back specially to instruct Bulma and the others. Do not cremate Master Roshi and Krillin's bodies. I will find a way to revive them. His stubborn refusal to give up rekindled hope in Bulma and the others. Son Goku returned to the top of Korin Tower. Guided by Korin, he inserted the power pole into an inconspicuous hole at the tower's peak. Extend power pole. With Son Goku's shout, the golden rod began to stretch infinitely towards the sky. It pierced through thick clouds and fierce gales. Son Goku clung tightly to the power pole, ascending ever higher. The world below grew smaller and smaller in his view. Finally, as he broke through the last layer of clouds, a magnificent white palace hovered serenely in the endless firmament. The lookout. This sight not only stunned Son Goku, it also allowed countless beings across the myriad realms to see for the first time so clearly the abode of a so-called deity. In the world of Chinese paladin, Li Ziweo's jaw dropped. While the place where gods live is indeed impressive. In the world of Ultraman, the members of the Victory team stared at the data on their screens, utterly astonished. Unanalyzable. The composition and energy readings of this temple are completely beyond our comprehension. Son Goku climbed the power pole onto the temple platform. A servant with pitch-black skin wearing peculiar attire and a simple expression appeared before him. His name was Popo. Popo learned of Son Goku's purpose, but shook his head. To meet the Guardian, one must first defeat him. Son Goku, fresh from defeating Demon King Piccolo, accepted the challenge with confidence. However, the result of the battle left everyone astounded. Popo's speed and movements far surpassed his own. That ease and unfathomable depth once again shook the mighty figures across the myriad realms. How is that possible? That dark-skinned servant is stronger than Demon King Piccolo. If a mere attendant of the temple is this powerful, how terrifying must the Guardian himself be? After enduring some setbacks, Son Goku ultimately passed the trial and was granted an audience with the Guardian. With nervous anticipation, he entered the temple's main hall. A green figure stood with its back to him. Hearing footsteps, the figure slowly turned around. When Son Goku saw the face before him, he was utterly stunned. His expression shifted from bewilderment to shock and finally to blazing fury. It's you. Son Goku let out a roar and charged recklessly towards the figure. The screen gave a close-up of the Guardian's face. That face was identical to the Demon King Piccolo he had just killed. In that moment, the myriad realms erupted into an uproar. Countless spectators widened their eyes, their minds flooded with questions. In the journey to the West world, Jubeiji was so startled that the rake in his hands clattered to the ground. My goodness, what's happening? How did that Demon King come back to life? And now he's up in heaven as an immortal. Sun Wukong scratched his head, his fiery golden eyes flickering. No, the aura is different. Though they look alike, one reeks of demonic energy while the other is sacred and serene. In the Naruto world, Naruto Uzumaki pointed at the screen and shouted, I knew it. I knew it. They must be brothers. A tale of twin brothers turned bitter enemies. In the Dragon Ball world, amidst the desolate wilderness, Piccolo Jr. stared fixedly at the celestial canopy, his face ashen. Having inherited all of old Piccolo's memories, he was naturally aware of the truth about the Guardian. Now the celestial canopy was exposing his greatest secret bit by bit before all the worlds. This feeling was even more agonizing than having his body pierced through by Goku's fist. Speculations across the realms continued. Some guessed it was a conflict within the same clan, others guessed it was the duality of good and evil. Just as the tide of discussion reached its peak, Mr. Popo in the temple stepped forward to restrain the furious Goku. Mr. Popo stood before Goku, patiently explaining. It turned out that the guardian before them and Demon King Piccolo were once the same person. To become the guardian of Earth, he had to possess a heart of pure goodness. Thus he expelled all the evil thoughts within himself from his body. That expelled mass of evil thoughts then transformed into Demon King Piccolo. This truth dawned on the myriad realms with sudden clarity. In the shrouding the heavens world, the Black Emperor slapped his thigh. This emperor said it. It's severing evil thoughts to attain the Tao. Who knew this little Earth had such cultivation methods? The guardian looked at the calm Goku and revealed an even more alarming piece of news. Demon King Piccolo had not truly died. Before his death, he had spat out an egg, passing down all his power, memories, and hatred. The child about to be born would only be stronger than his father. If Goku wished to end this karmic feud once and for all, he must become stronger. He had to remain in the temple and undergo training under the guardian. Goku clenched his fists tightly. He recalled Krillin's death, remembered Master Rose's sacrifice. That rage surged within him once more. But he knew the guardian was right. With his current strength, he had already exhausted himself fighting a single Demon King Piccolo. If an even stronger foe appeared, he stood no chance. He had to become stronger, to avenge his fallen friends, and to protect this world. Goku took a deep breath, his gaze turning resolute. He agreed to the guardian's training demands. Upon learning that Goku had come to the temple to revive his comrades, the guardian expressed his approval. To reward the hero who had saved the world, the guardian agreed to revive the deceased Shenron. The scene shifted to Earth's Kame house. Bulma and the others were fretting over the 7 Dragon Balls which had turned into ordinary stones. Suddenly the stones began to emit a faint glow. Look! Yamcha pointed at the Dragon Balls, shouting in astonishment. The 7 stones transformed back into their crystalline, translucent form. The red stars on them began to shine once more. Bulma, both surprised and overjoyed, immediately arranged the Dragon Balls. Come forth, Shenron. As the summoning cry echoed, the sky instantly darkened. A golden light shot out from the Dragon Balls, and the colossal Shenron coiled in the air. Shenron spoke, directly explaining the situation. It was Goku who had asked the Guardian to revive him. As a token of gratitude, it could grant them one wish. This news moved Bulma and the others to tears of joy. Yamcha stepped forward first and made a loud wish to Shenron. Please revive all the good people killed by Demon King Piccolo and his minions. Shenron's eyes flashed red. That wish is simple. In the next moment, a miracle occurred. Across the entire world, countless weeping people were astonished to find their deceased loved ones beside them opened their eyes once more. Amidst the ruins of the capital, countless corpses slowly rose, gazing around in confusion. In the streets and alleys, embraces of reunion and cries of joy merged into an ocean of bliss. At Kame house, Master Roshi, Krillin, and Kairatsu materialized from nothingness, reappearing before everyone. Where am I? Krillin stared blankly at his own hands. Krillin, Yamcha, Bulma, and the others rushed forward and embraced him tightly. This scene left countless beings across the myriad realms with an indescribable sense of awe, especially those emperors who stood at the pinnacle of power. In the great Qin world Xianying Palace, Ingzheng abruptly rose from his dragon throne, staring fixedly at the celestial canopy. Previously, he had only been intrigued by the existence of the Guardian. But now, as he witnessed with his own eyes that the Dragon Balls could resurrect thousands of the dead, the first emperor's breathing grew ragged. Eternal life. What was that? This was resurrection. The reversal of life and death. A true divine prerogative. If he could obtain the Dragon Balls, then the millions of fallen Qin warriors under his command could be revived indefinitely, could they not? If he could find the Guardian, could he also gain the ability to create such divine artifacts? Issue my imperial decree. Ingzheng's voice trembled with uncontrollable fervor. Summon all the alchemists, Yin-Yang masters, and Taoists from across the realm to the palace immediately. Within 3 days I must know whether there exist traces of immortals and gods, or the Dragon Balls within the borders of my great Qin. Whoever provides information shall be enfeoffed as a marquis of 10,000 households. The entire Xianying Palace trembled at this decree. Countless emperors lost their composure at that moment. They gazed at the majestic Shenron on the celestial canopy, their eyes filled with greed. Peace was restored to the world, but a new crisis was brewing. To defeat Piccolo Jr., Goku remained in the temple, embarking on a grueling 3-year training regimen. Meanwhile, the revived Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, and Yamcha refused to be left behind by Goku. Each set out on their own training journeys, challenging their limits. Scenes flashed rapidly across the celestial canopy. On the temple, Goku trained relentlessly in the gravity chamber. On the ground, Krillin and the others honed their skills beneath Karen Tower. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament commenced as scheduled. The venue was packed with people buzzing with excitement. Bulma, Master Roshi Yulong, and Poor walked along chatting and laughing. A little girl with twin ponytails ran over crying. Her balloon had gotten stuck on a high sign. Don't cry, big sister will get it for you. Bulma smiled, comforting the little girl, then jumped to reach the balloon. But no matter how many times she jumped, she was just a bit short. Master Roshi was about to step in to help. Just then a tall figure walked up to Bulma. With a casual raise of his hand, the person retrieved the balloon. Here you go, Bulma. A voice both familiar and unfamiliar rang out. Bulma took the balloon and looked up in confusion. She stared at the tall young man before her frozen in place. Who was this? How did he know my name? Master Roshi and Krillin also adopted a wary stance. The young man paid no heed to their gazes, instead smiling and greeting them. Grandpa, I'm so glad you've been revived. Is everyone well? The young man raised his head, revealing a handsome and spirited face. Bulma, Master Roshi, and the others were utterly stunned. They stared at this unfamiliar face, their minds a complete blank. Goku, is it really you? Oolong suddenly pointed at the young man, calling out uncertainly. Hearing this name, the young man's smile grew even brighter. He raised his hand and slowly unwound the white cloth wrapped around his head. In the next moment, that iconic crab-shaped black hair was revealed to everyone. Bulma, Master Roshi, and the others stood petrified on the spot. They had never imagined that the little tyke from before had grown up. At the martial arts tournament venue, Sun Wukong and Piccolo encountered each other. The grown-up Sun Wukong brushed past a green-skinned youth who had also advanced. That man was Piccolo, who had inherited everything from the old Demon King. The grown-up Sun Wukong, with his tall and upright stature and handsome features, had shed all his childhood innocence. His sunny and handsome appearance instantly ignited the barrage of comments across countless realms. Female viewers in particular were buzzing with unprecedented enthusiasm. In the One Piece world on Amazon, Lily Empress Hancock was momentarily stunned by Sun Wukong's face, then a blush crept across her cheeks. This man, like Luffy, has a pure aura about him. In the Naruto world in Konoha village, Yamanaka Ino cupped her face in her hands, stars shining in her eyes. Wow, I love this type. Sunny and strong, so much better than that cold Sasuke. Tintin beside her nodded vigorously. Exactly. He gives off the same vibe as Master Guy and Rock Lee. In the Chinese paladin world, Lin Yuru crossed her arms, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. This sunny big boy looks quite interesting. I wonder if he can take a hit. On the celestial screen, scenes from the preliminaries flashed by rapidly. With their strength, Sun Wukong and the others easily passed the preliminaries and advanced to the quarterfinals. Sun Wukong, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and the others all defeated their opponents with a single move, advancing with ease. A close-up shot focused on Piccolo in the competitor area. His face, similar to the old Demon King's, but younger and colder, along with the gloomy aura he exuded, made many powerhouses across the realms feel a sense of unease. In the Armor Hero world, Majin frowned at the data analysis on the screen. This green-skinned guy has a very high energy reading, extremely unstable and filled with negative emotions. Ma Lingling also said nervously, his eyes are so scary. He clearly doesn't look like a good person. The first match of the quarterfinals was Tien Shinhan versus Drum, which Tien won easily. The second match was Sun Wukong versus Shishi. The celestial screen's image froze on the arena. Sun Wukong's opponent was a tall, pretty girl wearing a blue martial arts uniform. In the One Piece world at the Bartai restaurant, Sanji immediately lit a cigarette, his eyes turning into hearts. Oh, who is this long-legged young lady? To dare attack Mr. Wukong, such courage. I accept this, love. In the Ultraman world at the TPC base, Rina patted her colleague Daigo on the shoulder excitedly. Wow, the grown-up Wukong is so handsome. Daigo, what do you think? Daigo gave a simple smile. He is indeed very handsome, and I feel he has become even stronger. The battle had already begun in the arena. Earlier in the venue, Sun Wukong hadn't recognized Chi-Chi, which made her angry. So from the start, Shishi launched a fierce assault on Sun Wukong. Shishi's punches and kicks were swift and powerful, her moves sharp. But all her attacks were effortlessly deflected by Sun Wukong. He didn't even move a single step. Of course, all were blocked by Sun Wukong. The audience across the realms had expected a thrilling match. However, what happened next caught everyone off guard. Curious about Shishi's identity, Sun Wukong was told by Shishi that if he defeated her, she would reveal it. Then Sun Wukong threw a punch from a distance, and the sheer force of the wind blast eliminated Shishi. Whoosh! An invisible gale swept through, and Shishi's body uncontrollably flew backward, about to fall out of the ring. At the last moment, Sun Wukong's figure flickered, appearing behind her and gently supporting her. Shishi landed steadily outside the ring. The fight was over. In the Naruto world, Might Guy and Rock Lee, who were doing push-ups, both stopped. Guy gave a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming. This is youth. His control over power has reached perfection. Not a single bit of excess force was wasted. In the One Punch Man world, Saitama yawned. I'll finish with one punch. That was fast. On the arena, the defeated Shishi glared angrily at Sun Wukong. And Chi-Chi, as promised, revealed her identity to Sun Wukong. In the Ox Demon King's daughter, Shishi. Shishi shouted her name loudly, then confronted Sun Wukong. Have you forgotten the promise you made when you were little, that you would come and marry me? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted. The myriad realms instantly exploded in chaos. In the journey to the West world, Zhu Beiji spat out a mouthful of watermelon. Oh my, this little monkey has reached the age of marriage. Not bad. He's got the style of old me back in the day. In the Marvel world, Tony Stark nearly choked on his drink. Wait, marriage? What did I miss? When did this kid get engaged? The celestial screen, with perfect timing, inserted a flashback. This matter dates back to when Sun Wukong and Bulma were searching for the Dragon Balls. They arrived at Flaming Mountain and met the Ox Demon King and his daughter Shishi. At that time, Sun Wukong had just left Mount Pozu and could only distinguish women by touching certain private parts. Sun Wukong kicked Shishi a few times in that area, and thus learned that Shishi was a woman. This long-buried truth was revealed to the public through the celestial screen. The myriad realms fell into a brief silence followed by an earth-shattering roar of laughter. In the Doraemon world, Nobita watched with a flushed face, both envious and jealous. Such a thing. How could it be? In the Incarnation world, Ran Bing and Mark looked at each other with strange expressions. The courtship methods of the old world are truly peculiar. In the One Piece world, Empress Hancock fell into deep thought, as if she had learned some strange knowledge. So, this is how you confirm your feelings. The celestial screen continued playing the flashback. But Shishi didn't know that Sun Wukong was only trying to determine if she was a woman. In her prematurely mature mind, she felt he had taken advantage of her, so she could only marry him. Before Sun Wukong left, Shishi told him to come and marry her in the future. But how could Sun Wukong understand what she meant? He thought she was giving him something, so he agreed. And thus Shishi mistakenly believed that Sun Wukong had promised to marry her. With the truth revealed, the audiences across the realms were doubled over with laughter. In the Naruto world, Jiraiya, who was gathering material at the hot springs, laughed so hard he pounded the ground. Huh, so that's it. This girl Shishi has a bright future. This old man's inspiration for material is back. In the Shrouding the Heavens world, the Black Emperor jumped around. Woof, this kid's got game. He can get himself a wife while fighting. Way better than those arrogant holy sons. Back on the martial arts tournament arena. Although Sun Wukong had grown up, he still didn't know what marriage was. But he said that since he had promised, he would get married. Faced with Shishi's forced marriage, the simple-minded Sun Wukong scratched his head and agreed straightforwardly. And so Sun Wukong and Shishi became the first couple in history to get married at a martial arts tournament. This sudden turn of events drove the barrage comments completely wild. Poor Piccolo, everyone's fighting for life and death, but the protagonist found time to get married on the side. The most humiliated villain in history has been born. I declare Piccolo the king of background props. The celestial screen's camera with great malice zoomed in on Piccolo watching from the sidelines. His face, grim with vengeance, seemed utterly out of place amid the pink, gossipy atmosphere of the entire venue, as if he had wandered onto the wrong set. No one knew what Piccolo was feeling as he watched. He was supposed to have a decisive battle with Sun Wukong to determine Earth's fate. Yet Sun Wukong had somehow found time to get married. No one knew if Piccolo would think Sun Wukong was looking down on him. Amid the cheers and gossip of the entire venue, the match between Sun Wukong and Shishi ended. A battle that would decide Earth's fate was unexpectedly overshadowed by a sudden marriage. The scene shifted, and the tournament bracket appeared on the celestial screen. The camera slowly panned up, finally freezing on two names in the finals. Sun Wukong, Piccolo. The relaxed atmosphere instantly vanished, and tension once again enveloped the myriad realms. Powerhouses who had been watching like Madara Uchiha and Bai Uekue wore serious expressions once more. They knew the real battle was about to begin. The quarterfinals continued. The celestial screen's image froze on the next match. Krillin vs. Piccolo. Upon seeing this matchup, Master Roshi Yamcha and the others in the competitor area had expressions of extreme gravity. Piccolo cast a cold, sinister gaze toward Krillin in the competitor area, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth, as if looking at a dead man. The third battle was between Yamcha and a mysterious man named Shun. Shun appeared ordinary, seemingly weak, yet Yamcha could not defeat him. Even his ultimate technique, the Spirit Ball, failed. Truly, Yamcha was unlucky, having participated in 3 martial arts tournaments only to be eliminated in the quarterfinals each time. First, he faced Master Roshi, second Tien Shinhan, third the Guardian of Earth. The fourth match was Krillin versus Piccolo. Though Krillin fought with all his might, the gap in their strength was too vast, forcing him to surrender. The first match of the semifinals was Tien Shinhan versus Son Goku. This was their rematch since the previous tournament's final. The celestial script slowly emerged, announcing the commencement of the semifinals. On the arena, Son Goku and Tien Shinhan stood facing each other. Son Goku wore his usual relaxed smile, as if participating in an amusing game. In contrast, Tien Shinhan's expression was intensely serious. He had witnessed Son Goku's defeat of King Piccolo and knew full well that Goku had been training under the Guardian of Earth for the past 3 years. Yet despite this, Tien Shinhan's eyes held not a trace of fear. Instead, they burned with the pure confidence and soaring fighting spirit of a true martial artist. This gaze, transmitted through the celestial screen, reached countless worlds. In the world of One Piece, on Onigashima, Kaido watched the three-eyed man on the screen and burst into laughter. Oro, 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 oro. Interesting. This brat has guts. Knowing he's facing a monster, he still bares his fangs. That's a true warrior. In the world of Naruto, within the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara folded his arms, a smirk curling at his lips, to have the courage to draw one's blade against an invincible opponent. This martial heart deserves recognition. Yet some scoffed. Aboard a spaceship deep in the cosmos, Vegeta glanced at the celestial screen and casually sent a golden comment. Vegeta, humph, nothing but ignorant confidence. When the weak challenge the strong, the only outcome is being crushed. This comment ignited a new wave of discussion. That Vegeta guy is back. Still so harsh. Harsh as it is, it's probably true. Son Goku's strength must far surpass Tien Shinhan's. Not necessarily. A martial artist's battle isn't a simple comparison of stats. Amid the clamor across the myriad worlds, the referee swung his arm sharply. The match begins. The words had barely faded when two figures vanished from their spots. Bang, bang, bang. In the next instant, a flurry of impacts erupted at the center of the arena. Fists and feet clashed, energy radiated outward. Their speed was so extreme that to the ordinary spectators, only two blurry shadows interweaved. So fast. In the world of Bleach, Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes widened. He found his own perception struggling to keep up with their movements. Each of their strikes carries immense power. The battle escalated into a white-hot frenzy in an instant. Tien Shinhan's offense was a storm of precise, exquisite techniques, his speed pushed to its absolute limit. He became a streak of white lightning, relentlessly assaulting Son Goku from all angles. Son Goku, however, seemed somewhat passive, constantly on the defensive. This sight surprised everyone. What's going on? Son Goku is being suppressed. Tien Shinhan is incredibly fast. He's completely dominating. On the arena, a sharp glint flashed in Tien Shinhan's eyes. Seizing an opening, he drove a heavy punch into Son Goku's abdomen. Son Goku slid back several meters before steadying himself. I've got you, Son Goku, Tien Shinhan declared in a low voice. I found your weakness, speed. But Son Goku merely smiled, dusting off his clothes. Is that so? He raised a hand and addressed the referee. Can I take a break? I want to take off my clothes. The request stunned the entire arena. Tien Shinhan frowned, puzzled by Son Goku's intentions. With the referee's permission, Son Goku slowly removed his orange martial arts uniform. Then, under the bewildered gaze of the crowd, he casually tossed it to the ground. Thud! A dull, heavy sound echoed. The entire arena fell into dead silence. Then Son Goku took off his boots and wrist guards. Thud! Thud! Two more heavy sounds shook the arena. Tien Shinhan's confidence froze solid in that moment. He walked over in a daze, bent down, and picked up Son Goku's orange uniform. The moment it touched his hands, Tien Shinhan's expression changed. This is... Tien Shinhan's voice trembled with disbelief. The garment weighed at least 100 kilograms. This scene, broadcast through the celestial screen, struck a blow to the understanding of viewers across countless worlds. My God, he's been fighting while wearing something that heavy. Are you kidding me? He moved at that speed with a 100-kilo weight. This isn't training, it's self-torture. Countless powerhouses across the realms felt their scalps tingle. They finally understood Son Goku hadn't been suppressed earlier. He was merely warming up. Having shed all his weight, Son Goku stretched lightly, his joints cracking like popping firecrackers. This feels much easier now. Tien Shinhan's expression turned grim. He knew victory was beyond his grasp, yet he did not surrender. As a martial artist, he would burn everything he had in this battle. Son Goku, take this. Tien Shinhan roared, his body splitting into four. The forearm fist. Four identical Tien Shinhan surrounded Son Goku from all directions. That's Tien Shinhan's new technique. 4 against 1. This is trouble for Son Goku. In the stands, Krillin and Yamcha stood up nervously. Yet Son Goku's face showed no trace of panic. The 4 Tien Shinhan attacked in unison, driving Son Goku into the air. Then 4 energy blasts shot from different angles, striking Son Goku midair with precision. As the dust cleared, Son Goku landed gently unharmed. Son Goku looked at Tien Shinhan and spoke calmly. I found the weakness in your technique. Tien Shinhan's pupils contracted. Son Goku raised a finger. Your first weakness is relying too much on your eyes. Tien Shinhan was perplexed. What else would I use in a fight? Son Goku smiled and closed his eyes. The 2 Tien Shinhan behind him seized the moment to launch a sneak attack. But just as their fists were about to land, Son Goku, as if with eyes in the back of his head, raised his arms without turning and precisely blocked their strikes. This scene left countless powerhouses across the realms dumbfounded. How? How did he do that? In the world of Naruto, the Hyuga clan's ninjas stared their Byakugan, nearly popping out. Their prized 360-degree vision seemed like a joke before this man with closed eyes. In the world of One Piece, Katakuri, who was training, snapped his eyes open. Future sight. No, it's different. A higher level of perception. Son Goku opened his eyes and looked at the stunned Tien Shinhan. I can sense your positions and movements without using my eyes. This is the application of Chi. And your second weakness, Son Goku's tone grew serious, is that after splitting your strength and speed, each become a quarter of the original. Though you have more bodies, your power has diminished. As the words left his mouth, Son Goku vanished. The next second, he appeared before one of the Tien Shinhan and delivered a gentle chop with his hand. Tien Shinhan had no time to react before being knocked out of the ring. Then 3 more afterimages flickered. The remaining 3 Tien Shinhan were also knocked off the platform. The match ended. Son Goku emerged victorious with overwhelming power. The bell for the second semifinal rings. The atmosphere in the arena instantly becomes tense. This Bick has emanated an unsettling malevolence since the preliminary rounds, reminiscent of the old Demon King from 3 years ago. His opponent, Saiyan, though having easily defeated Yamcha, appears to be nothing more than an ordinary old man lacking any sense of formidable aura. Can this old man called Saiyan really handle it? His opponent is Bick. Just looking at him is unsettling. It's hard to say Yamcha was easily dispatched, so he must be no simple foe. Audiences from all realms are equally curious about this confrontation. In the second semi-final battle, Bic faces Saiyan. Simple subtitles appear on the heavenly screen. At the moment the match begins, Bic's figure moves. He does not hold back at all, his arms stretching out instantaneously, aiming directly for Saiyan's heart. His speed is so great that it leaves a residual shadow in the air. Saiyan leans back, narrowly dodging this deadly strike. However, before he can steady himself, Bic's other hand transforms into a knife hand accompanied by the sound of wind striking down fiercely. Bang! Saiyan raises his arm to block, but the immense force sends him staggering backward, causing cracks to appear in the stone slabs beneath his feet. What incredible power! This Bic is far stronger than his father back in the day. Saiyan is completely suppressed, unable to retaliate. The battle on the stage has been one-sided from the very start. Bic is like a cruel hunter toying with his prey. Every attack he makes is lethal, accompanied by a mocking smile on his face. Meanwhile, Saiyan can only dodge, clumsily blocking, and his clothes quickly become tattered. In the pirate world, Onigashima Kaido takes a sip of his drink and disdainfully remarks, "This old man is too weak, not even on the same level." In the Naruto world, Uchiha Madara's expression remains unchanged. The battle is about to end. Just when everyone thinks Saiyan is about to be defeated, his gaze suddenly shifts. The muddled essence of the elder fades away, replaced by an aura of majesty and divinity that overlooks all. During the battle, Saiyan's true identity is also revealed. It turns out he is actually a deity. The text on the heavenly screen appears alongside an image. Within the floating temple in the sky, a figure with green skin and long antennae slowly merges with the old man on the stage. At this moment, all realms fall silent. After a brief moment of quiet, a volcanic eruption of astonishment follows. What? He is a deity. The creator of Dragon Balls. The guardian of Earth. He personally came down. My goodness, what is happening? A deity personally participating in the martial arts tournament. In the journey to the West world, countless immortals express their surprise. Toda Heavenly King Li Jing's eyes widen, a god from another planet actually possessing a mortal personally coming to battle with the demon race. This. Tai Bai Jinxing strokes his beard, frowning. While this shows bravery, it also undermines the dignity of the divine. In the Marvel world, Asgard. Thor stands up abruptly with divine stature personally arriving on the battlefield. This god of Earth is a worthy opponent. Loki chuckles from the side. "Oh, my dear brother, are you sure he's not forced to come down, because he has no capable subordinates?" To deal with Bic, the deity possesses an ordinary human. However, Bic's current strength is much greater than before, and the deity is no match. The narration from the heavenly screen confirms Loki's suspicion. On the stage, upon learning the identity of his opponent, Bic's onslaught becomes even more frenzied and cruel. The deity stabilizes in the air, his expression turning grim. This human body cannot unleash his full power. If this continues, defeat is inevitable. Looking at Bic's face filled with hatred, the deity takes a deep breath and makes a resolute decision. Then the deity makes the same choice as the old turtle hermit and Tien Shinhan did back then. He uses the evil containment wave. The moment this name appears, the hearts of all spectators from various realms leap to their throats. The evil containment wave. Not this move again. Will it succeed this time? After all, the opponent is Bic, the Demon King's son. On the stage, the deity joins his hands together, chanting a spell. A swirling green energy begins to gather in his palms, emanating a terrifying aura that makes hearts race. The air in the entire venue seems to be sucked dry by this energy. Bic, witnessing this scene, intensifies his sinister grin. Not only does he not intervene, but he also leisurely crosses his arms, looking like he's enjoying a show. However, after being threatened by the evil containment wave so many times, Bic naturally has his defenses ready. He had long invented a technique to rebound the evil containment wave, sending back the spell cast by the deity. Die. Evil containment wave. The deity roars forcefully, pushing the energy vortex outwards. The green storm sweeps towards Bic. However, just as the energy is about to touch Bic, he moves. He draws a strange circle with his hands in front of his chest and utters a low shout. Evil containment wave rebound. The next second, a scene that leaves everyone dumbfounded occurs. That green energy vortex, capable of sealing everything, suddenly appears to collide with an invisible wall. It abruptly changes direction, racing back towards the caster, the deity himself. What? The expression on the deity's face completely freezes at this moment. He has no time to react. As a result, the deity is struck by the evil containment wave he casts, sealing himself inside a small bottle. Without the deity's possession, the ordinary human has no idea what has happened and jumps off the stage, granting Bic victory. The arena falls silent. Everyone is stunned into speechlessness by this shocking turnaround. The deity sealed by his own sealing technique. This is simply the greatest joke across all realms. When Bic walks to the backstage, Sun Wukong stops him, demanding he hand over the small bottle. Sun Wukong's expression is more serious than ever. He can feel the deity's energy trapped within that small bottle. Bic picks up the bottle from the ground and shakes it in front of Sun Wukong, a smug expression on his face. He opens his mouth wide as if swallowing a candy and swallows the bottle containing the deity whole. Ha ha ha. Bic clutches his belly, laughing maniacally. This means that to save the deity, one would need to kill Bic. But Bic and the deity are one. If Bic dies, the deity cannot survive either. This is essentially a deadlock. This cruel reality spreads across all realms through the heavenly screen. Countless powerful beings from various worlds feel a chill run down their spines. This is bad. It's completely unsolvable now. If we kill Bic, the deity will die and the Dragon Balls will be gone. If we don't kill Bic, the deity can't be saved and Earth will eventually be doomed. This Bic is too insidious. Just as all realms feel despair over this deadlock, the narration from the heavenly screen appears again. This time the words carry a cold mockery. Although the deity's original intention was good, wanting to resolve Bic's threat, Sun Wukong and Piccolo stood at opposite ends of the arena facing each other. An intangible pressure enveloped the entire venue, making the air itself feel heavy. Krillin, Master Roshi, and the others wore grim expressions, fully aware of the peculiar nature of this battle. Sun Wukong had to win, yet he could not kill Piccolo. Piccolo made the first move, a cruel smile on his face. He knew well Sun Wukong's restraint, unleashing every strike, without reservation, each aimed at a vital point. What's wrong, Sun Wukong? Piccolo's voice dripped with mockery. Has your body gone stiff? Or is it that you're afraid of something? In the midst of battle, Piccolo suddenly launched a devastating energy blast toward Krillin and the others in the audience. He intended to force Sun Wukong into a choice. Sun Wukong's expression shifted, and he had no choice but to abandon his attack. His figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before Krillin and the others, using his own body to withstand the blow. The energy exploded and Sun Wukong let out a muffled grunt, but he did not retreat. Being forced into such a passive defensive position filled him with immense frustration. He could not use wide-range attacks like the Kamehameha, for even a slight misstep might harm Piccolo and lead to Kama's death. Usopp clutched his head and screamed. Too despicable. This Piccolo is exploiting Sun Wukong's kindness. How is he supposed to fight like this? From Naruto, Narashikaku furrowed his brow. This is a blatant scheme. The opponent has seized upon his weakness of being unable to kill. The scales of battle were tipped from the very start. Kurosaki Ichigo gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. Having power but being unable to unleash it fully. This feeling is infuriating. Just as Sun Wukong was being pushed back, hampered by his constraints, Krillin on the sidelines suddenly had an idea. He shouted to Sun Wukong, "Goku, don't forget. Even if Kami-sama really does get hurt, we can use the Dragon Balls to revive him." Those words struck Sun Wukong like a bolt of lightning, instantly awakening him. The hesitation vanished from his face, and his eyes regained their sharpness. Piccolo released another wave of destructive energy. This time Sun Wukong did not dodge. He spread his legs and assumed the stance of the Kamehameha. Above the celestial canopy, golden text slowly materialized. In the domain of energy clashes, there were two unwritten rules. First, the one who stands on the left often suffers from poor luck, a piece of mysticism circulating across the myriad heavens. Second, and most importantly, unless one possesses absolute, overwhelming power, never engage in a beam struggle with anyone from the Sun family. The blue Kamehameha surged forth from Sun Wukong's palms. It collided violently with Piccolo's dark violet energy wave in midair. A deafening roar echoed, and the entire island trembled violently. At first, the two energies were evenly matched, forming a blinding sphere of light in the sky. But soon Sun Wukong's Kamehameha began to advance steadily. The blue beam forcefully pushed the dark violet energy wave back. Piccolo defended with all his might, yet was still consumed by his own energy backlash. With a thunderous explosion, the blast occurred right before him. Piccolo emerged battered and scorched, wounded in multiple places, his aura in disarray. The failure in the beam struggle filled him with humiliation, and he let out a furious roar to the heavens. In the journey to the West World Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong watched the scene, slapped his thigh, and burst into laughter. Good. That's the way. Forget about gods and demons. Just fight. In the Ultraman world, Asuka Shin from Dyna scratched his head sheepishly. Seems there's some truth to that. Enraged and humiliated, Piccolo tore off his white turban and heavy cloak. He revealed a face identical to the old Demon King and proclaimed his identity to the world. "I am Piccolo Daimyo. Once I kill Sun Wukong, I will rule this world again." These words sparked immense panic among the spectators on the sidelines. People screamed and cried, fleeing the island toward distant boats. Piccolo paid no heed to these insignificant insects. He activated his ability, and his body began to swell dramatically. In an instant, he transformed into a giant over 10 meters tall. His enormous shadow cast a pall over the entire arena. He believed this would impose tremendous pressure on Sun Wukong. Yet Sun Wukong casually kicked him in the knee. The giant lost his balance and toppled backward. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong grabbed hold of one of Piccolo's fingers and with a shoulder throw slammed his massive body hard into the ground. Standing on Piccolo's finger, Sun Wukong shook his head in feigned disappointment. "Is that all you've got? I thought you could get even bigger. How boring." This taunt ignited Piccolo's fury completely. "Bastard." He roared, and his body expanded once more. This time he grew from over 10 meters to a height of hundreds of meters. Like a moving mountain, even a single finger was thicker than Sun Wukong's entire body. In the Ultraman world, the members of the victory team gasped at the comparison on the screen. Pari exclaimed, "This size has already surpassed most of the monsters we've encountered. Why would Sun Wukong deliberately provoke him?" In Marvel, Captain America Steve Rogers stated gravely, "That's an unwise move. With such a disparity in size, the gap in strength becomes infinite. He's lost all his close combat advantages." In the shrouding the heavens world, the northern Dipper Star region, Yi Fan furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, "Overcoming a larger foe with a smaller frame is not impossible, but provoking the enemy to reach his peak power is hardly the act of a wise strategist. What exactly is he planning?" The colossal Piccolo stomped down, nearly shattering the entire arena. Sun Wukong dodged with agility, but to onlookers he seemed like an ant on the verge of being crushed, narrowly escaping peril at every turn. Audiences across the myriad heavens broke out in cold sweat for him. Just as everyone thought Sun Wukong had gone too far, the celestial screen flickered. A semi-transparent tactical analysis frame overlaid Piccolo's giant figure. A line of text glowing with faint golden light appeared within the analysis frame. Tactical tip: gigantification comes at the cost of speed and energy precision. Sun Wukong is luring the enemy to expose the greatest flaw within his body. Subsequently, a simplified diagram of energy flow appeared on Piccolo's body. It clearly displayed the path of energy circulation within him. All energy lines converged at a single point. That point was deep within his throat, where a faint yet conspicuous red dot flickered. In the Naruto world, Hatake Kakashi narrowed his eyes. "I see. It wasn't recklessness, but a means to create a single massive vulnerability. What a daring tactic." In the Detective Conan world, the Mori Detective Agency, Conan pushed up his glasses and smirked. "I get it. He deliberately made him bigger because the larger the target, the easier it is to strike the internal weak point. He's going to dive inside." In the Spirit Cage world, the Lighthouse Command Room, Mark stared at the energy diagram and said in a low voice, "Precise strike on the weakness, turning his small size into an advantage for penetration. This Sun Wukong's combat instinct is terrifying." The celestial screen's focus locked onto Sun Wukong. He dodged a sweeping palm from Piccolo, using the giant's arm as a springboard. Like a golden bullet, he shot straight toward Piccolo's wide-open maw, which resembled an abyss. In Lin Chen's apartment, he calmly watched the scene on the screen. Before his eyes, the karma point balance in the system's background had accumulated to astronomical figures. This vast amount of points was enough to exchange for the divine technique known as instant transmission. Lin Chen's gaze grew profound as he looked at the image of Sun Wukong, who was about to decide the fate of Earth. In his heart, however, he was pondering a more distant future. Piccolo is ultimately just a conflict within this planet, a splendid appetizer. He tapped lightly on the table, his gaze seeming to pierce through the screen and gaze into the deep cosmos. The true war would only truly begin from the moment that long-haired Saiyan descended. "Bastard." Piccolo opened his abyss-like maw, unleashing a sky-shaking roar that sent waves of dust and sand billowing into the air. At that very moment, Sun Wukong moved. He clasped his hands at his waist, and a dazzling blue beam of light abruptly shot forth. But the direction of the attack was aimed behind him. The immense recoil propelled Sun Wukong's body like a cannonball shot from its barrel. With astonishing speed, he precisely shot straight into Piccolo's gaping maw. This sudden turn of events left everyone utterly stunned. The scene shifted. Piccolo's colossal frame began to tremble violently, his features twisted in agony as he let out pained groans. He clutched his stomach, his massive body teetering as if a storm raged within. Moments later, Piccolo doubled over and coughed violently. Sun Wukong's figure was expelled from his mouth, and in Sun Wukong's hand there now held a palm-sized bottle that sealed the celestial god. The reason Sun Wukong provoked Piccolo was to make him continue growing larger. This created an opportunity to enter Piccolo's body and rescue the celestial god. Although Sun Wukong often appears simple and naive in battle, he is worthy of the title genius. Not everyone, when facing an opponent that has grown colossal, can immediately devise such a solution. The celestial narration chimed in at the right moment, explaining this unbelievable scene to all the myriad realms. In the Marvel world atop Stark Tower, Tony watched the tactical analysis replaying on the holographic screen and let out a whistle. "Whoa, using an energy blast as a reverse thruster to launch yourself into the enemy's insides. That's one heck of a wild idea." Jarvis logged this tactical model. "Yes, sir." In the world of Chinese Paladin, inside an inn at Yuhang Town, Li Xiaoyao stared dumbfounded, forgetting the wine in his hand. "Wow, you can even drill into a monster's belly to fight. This kid's got a sharper mind than me." Aboard a spaceship deep in the cosmos, Vegeta scoffed disdainfully at the scene. "A mere trick. That Namekian is a fool for being so easily provoked." The celestial god was successfully rescued, and Piccolo returned to his normal size. He stared at Sun Wukong, the fury in his eyes nearly materializing. The battle once again entered a white-hot phase. Their strengths were evenly matched, the sounds of their fists and feet colliding echoed like dense thunderclaps across the desolate ruins. Neither could gain the upper hand. Finally, Piccolo lost his patience. He crossed his arms, crouched slightly, and began to accumulate a terrifying energy capable of obliterating the world. Violent air currents radiated outward from him. Gravel on the ground was swept up, turning to dust in the air. The very space began to warp under the force of this power. Piccolo's preparation for this move is very long. Sun Wukong could easily take the chance to attack. However, although Sun Wukong is a battle genius, he also has a very serious habit. He always likes to give his opponents time to prepare during a fight. He could have stopped them, but he prefers to let his opponents unleash powerful techniques or bring out stronger forces. It is precisely because of this that he has suffered many losses. In the Armor Hero world at the Happy Dumpling House, Nen frowned deeply at the scene and said in a low voice, "How foolish. Enemies should be eliminated with swift and decisive force. Never give them a moment to catch their breath." In the Shrouding the Heavens world within the Beidou Star region, the Black Emperor paced anxiously, running back and forth on the mountaintop. "Wolf, what is this kid doing? Waiting to die? Get up there and give him a good whack." In the celestial screen, Sun Wukong simply shouted at Krillin and the others to run far away. Tien Shinhan acted without hesitation, using a tri-beam to blast a deep crater into the ground for everyone to take cover. And Sun Wukong himself assumed a stance, his legs planted firmly on the ground, preparing to withstand this world-ending attack. Piccolo finished his charge and let out a furious roar, unleashing all the energy within him in an instant. A massive hemisphere of energy formed around him, expanding rapidly. The light devoured everything. Wherever the energy hemisphere passed Earth's air, all matter was disintegrated into primordial nothingness. When the light faded, the entire martial arts tournament island had been completely erased from the map. In its place was a bottomless massive crater, as if a chunk of the earth had been gouged out. In the Wandering Earth world, the underground city command center was dead silent. A young analyst stared at the red alerts flashing on the screen, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Report. According to energy model estimates, the power of that attack far exceeds the combined yield of all nuclear weapons in our arsenal. The surface has been evaporated." Zhang Peng, standing beside Commander Liu Peiqiang, looked at the scene of devastation and murmured, "When he withstood those 2 strikes from Demon King Piccolo earlier, their power had already surpassed nuclear weapons. From that point on, he could no longer be measured by common sense." The destructive white light slowly dissipated on the celestial screen, revealing the completely transformed terrain. The hearts of viewers across the myriad realms sank to the depths. Under such a terrifying attack, no one could have survived. Yet at the center of that scorched earth, on the last remaining fragment of the tournament platform, a tattered figure still stood unyielding. Sun Wukong was covered in wounds, blood staining his orange martial arts uniform. But he held his ground with his legs firmly rooted. He had actually withstood it. And the triumphant glee on Piccolo's face froze completely the moment he saw this, transforming into an incredulous shock. After unleashing a devastating ultimate technique, Piccolo Daimao expended a tremendous amount of stamina, causing his physical condition to plummet rapidly. Failing to kill Son Goku in a single strike created a crack in his mental defenses. This situation directly led to one outcome. In the ensuing battle, Son Goku completely seized the initiative. After a fierce series of punches and kicks, Son Goku viciously knocked Piccolo to the ground. Across the myriad realms, waves of fervent cheers erupted. In Naruto's world, Naruto Uzumaki leaped up excitedly, waving his fists vigorously. "He won. I knew Goku was stronger." In One Piece's world, Luffy spread his arms wide, laughing with his eyes closed. "Huh. I knew it. That guy with the antennae was no match." Usopp wiped the sweat from his brow. "That scared me. I thought the earth was going to be destroyed." Son Goku actually found the time to turn his head and flash a victory sign at his good friends, including Krillin. This scene caused the top powerhouses of countless worlds to furrow their brows. In Bleach's world, Kenpachi Zaraki grinned, a flash of extreme displeasure in his eyes. What a fool. He didn't even confirm if the enemy was completely finished. And he dares to let his guard down so carelessly. In Dragon Ball's world, Vegeta snorted coldly. The foolish behavior of a low-class warrior is a disgrace to the Saiyans. However, he made an extremely fatal mistake. Overconfident and careless, Piccolo, who had pretended to be unconscious, suddenly snapped his eyes open. Piccolo did not waste this chance for a comeback. He fired a destructive beam from his mouth, which pierced straight through Son Goku's body. Fortunately, it struck the right side of Son Goku's body, not the left side where his heart was. If it had accidentally hit his heart, Son Goku would have died instantly. "No, Goku." The cheers across the myriad realms abruptly ceased. In Naruto's world, Sakura Haruno covered her mouth. How could this happen? He had already won. Although Son Goku survived, he sustained grievous injuries, and the tide of battle instantly reversed. This time, Piccolo learned from the lessons of their previous fight. He hardened his heart and completely shattered the joints of Son Goku's limbs, leaving Son Goku no part of his body that could move or counterattack. Next, Piccolo flew into the sky. He gathered a destructive energy in the air, preparing to launch a final aerial strike from above. This time, because all of Son Goku's limbs were broken, he was completely unable to move an inch. He could only lie on the ground, watching helplessly as Piccolo's lethal attack came roaring down. Boom! A blinding white light engulfed the entire ruined arena. When the light completely dissipated, Piccolo slowly descended back to the ground, shouting loudly to celebrate his victory. He had finally secured the ultimate victory. He could once again turn the Earth into his personal hell. And on Earth now there was no one left who could step in to stop him. It's over, it's really all over this time. In Doraemon's world Nobita, Nobi clutched his head with both hands, shutting his eyes tightly in fear. Enshrouding the heavens, a grand figure at the Saint Lord level let out a soft sigh. In the end he paid the price in blood for that martial arrogance. Just as the myriad realms sank into silence and despair, the celestial screen's narration appeared again. Piccolo believed he had won, which perfectly matched his logical judgment. He had learned from his past painful mistakes, and this time broke all of Son Goku's limbs. Son Goku could not mount a desperate counterattack like last time. Faced with his finishing attack, Son Goku indeed lay motionless in the ruins. So from his own subjective perspective, he had killed Son Goku on the spot. He had won this decisive battle, there was no mistake. Unfortunately, Piccolo was unaware that this deep and unfathomable Son Goku had, during the fierce life-or-death struggle, just now secretly kept one final trump card hidden. What? He still has a trump card? Absolutely impossible. His limbs are completely destroyed. What technique can he possibly use? Countless viewers across the worlds immediately widened their eyes. In the celestial screen scene, Krillin and the others were immersed in extreme grief. Krillin suddenly looked up. Krillin suddenly noticed a tiny black dot in the sky rapidly descending. As the small black drew closer, Krillin finally saw what it was. That black dot was none other than Son Goku himself. Son Goku was not dead. He had successfully ascended to a great height. At this very moment, he was diving down from the sky at tremendous speed. His target was none other than Piccolo on the ground. It's the air dance technique. On the celestial screen, these words explain the principle of Son Goku's flight. Both Krillin and Tien Shinhan recognized the marvelous technique Son Goku was using. This was precisely the air dance technique that allowed humans to fly freely through the air. He actually learned the art of flight. In Ultraman's world, Daigo stood up from his chair in shock. He learned that technique during his special training under Kami at the temple. In Chinese Paladin's world, Li Xiaoyao slapped his thigh hard. So this was his ultimate hidden technique. He endured until this very moment to use it. Piccolo quickly turned his head and saw Son Goku hurtling towards him. Instinctively he tried to dodge, but time had completely run out. Like a cannonball, Son Goku executed a fierce rocket headbutt. Son Goku's head smashed forcefully into Piccolo's chest. This immense impact sent Piccolo flying a great distance. Unable to withstand the violent blow of Son Goku's rocket headbutt, Piccolo's eyes rolled back, and he fell completely unconscious. After all the twists and turns, it was still Son Goku who ultimately seized victory. Son Goku had participated in a total of 3 world martial arts tournaments. In the first 2 tournaments, he only managed to obtain the runner-up title. This time he finally got his wish and won the championship. Becoming the most significant champion in history, Yajirobe arrived at the scene just in time. He fed Son Goku a precious senzu bean. After swallowing the senzu bean, Son Goku, who was on the verge of death, instantly recovered to his peak condition. Son Goku saw Kami and Tien Shinhan walking side by side to Piccolo. Kami raised his hand ready to deliver a fatal blow and kill the unconscious Piccolo on the spot. Son Goku immediately spread his arms, firmly blocking Kami's path. "Goku, what are you doing? Get out of the way quickly." Kami's tone was very urgent. "If we don't kill him now, the Earth will never know peace." Kami expressed his resolute stance. As long as Piccolo lived, the crisis facing Earth would not be completely resolved. Even if Piccolo died, Kami himself would perish along with him. But everyone could simply use the Dragon Balls afterward to revive him. However, Son Goku spoke up in rebuttal, pointing out a fact. The Dragon Balls, that miraculous item, were created by Kami's own hands. That is to say, if Kami truly died, then the Dragon Balls on Earth would vanish immediately. After hearing this, Kami fell into deep silence. This simple logical connection left countless overlords and emperors across the myriad realms stunned. In One Piece's world, Whitebeard laughed heartily. "Gurura, an interesting brat. He knows exactly what he needs." Then Son Goku performed an action that shocked everyone even more. Son Goku turned around and asked Yajirobe for another senzu bean. He walked forward and personally fed the senzu bean into Piccolo's mouth. Has he gone mad? He actually saved his #1 mortal enemy. This is absolutely insane. It's like releasing a starving tiger back into the mountains. Viewers across the myriad realms let out incredulous cries. In Naruto's world, Madara Uchiha frowned, completely baffled by this action. Foolish beyond belief. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Piccolo ate the senzu bean and his strength was restored. Although Piccolo didn't understand what had just happened, he knew in his heart that Son Goku had given him a chance to live. Piccolo stood up. In front of everyone, he spat out a series of threatening words. Then Piccolo leaped into the sky and flew directly away from the island. In the outcast world, Mark watched the scene on the celestial screen silently. He is willing to let the enemy go because he firmly believes he can defeat him again in the future in a fair fight. Kami walked towards Son Goku and solemnly extended an invitation. He hoped Son Goku would succeed him and become the new guardian of Earth. In Chinese Paladin's world, the Sword Saint let out a long sigh. A single step to heaven, ranking among the immortals. This is an opportunity that mortals could hardly attain even after 100 years of bitter cultivation. Son Goku refused the proposal without a moment's hesitation. He took his newlywed wife Shishi, and the two of them left the scene directly. This decisive refusal plunged the top powerhouses of countless worlds into a long contemplative silence. In Marvel's world, Tony Stark looked at the screen and let out a slight chuckle. He resolutely gave up the lofty divine throne just so he could be with his family. That guy lives life far more clearly than any of us here. The horrific calamity unleashed by Piccolo Daimao after spanning centuries of long years was finally brought to a definitive end by Son Goku. Son Goku, who was originally just an ordinary boy living in the remote Mount Pozu after being brought out of the mountains by Bulma, met many trustworthy companions along the way. Step by step, he gradually became the great savior of this earth. After defeating Piccolo Daimao, he became the strongest man on Earth. However, his story was unknown to anyone except his companions. The people of Earth in the Dragon Ball world were also unfamiliar with this savior. But this was also what Son Goku wished for. He did not bask in the glory of being a savior. To him, he had merely defeated a powerful enemy. Dragon Ball Crisis: The Piccolo Daimao Thread End. Upon seeing these words, countless spectators across the myriad realms let out a long sigh of relief. This prolonged and thrilling life-or-death battle had finally come to an end. Luffy from One Piece waved his fists excitedly. Great. Goku won. Let's have a banquet tonight. Naruto from Naruto nodded vigorously in agreement. Though the journey was perilous, as expected, the good guys always prevail. However, just when everyone believed this review had reached its final conclusion, on the celestial screen, the light that was about to dim suddenly burst forth with resplendent golden radiance once more. A brand new line of text slowly materialized in the center of the screen. The review of the first catastrophe in the Dragon Ball world has concluded. The top 2 contributors in resolving the crisis shall receive rewards. What? There are rewards? Naruto's eyes widened, his face filled with envy. Defeating the villain actually brings such fortune. Luffy's eyes instantly sparkled like stars, drool nearly spilling from his lips. Hey, is it true? Defeat the bad guy and get a treasure. I want him too. The next moment, a golden list of rewards appeared on the celestial screen. Reward recipients: Son Goku, Tien Shinhan. Reward details: Son Goku's combat power 150, Tien Shinhan's combat power 1500. 2 immensely thick beams of golden divine light shot forth violently from the celestial screen, ignoring the barriers of time and space within the scene. One beam of divine light landed with pinpoint accuracy on Son Goku, who was sprinting desperately along the million-kilometer serpentine road. The other beam of divine light directly enveloped Tien Shinhan, who had just finished his training and was resting on the ground. Boom. Boom. 2 auras overwhelmingly powerful and suffocating were displayed in real time across the celestial screen. On the serpentine road, Son Goku felt an unprecedented warm current surge into every limb and bone. His body, exhausted from the high-intensity running, was instantly restored to its peak condition. Moreover, he could clearly sense the power within him surging and escalating at an inconceivable speed. His muscles, bones, and meridians underwent a transformative change under the tempering of this divine light. His aura rose steadily, and his running speed increased several-fold beyond its original level. On the ground, the same was happening to Tien Shinhan. Enveloped by the golden divine light, he felt all the bottlenecks he had encountered in his martial arts training shatter in an instant. A pure and mighty force poured into his body, elevating his understanding of martial arts to an entirely new realm. This astonishing scene was clearly presented before the myriad realms through the celestial screen. Powerhouses from countless worlds were shaken by the sheer might of such bestowal of power. Enshrouding the heavens, the Black Emperor saw this and leaped 3 feet high from the mountaintop, his dog eyes filled with shock and greed. Woof! What an earth-shattering fortune! To directly elevate one's cultivation out of thin air. What exactly is this celestial screen? This emperor must get on the list. This emperor must be reviewed too. In Bleach, Sosuke Aizen gently pushed up his glasses, his gaze beneath the lenses turning profoundly deep. Interesting. To be able to transcend the limits of worlds and directly bestow rule-based power upon specific individuals. Such an existence itself might be even more worthy of study than the contents it reviews. At this moment, the reality of the celestial screen was thoroughly confirmed. The majestic method of directly granting power ignited the most primal greed and desire within the hearts of countless powerhouses across the myriad realms. Deep in the cosmos, inside a spherical spaceship, Vegeta watched Son Goku's surging aura on the celestial screen, his face twisted with extreme resentment. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. Damn it! Why does that low-class warrior Kakarot get to receive such a reward? The pride of the Saiyan Prince was trampled underfoot at that moment. An envy and jealousy he refused to admit to himself began to fester wildly within him. Just as the Myriad Realms audience was still immersed in the shock of the rewards, a new narration appeared on the celestial screen. This narration explained the deeper reason for this review. The calamity brought by King Piccolo in terms of scale and destructive power was sufficient to easily annihilate the entire human civilization of Earth. A crisis of this magnitude, when viewed across the myriad realms, already exceeds the upper limit of disasters that the vast majority of worlds could face. As for why this seemingly ultimate crisis was reviewed, First, because this crisis marks the beginning and prologue of the Dragon Ball disaster epic. Second, and most importantly, because the crisis of King Piccolo is merely the weakest among all the disasters in the Dragon Ball world. The weakest. Countless worlds that had just been cheering for Son Goku's victory instantly fell into a bizarre, deathly silence. In One Piece Fleet Admiral Sengoku's forehead beaded with cold sweat as he stared at the celestial screen and murmured to himself. A power that can casually destroy an entire island with a single strike. In such a world, it is merely the starting point. In the Ultraman world, Captain Megumi Aruma's expression was unprecedentedly grave as she issued orders to her team members. Immediately reassess the threat level of that world. Know it has already exceeded any known threat level. Classify it as the highest mythological grade disaster for archiving. In the legend of Hay, Mark gazed at the expanse of flattened sea on the celestial screen, feeling an unprecedented sense of helplessness. The lighthouse's pride, its heavy armor units, and full firepower. Before, such power was as fragile as a child's toy. A terrifying disaster capable of easily destroying all human civilization. In that world named Dragon Ball, it was merely the weakest starting point. The ceiling of combat power in the Dragon Ball world at that moment. In an overwhelmingly domineering and unquestionable manner trampled upon the patterns and perceptions of all powerhouses across the myriad realms. The images on the celestial screen gradually dimmed. An endless sense of oppression shrouded every world. Just as everyone thought this review was truly over. 8 massive, ominous golden characters full of portent slowly appeared in the center of the celestial screen. Invincible, on Earth a mighty foe descends from the heavens. A new line of golden characters gradually appeared at the center of the sky. Disaster report the invasion of the Saiyans. In the world of Dragon Ball, Son Wukong was sprinting with all his might on the snake path that spanned millions of kilometers between realms when he suddenly stopped. Sweat trickled down his chiseled cheeks as he lifted his head, a resolute expression on his face. Raditz, Vegeta, Nappa. Son Wukong murmured the 3 names. Raditz is already dead and Vegeta and Nappa have 1 year left. This time I will not allow you to cause disaster again. Meanwhile, atop the temple, Krillin and Tien Shinhan also saw the forecast on the sky. Having just emerged from the shadow of the Demon King Piccolo, they had barely enjoyed a moment of peace when a new crisis was announced. The group exchanged glances, seeing the shock and unease reflected in each other's eyes. Unlike the fear in the Dragon Ball world, countless powerful beings and forces facing immense crises across the multiverse saw endless hope at that moment. In the world of gourmet food, the President Elong sat on a large rock, gazing up at the sky. Upon seeing the clear names of the enemies, his usually lazy eyes suddenly sharpened. To be able to directly predict future disasters, and even specify the names of the enemies. Elong tightened his fist, murmuring softly. If only this sky could also summarize the crises of our world. In the land of light, the Ultraman brothers gathered urgently, the atmosphere solemn. Leading the group, Zafy looked at the sky and said in an extremely serious tone, "This sky possesses the ability to foresee the future, which holds immeasurable strategic value for us." The first-generation Ultraman nodded in agreement. Indeed, if we can foresee Belial's movements or the schemes of the Absolutions, we can make preemptive arrangements and save countless innocent lives. As the various forces across the multiverse were filled with limitless imaginings about this incredible ability of the sky, the images began to flow. After Son Wukong thwarted Piccolo's ambitions, Earth enjoyed 5 years of peace. 5 years passed, and a new disaster was approaching. A spherical spaceship was speeding towards Earth, unknown to its people. At that moment, Son Wukong had been married to Shishi for 5 years and had a 4-year-old son named Sun Wufan. That day, Son Wukong was taking his son to Kame House to reunite with long-lost friends. The scene shifted to a peaceful and tranquil farm. The green grass extended into the distance, the air was fresh, and the sunlight was warm. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered this tranquility. A gigantic spherical spaceship descended from the sky, leaving a long trail of smoke as it crashed violently onto the farm's grass. The tremendous impact left a deep pit in the ground, dirt flying everywhere and dust swirling. This enormous commotion startled the owner of the farm. A farmer wearing a hat with dark skin tightly gripped an old hunting rifle and cautiously stepped out of his small house. He leaned against the edge of the pit, nervously peering inside. In the next moment, the spaceship's hatch emitted a soft click and slowly opened. A figure stepped out of the dark cabin, a tall man with long, wild black hair that flowed like a lion's mane. He wore a bizarre brown battle suit and had a red monocle on his face. The most striking feature was the furry brown tail wrapped around his waist. The man exited the spaceship, looked up at the blue sky of Earth, and revealed a hint of disdain. He noticed the farmer nearby who was pointing a gun at him. The man was unconcerned, simply raising his hand to gently press the red detector on his face. Beep. The detector emitted a soft sound. In the world of Journey to the West, at Gao Lao village, Zhu Beiji was lying under a tree munching on a watermelon, and upon seeing this scene, he smacked his lips. "Hey, this monster looks really fierce, and he's wearing a strange pair of glasses. I wonder where he comes from." The man named Raditz glanced at the trembling farmer with a contemptuous gaze, as if viewing an insect. He slowly uttered a line that would resonate throughout the multiverse for countless ages, a battle power of only 5, truly garbage. This seemingly casual remark carried an arrogance and disdain that ran deep. Startled by this overwhelming aura, the farmer instinctively pulled the trigger, driven by his survival instincts. Bang! The bullet fired, carrying all the farmer's courage, aiming for Raditz's chest. However, Raditz merely raised his hand casually and effortlessly pinched the high-speed spinning bullet between his 2 fingers. He looked at the deformed bullet tip with mocking disdain. With a flick of his finger, the bullet flew back faster than it came, instantly piercing through the farmer's chest. Blood splattered as the farmer stared in disbelief, his body collapsing straight down, instantly meeting his end. This cold and cruel scene sent shivers down the spines of countless audiences across various worlds. Raditz, a Saiyan, had officially opened the curtain on this disaster. His words also gave rise to a term that would spread throughout the multiverse: Battle 5 trash. Literally meaning trash with a battle power of only 5, this term later came to describe all weaklings. On the celestial screen, the golden characters Dragon Ball Disaster ranking 2nd Disaster Saiyan Invasion slowly faded away. The scene shifted to the sky above a vast green plain where a long-haired figure flew at high speed, producing a sharp whistling sound. Raditz flew through the air, gazing at the prosperous and peaceful city below, deeply dissatisfied. Kakarot, have you forgotten the pride of the Saiyans, the mightiest warrior race in the universe? That's right, son. Wukong is the Saiyan, the warrior race that Raditz spoke of. In the journey to the West World, son Wukong scratched his monkey hair, utterly bewildered. Saiyan, what kind of demon race is that? They dare call themselves the strongest in the universe. Their tone is even more arrogant than I was back in the day. In the Naruto world, Orochimaru licked his lips, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. A race born for battle. The secrets hidden within such bloodlines must be extremely fascinating. In the Marvel world, Thor, the god of thunder, tightened his grip on Mjolnir, his fighting spirit blazing. The mightiest warrior race. I would very much like to personally test their strength. Through his scouter, Raditz detected a powerful energy signature. However, the owner of this battle power was not Kakarot. The scene shifted to a desolate canyon. Piccolo was sitting cross-legged, cultivating. He suddenly opened his eyes, sensing an unprecedented, terrifying aura descending from the heavens. Raditz landed, confronting Piccolo. Piccolo asked warily, "Who are you?" Raditz pressed the button on his scouter contemptuously. "Oh, not Kakarot." On the red lens of the scouter, 3 vivid numbers appeared. "Oh, not Kakarot." On the red lens of the scouter, 3 vivid numbers appeared. In the armored warrior world, Majin and Shinon stared at the screen data with solemn expressions. 322. That farmer's combat power is 5. This Piccolo's power is over 60 times that. But this long-haired guy seems to completely disregard him. In the One Punch Man world, Genos' mechanical eyes analyzed at high speed. Datifying energy levels is a highly efficient analytical method. However, Master Saitama's power would likely cause this device to burn out instantly. Enraged by Raditz's contempt, Piccolo launched the first attack. A powerful energy wave blasted toward Raditz. Raditz didn't even bother to dodge. With just one hand, he casually deflected the energy wave. Beyond. Boring attack. Aside from stirring up some dust, it has no effect. In the One Piece world, Kaido took a gulp of sake and laughed heartily. Oro. That green-skinned brat is already strong, but before this long-haired monster, he's like a child. Now this is interesting. In the Bleach world, Kenpachi Zaraki grinned, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. TCH, it's over without even needing to draw a sword. But this newcomer looks like he'd be fun to cut. Raditz's scouter beeped again, locking onto a much stronger aura in the distance. Completely ignoring the frozen Piccolo before him, he shot straight into the sky, heading toward Kame House. Leaving Piccolo alone on the ground, his face a mask of humiliation, shock, and unprecedented fear. At this moment, Son Goku was unaware that a formidable enemy had already set its sights on him. He brought his son Gohan to Kame House, where he met his master and old friends after 5 years. Seeing that Goku had a son, Krillin, Bulma, and Master Roshi were greatly surprised. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, Goku, you actually have a son. I can't believe it." Bulma smiled and said, "He's adorable. His name is Gohan, right?" Reunited with old friends, they chatted for a while. Just then, Goku sensed a powerful ki approaching, putting him on high alert. The smile on Goku's face suddenly froze as he looked up at the sky. Soon Raditz appeared before them. Raditz scanned the group, his gaze locking onto Goku. "Kakarot, what the hell are you doing? Why are the humans on this planet still living so happily?" Goku asked in bewilderment. "Who is Kakarot?" "You've got the wrong person. My name is Son Goku." Raditz was stunned, then noticed something amiss. "Your tail? Wait, you bastard, did you hit your head as a child?" Goku replied instinctively. "Yeah, my grandpa said I fell off a cliff when I was little." Raditz suddenly understood. "So you lost your memory. No wonder you forgot your mission." Raditz told Goku that he was born on planet Vegeta, home of the Saiyans, the mightiest warrior race in the universe. Their job as Saiyans was to invade habitable planets, and then sell those planets at a high price to aliens seeking a new world to inhabit. In the Spirit Cage world, Mark and all the commanders were stunned, a chill running down their spines. They treat a living planet and civilization as mere merchandise. In the Marvel world Nick Fury's alone, I was filled with icy fury. This is genocide on a cosmic scale. Their very existence is a threat to all civilizations. In the Ultraman world, Captain Megumi's voice was heavy with gravity. This goes beyond monster invasions. This is a systematic profit-driven plunder of civilizations. Raditz continued. Of course there's a division of labor. Adult Saiyans handle planets with powerful warriors. As for weak planets with low combat power like Earth. He paused, a sneer of utmost contempt spreading across his face. We only need to send a Saiyan infant. Their innate power is enough to slaughter all life on such a planet. He pointed a finger directly at Goku. And you Kakarot are that Saiyan infant who was sent to destroy Earth. In the Chinese paladin world the Sword Saint let out a long sigh. An infant capable of annihilating the mortal realm. This is no longer divine power but a Mara beyond the laws of heaven. In the Naruto world Madara Uchiha's Rinnegan contracted slightly, his lifelong arrogance was shattered in that moment. The power we spent our lives pursuing the thousand-year conflicts of the ninja world. In their eyes it's not even worth a child's game. In the Doraemon world Nobita turned pale with terror clinging tightly to Doraemon. Doraemon, an infant can destroy Earth. Think of something quick. Doraemon was also sweating profusely, frantically rummaging through his pocket for a gadget. The celestial scene continued. Raditz stood before Kame House, still talking about the Saiyans. We Saiyans lived on planet Vegeta, but it was destroyed by a meteor. Our entire race was nearly wiped out. Now only 4 Saiyans remain. Besides you and me there are 2 other far stronger warriors. I came to Earth to recruit you. We're going to attack another planet. The natives there are formidable, the 3 of us alone aren't enough. You may be a low-class warrior but you still count as a combat asset. After speaking Raditz waited for Son Goku's reply. Kuririn whispered beside him, Goku, are you really an alien? Son Goku shook his head. I don't know, but even if I am, I grew up on Earth. Suddenly, a new explanation appeared within the celestial scene. Raditz's words were not entirely accurate. The Saiyans did have a tradition of sending infants to conquer weak planets. However, that was not the true reason Son Goku was sent to Earth. The truth was a secret to be unveiled later. These words left the myriad world audience stunned. In the Naruto world, Shikaku Nara frowned. Not for invasion. Then why send a baby to Earth? Protection. Exile. Too little information to judge. In the shrouding the heavens world, the Black Emperor leaped up. Woof! This emperor knew it. That kid has a special identity. That low-class warrior bit is definitely a lie. Maybe he's the son of some Saiyan emperor. In the One Piece world, Robin spoke softly. A deliberate cliffhanger. It seems we'll get the answer later. After listening to Raditz, Son Goku raised his right hand, pointing his thumb at himself, his expression utterly serious. I refuse. I am Son Goku who lives on Earth. No matter where I came from, Earth is my home. The celestial scene suddenly froze, and a prompt appeared. Note Son Goku's gesture will appear repeatedly in future retrospectives. This is a significant iconic action. Please remember it. Audiences across myriad worlds took this prompt to heart, committing the gesture to memory. In the One Piece world, Luffy imitated Son Goku, pointing his thumb at himself. This move is so cool. Raditz's expression darkened instantly upon hearing Goku's refusal. His patience was utterly exhausted and murderous intent leaked from his eyes. His figure blurred. In the next instant, he was before Son Goku. Before Goku could even react, a searing pain exploded in his abdomen. With a thud, Raditz drove his knee directly into Goku's stomach. Son Goku lost consciousness, instantly collapsing to the ground, completely incapacitated. This scene made every viewer gasp in shock. Goku, who had just defeated Piccolo Daimao, was now defeated in a single blow. In the One Piece world, Usopp screamed, clutching his head. One move? Just one move? Goku couldn't even counter. The gap is too huge. Nami's face also paled. How can they even fight? They're not even on the same level. In the Armor Hero world, Xin clenched his fists. Too fast, and his strength is absurd. There's no way to oppose an enemy like this. In the Ultraman world, Daigo watched the scene with a heavy heart. If I faced this enemy without transforming, the result would be the same. Raditz bent down and grabbed the terrified, crying Son Gohan, lifting him with one hand. The child's wails were piercing, but Raditz paid them no heed. By this time tomorrow, I want to see 100 Earthling corpses. Use that to prove you've seen the light. Otherwise your son is dead. With that, he shot into the sky, disappearing with Son Gohan, leaving behind only the groaning Son Goku and the stunned Kuririn and Bulma. Son Goku forced himself up from the ground, clutching his stomach. Despite the pain, his only thought was saving his son. Bulma, give me the dragon radar. Gohan's hat has the 4-star ball, we can find him with it. Bulma immediately ran inside and retrieved the dragon radar. Kuririn and Kame Sennin exchanged a glance, then stepped forward simultaneously. Goku, I'm coming with you. Me too. We may be weak, but an extra pair of hands means extra strength. Son Goku was deeply moved by his friend's loyalty, but he still shook his head. No, you can't come. Why? Isn't it more dangerous for you alone? Son Goku was silent for a moment before revealing a harsh truth. Shenlong already revived you once. He won't grant the same wish twice. If you die this time, you won't come back. This statement left Kuririn and Kame Sennin stunned. Bulma's eyes widened. What? You can't be revived twice. Audiences across the myriad worlds felt a chill upon hearing this rule. In the Bleach world, Ichigo Kurosaki's expression soured. No second chances. That pressure is immense. In the Naruto world, Kakashi sighed as he watched the celestial screen. There are ways to revive, but there are limits. This kind of rule actually gives death more weight. In the Incarnation world, Mark watched with a heavy heart. For them, death isn't the end. But they can only die once. Compared to us, they're still fortunate. The atmosphere at Kame House grew oppressive. Hirurin and Kame Sennin wanted to help, but feared causing Goku more trouble. Just then a voice came from the rooftop. You guys going would be useless. You'd just be throwing your lives away. Everyone looked up to see Piccolo standing on the roof of Kame House, arms crossed, looking down at Son Goku. Hirurin immediately assumed a fighting stance. Piccolo, what do you want? Bulma also stepped back, her face wary. Piccolo ignored them, his gaze fixed on Son Goku. That guy's power is far beyond what you can imagine. To save your son, to protect Earth, there's only one way now. He leaped down from the roof, landing before Son Goku. Then he spoke words that shocked everyone. Son Goku, let's join forces. A brief silence fell over Kame House. Hirurin's eyes bulged. What? You want to team up with Goku? Bulma looked incredulous. Aren't you enemies? Son Goku stared at Piccolo, understanding something from his proposal. Piccolo had also fought Raditz and lost badly. Otherwise, given Piccolo's pride, he would never have suggested an alliance. Audiences across the myriad worlds were in an uproar at this scene. In the Chinese Paladin world, Jing Tian jumped up excitedly. Wow, the big bad is teaming up with the hero. That's so cool. In the Journey to the West world, Sun Wukong scratched his head. That other me in another world is actually going to team up with a demon. Well, to save his kid, there's no other choice. In the Naruto world, Naruto Uzumaki was gesticulating wildly with excitement. See, even enemies can understand each other when facing a stronger foe. That's true bonds. Sasuke Uchiha snorted. It's just a temporary alliance. Don't read too much into it. In the One Piece world, Luffy grinned. Interesting. An enemy turns into a friend. Just like me and Robin. Robin chuckled. The situation is a bit different, Luffy. They're only cooperating for now, not becoming comrades. In the Bleach world, Kenpachi Zaraki grinned savagely. Interesting. Two strong fighters joining forces. Now that's something worth watching. In the Ultraman world, Tiga watched the scene and nodded. Faced with a powerful enemy, even former rivals can fight side by side. That is the power of protection. In the Shrouding the Heavens world, the Black Emperor wagged his tail. Woof! This emperor loves this kind of plot. Enemies turning into teammates. That's the good stuff. In the Marvel world, Tony Stark smiled. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. A classic alliance model. But setting aside hatred to fight together takes considerable courage. In the One Punch Man world, Saitama watched the scene, looking unusually serious for a moment. Teaming up with an enemy to protect something important. That's a good resolve. Son Goku looked at Piccolo, silent for a few seconds. Then he nodded. Alright, we team up. Take the Dragon Radar and find that guy's location. I have a new technique that needs time to charge. When the fight starts, you keep him busy and he'll deliver the finishing blow. Son Goku nodded in agreement. Without another word, they set off immediately. The celestial scene showed Piccolo and Son Goku flying into the sky, one after the other. One was the Demon King who once threatened Earth, the other was the hero who saved it. Now for the same goal, they fought side by side. The mightiest duo on Earth was thus born. The celestial scene showed Piccolo and Son Goku flying into the sky, one after the other. One was the Demon King who once threatened Earth, the other was the hero who saved it. Now for the same goal, they fought side by side. The mightiest duo on Earth was thus born. The celestial scene showed Piccolo and Son Goku flying into the sky, one after the other. One was the Demon King who once threatened Earth, the other was the hero who saved it. Now for the same goal, they fought side by side. The mightiest duo on Earth was thus born. The celestial scene showed Piccolo and Son Goku flying into the sky, one after the other. One was the Demon King who once threatened Earth, the other was the hero who saved it. Now for the same goal, they fought side by side. The mightiest duo on Earth was thus born. The celestial scene showed Piccolo and Son Goku flying into the sky, one after the other. One was the Demon King who once threatened Earth, the other was the hero who saved it. Now for the same goal, they fought side by side. The mightiest duo on Earth was thus born. The celestial scene showed Piccolo and Son Goku flying into the sky, one after the other. One was the Demon King who once threatened Earth, the other was the hero who saved it. Now for the same goal, they fought side by side. The mightiest duo on Earth was thus born. The celestial scene showed Piccolo and Son Goku flying into the sky, one after the other. One was the Demon King who once threatened Earth, the other was the hero who saved it. Now for the same goal, they fought side by side. The mightiest duo on Earth was thus born. The celestial scene showed Piccolo and Son Goku flying into the sky, one after the other. One was the Demon King who once threatened Earth, the other was the hero who saved it. Now for the same goal, they fought side by side. The mightiest duo on Earth was thus born. The celestial scene showed Piccolo and Son Goku flying into the sky, one after the other. One was the Demon King who once threatened Earth, the other was the hero who saved it. Now for the same goal, they fought side by side. The mightiest duo on Earth was thus born. The celestial scene showed Piccolo and Son Goku flying into the sky, one after the other. One was the Demon King who once threatened Earth, the other was the hero who saved it. Now for the same goal they fought side by side. The mightiest duo on Earth was thus born. The celestial scene showed Piccolo and Son Goku flying into the sky one after the other. One was the Demon King who once threatened Earth, the other was the hero who saved it. Now for the same goal they fought side by side. The mightiest duo on Earth was thus born. The celestial scene showed Piccolo and Son Goku flying into the sky one after the other. One was the Demon King who once threatened Earth, the other was the hero who saved it. Now for the same goal they fought side by side. The mightiest duo on Earth was thus born. The celestial scene showed Piccolo and Son Goku flying into the sky one after the other. One was the Demon King who once threatened Earth, the other was the hero who saved it. Now for the same goal they fought side by side. The mightiest duo on Earth was thus born. The celestial scene showed Piccolo and Son Goku flying into the sky one after the other. One was the Demon King who once threatened Earth, the other was the hero who saved it. Now for the same goal they fought side by side. The mightiest duo on Earth was thus born. The celestial scene continued to unfold. Raditz cast a mocking smirk at the two before him. He pressed his scouter, and the numbers clearly appeared. Piccolo 408. Son Goku 416. His own battle power was 1,500. That was more than triple theirs. The moment this number emerged, the myriad realms erupted in chaos. In the shrouding the heavens world, Black Emperor leaped up. Woof. Triple. How can they fight that? Back when I was chased by that unscrupulous Taoist, he was only half again as strong as me. In the Naruto world, Naruto's eyes widened, a threefold gap. Even if Sasuke and I teamed up, facing such an opponent would be. Sasuke coldly finished, certain defeat. In the One Piece world, Nami clutched her head. It's over, there's no way to fight this. How can Goku and them win? But Luffy clenched his fists. There must be a way. They won't lose. Ranbing bit her lip, then they. In the scene, the battle began. Son Goku and Piccolo attacked simultaneously, but every strike was effortlessly deflected by Raditz. The moment their fists clashed, they felt that overwhelming power. This wasn't a gap in skill, but pure absolute might crushing them. Raditz threw a punch. Son Goku barely blocked it, staggering back several meters. Piccolo ambushed from the side, but Raditz didn't even turn his head. A backhanded elbow sent him flying. Even together, they couldn't make Raditz take them seriously. In the Chinese paladin world, Changla's eyes flickered with interest. Interesting. This kind of overwhelming battle reminds me of the gap between me and Faping back then. Jingtian smiled wryly. Brother Chonglo, are you showing off? Just when everyone thought this was a one-sided slaughter, a turning point appeared. Son Goku pressed his hands together and began to gather his ki. Ka, me, ha. With his roar, a dazzling blue beam hurtled toward Raditz. Raditz's scouter flickered wildly, numbers leaping. 416. 500. 700. 924. Son Goku's battle power had more than doubled in an instant. This scene stunned the mighty warriors of countless worlds. In the Marvel world, Tony Stark analyzed the data. Instant concentration and burst of energy. If this technique could be applied to the armor. Captain America reminded him, Tony, focus. The Kamehameha struck Raditz, leaving a scorched mark on his battle suit. Raditz looked down at the wound, his expression growing serious. So they can hurt me. These earthlings are interesting. On the other side, Piccolo pressed 2 fingers to his forehead and began to charge his power. Son Goku, buy me time. This attack of mine will kill him. Piccolo's battle power began to climb. 500. 800. 1,000. 1,330. When the charge was complete, Piccolo's battle power neared Raditz's. In the journey to the West world, Sun Wukong excitedly scratched his ears. My counterpart in that other world, that's a powerful move. And that greenskin monster isn't bad either. Zhu Beiji muttered, but it needs time to prepare. What if the enemy doesn't give them that chance? Son Goku fought desperately to buy time, his injuries worsening. Just as he was about to collapse, something struck him. Right? The tail. Son Goku lunged at Raditz and grabbed the tail at his waist. Instantly, all strength seemed to drain from Raditz, and he went limp. Damn. He caught my tail. Seeing this, Piccolo shouted, now. Don't let go. His special beam cannon was fully charged, his battle power soaring to 1440. This strike was enough to kill Raditz. In the Bleach world, Byakuya, Kachiki nodded rarely. They found the enemy's weakness and seized the opportunity. These two cooperate well. Renji Aburai exclaimed excitedly, they've won. This is it. In the One Piece world, Zoro gripped his sword hilt. Weaknesses. Every strong warrior has weaknesses. The key is finding and exploiting them. Sanji lit a cigarette. That green-haired idiot is right. They've seized the chance this time. In the Naruto world, Kakashi's eyes grew grave, but I have a feeling it won't be that simple. Naruto asked in confusion, why? They're about to win. Just as Piccolo was about to fire the special beam cannon, Raditz spoke. Wait. Kakarot, we're brothers. I know I was wrong. He'll never do evil again. Spare me. We're the last Saiyans in this universe. We should help each other. Raditz's voice was filled with pleading and remorse. As Son Goku listened, his grip involuntarily loosened. You mean it? Piccolo shouted from afar. Son Goku. Don't believe him. It's a trap. But Son Goku hesitated. He remembered what Raditz had said. They were brothers, the last of the Saiyans. If he could truly make Raditz turn over a new leaf. Special beam cannon. The moment Piccolo fired, Son Goku let go. At this instant, the bullet comments across the myriad realms exploded. No. Son Goku, what are you doing? Idiot. Fool. Imbecile. Oh my god. He actually believed it. In the shrouding the heavens world, Yi Fan covered his face. This is way too naive. In the Naruto world, Naruto was stunned. Why did he let go? Sasuke said coldly, because he's too kind to the point of stupidity. In the One Piece world, Luffy fell silent, remembering times he had also believed in enemies' words. Nami stomped her foot in fury. Idiot. Complete idiot. How could you believe that? In the Bleach world, Ichigo Kurosaki gritted his teeth. Damn. So close. In the Ultraman world, Daigo sighed. Too kind. Sometimes kindness can be a fatal weakness. In the Incarnation world, Mark shook his head. In the Apocalypse, such naivety would have gotten you killed long ago. But Ranbing whispered, yet it's because of people like him that the world still has hope, isn't it? In the One Punch Man world, Saitama grew unusually serious. This guy has too good a heart. In the Journey to the West world, Sun Wukong grew anxious. My counterpart in that other world. How can you be so foolish? Tang Sanzong pressed his palms together. Ba good and good. But Wukong, sometimes compassion must be tempered with discernment. A vicious grin flickered across Raditz's face. He regained his strength and sidestepped the special beam cannon. The beam grazed his shoulder, leaving only a wound. Huh, fool. You actually believed me. Raditz spun and kicked Son Goku hard in the abdomen. Son Goku spat blood and crashed heavily to the ground. Kakarot, you disappoint me. A Saiyan, yet so naive. But thanks to your stupidity, I survived. Son Goku lay on the ground, consciousness fading. Piccolo's special beam cannon needed to be recharged, but Raditz wouldn't give him another chance. The situation reversed in an instant, from certain victory to utter despair. Just when everyone thought it was all over, Raditz's scouter suddenly flashed wildly, emitting a piercing alarm. A childish voice rang out. Don't bully my daddy. On the celestial screen, the situation suddenly reversed. Just as Raditz was about to strike, a violent explosion erupted from the distant crater. A small figure burst forth from the wreckage of the spaceship. It was Son Gohan. Trapped inside the vessel, torn between fear and rage, the latent power deep within his bloodline was fully forced out. He shattered the ship and soared into the sky. The moment he saw his father lying on the ground, battered and bruised with Raditz standing nearby, fury consumed him entirely. Don't you dare hurt my dad. The moment this roar rang out, the nonchalant expression on Raditz's face froze. The scouter on his face emitted a piercing alarm, the numbers leaping upward rapidly. 500, 800, 1,000, 1,307. This number appeared clearly on the celestial screen. In the world of One Piece, Nami shot to her feet. 1,300. That 4-year-old kid has a higher battle power than his father. Luffy clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming. That's amazing. In the world of shrouding the heavens, Pang Bo furrowed his brow. A bloodline eruption triggered by rage. This child's potential is utterly unfathomable. Yi Fan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the screen, his eyes growing dark. In the world of Naruto, Naruto patted Sasuke beside him. 1,300. Isn't that almost catching up to Raditz? Sasuke brushed his hand away. It's 200 short, so not quite. But this kid is indeed terrifyingly strong. In the world of Ling, Cage Mark stared at the numbers on the screen and muttered under his breath. Emotional fluctuations directly convert into combat power. No model of ours can explain this phenomenon. Ranbing whispered softly beside him. It's instinct. Protecting those who matter is the most primal driving force. Raditz fully understood what this number meant. He had been fighting continuously, his energy severely depleted, and he was already wounded. A battle power of over 1,300 was enough to kill him. Son Gohan had no combat skills. He simply clenched his teeth, lowered his head, and hurled his body like a cannonball straight at Raditz. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Raditz's battle armor shattered, and he was sent flying, spitting a mouthful of blood. Yet after this single strike, Son Gohan's power was completely drained. In an instant, his battle power plummeting back to 1. He collapsed limply to the ground, unable to move. Raditz struggled to his feet, his gaze locked onto the child lying in the distance. That child could not be allowed to live. Just as he was about to strike, a pair of hands clamped tightly around his arms from behind. It was Son Goku. He was covered in wounds, barely able to support himself. Yet he had risen again, using every last ounce of strength to lock Raditz from behind, refusing to yield an inch. In the world of Chinese paladin, Li Xiaoyao stared at the screen, speechless. Linger spoke softly. For a child, a father can endure far more than he ever thought possible. In the world of Ultraman, Daigo clenched his fists. That was his last ounce of strength. He knew exactly what it meant, yet he still went for it. In the Marvel Universe, Tony Stark was silent for a few seconds. He knew the outcome, yet he still went for it. Captain America nodded. That's what makes a hero. In the world of Armor, Hero Xin Nen clenched his fists, saying nothing. In the world of One Punch Man, Saitama rarely spoke seriously, saying it is easy, actually doing it few can. Meanwhile, Piccolo had never stopped gathering his energy. The moment Raditz's attention was completely diverted by Son Gohan, he had already begun charging his second special beam cannon. The instant Son Goku locked Raditz, it was the perfect opportunity for Piccolo to strike. Raditz sensed the fully charged energy and knew Piccolo's attack was a fatal threat to him. He started trying to deceive Son Goku again. Kakarot, let go. If you don't, we'll both die. You don't have to sacrifice yourself for a planet. Release me, and he'll never come back to Earth. Son Goku held his arms tight, not loosening his grip in the slightest. Having been deceived once was enough. No matter how sweetly Raditz spoke, he would not fall for it again. This time he was prepared to sacrifice himself. Special beam cannon. Piccolo struck the beam, shooting straight, piercing through Raditz's chest, and also through Son Goku's body. Both were impaled by the same attack. Raditz looked down at the bloody hole in his chest, his face twisted with unwillingness. In his dying breath, he spoke his final words. To think I'd be defeated by 2 ants. Kakarot, I never imagined you'd truly throw away your life. Piccolo walked over to him and spoke coldly. Let me tell you something, Earth has Dragon Balls. He can be revived. Hearing this, the dying Raditz's face twisted into a sinister smile. Then you'd better watch out. On the other side of the universe, there are 2 more of my comrades. They are far stronger than I am. The scouter on my face has communication capabilities. From the moment I set foot on Earth, everything that happened here has been transmitted to them clearly. They will arrive in 1 year. They will use the Dragon Balls to revive me. With these words, Raditz breathed his last. Piccolo finished him off. As Raditz's eyes closed, a line of narration appeared on the celestial screen. This incident taught everyone a lesson. No matter if you're the hero or the villain, never talk too much. In the world of Bleach, Sosuke Aizen gently pushed up his glasses. Information is meant to be used, not flaunted on your deathbed. In the world of Shrouding the Heavens, Yi-Fan shook his head. Running your mouth at the brink of death? That's truly foolish. In the world of Journey to the West, Beiji took a bite of his watermelon. Talking too much leads to trouble. This old pig learned that long ago. In the world of Doraemon, Nobita frowned. Why did he have to say it? Doraemon sighed. Probably wanted to rile them up with the news, but instead he ended up helping them. The celestial narration continued. If Raditz hadn't revealed all this before dying when Vegeta and Nappa arrived a year later, it would have been a completely unexpected assault. But because of his loose tongue, the people on Earth gained an entire extra year to prepare. And if Piccolo hadn't told Raditz about the Dragon Balls, at least it would have reduced the likelihood of Vegeta and Nappa coming to Earth. Moreover, treasures as extraordinary as the Dragon Balls are bound to attract even more formidable enemies. The celestial screen did not pause. Raditz had just breathed his last, the dust of the battlefield still unsettled. Krillin, Bulma, and Master Roshi arrived at that moment. Krillin rushed to Goku's side, crouched down, and grasped his hand. Goku, hang on. Goku's breath was faint, yet a faint smile lingered on his lips. Krillin gripped his hand tightly, assuring him that he would revive him with the Dragon Balls. Master Roshi and Bulma stood nearby silent. Goku, watched by the 3 who had known him since childhood, breathed his last. Then his body vanished. Krillin stared at his own palm, remaining silent for a long while. Goku, where did Goku go? Piccolo's voice came from the side, cold and terse. The only one who could do this is that old man Kami. With that, he walked over to the unconscious Gohan, bent down, and picked up the child. Krillin immediately stood up, his nerves on edge. What are you doing? Training him. Piccolo did not look back. You all saw it. This child's battle power exceeds 1,300. With rigorous training, he will be a crucial asset in 1 year. Having said that, he shot into the sky with Gohan disappearing from sight. Bulma gazed in the direction he had vanished, quiet for a moment. Is he helping Earth? Master Roshi sighed, offering no answer, which was taken as tacit agreement. Incidentally, the wish Piccolo had made earlier was to kill Goku. This wish he fulfilled during this battle. Though unintentional, Goku had indeed died from his attack. The audience across myriad realms watched this scene, and each world fell into a brief silence. In the Naruto world, Sasuke spoke first. Intent doesn't matter. He didn't want something stronger to set foot on this planet, and the result was the same as helping Earth. Naruto pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. In the One Piece world, Robin calmly said, it's not uncommon for enemies to become temporary allies under extreme pressure. Luffy clenched his fists and shouted, Gohan will definitely pull through. Piccolo will teach him seriously too. Zoro glanced at him, but said nothing. The celestial screen continued to advance. Kami's voice echoed in the minds of Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, and Yamcha, inviting them to the lookout for special training. None of them refused. They made their arrangements and set off. Meanwhile, in the other world, Goku stood before King Yemma. You want to travel the Serpentine Road to see King Kai? It's 1,000,000 kilometers one way. Are you sure about this? King Yemma asked. Yes, I'm sure. Goku's reply was decisive. King Yemma charted the course, and Goku set foot on the Serpentine Road, running towards King Kai's planet. In the Shrouding the Heavens world, Yi-Fan watched the running figure on the screen. 1,000,000 kilometers, and in the other world at that. It's not a normal measure of distance. This road is far more difficult than the number suggests. The Black Emperor jumped up, swishing its tail. Woof! Even in death, he's this restless. In the Ling Cage world, Rand Bing whispered, he's using his time after death to buy Earth a chance. Mark nodded, saying nothing more. In his apartment, Lin Shin sat in his chair, gazing at the virtual screen before him. The numbers on the screen were still fluctuating. The massive accumulation of causal points after the conclusion of the Raditz invasion recap. The system shop unfurled before him. Saiyan bloodline planet-destroying energy cannon technology, various high-output combat abilities. Each one was enough to make anyone covet it. Lin Shin scanned the shop, but his gaze did not linger on those options. His eyes finally settled on a skill that appeared utterly ordinary. Instant transmission. He did not hesitate and invested the causal points. The system confirmed the successful exchange. Lin Shin leaned back into his chair, a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. Pure destructive power is brute force. Being able to appear anywhere at any time is true control. The celestial screen returned to the main storyline, the scenes advancing rapidly. Goku spent nearly half a year traversing the Serpentine Road before finally reaching its end and arriving at King Kai's planet. He met King Kai, passed the initiation test of making King Kai laugh with a bad joke, and stayed to train. The gravity on King Kai's planet was 10 times that of Earth. Every step Goku took required immense effort, but he gradually adapted. King Kai imparted his 2 signature techniques to him. The first Kaioken could instantly amplify his battle power several-fold. The second Spirit Bomb gathered the energy of all living beings. The more energy amassed, the greater its power. In the Chinese paladin world, Changla's eyes flickered with interest. Kaioken, burning one's own vitality for a multiplier. Where does the limit of such a technique lie? In the Ultraman world, Daigo nodded earnestly. The Spirit Bomb borrowing the power of all living beings. That's a remarkable concept. In the Armor Hero world, Xian Nen stared at the screen, silently noting the key points of both techniques without uttering a word. In the One Punch Man world, Saitama scratched his head. One draws from within, the other borrows from without. Both approaches are quite interesting. A year passed. The strength of everyone on Earth had increased dramatically. However, a problem arose. King Kai made a miscalculation in his timing. He only accounted for the time Goku took to travel the Serpentine Road to get there, forgetting that after being revived, he would have to run the same road again to return to Earth. This meant that by the time Vegeta and Nappa landed on Earth, Goku was still in the other world. The original plan was for Goku to be revived early and return to Earth to wait before the Saiyans arrived. As a result, the Saiyans had already arrived and Goku was still an entire Serpentine Road away. In the One Piece world, Usopp covered his face. Goku hasn't returned yet. How are the people on Earth supposed to hold out? In the Doraemon world, Nobita tugged at Doraemon's sleeve. Last time running the Serpentine Road took half a year. Will Goku make it in time? Doraemon stared at the screen, not answering immediately. In the Naruto world, Kakashi sighed. There's a deviation in the plan. The time gap this creates is the most dangerous opening. Naruto frowned at deep unease stirring in his heart. Just then on the screen, King Kai looked at Goku and spoke. The last time you ran the Serpentine Road, it took you nearly half a year. He paused, then continued. But that was the old you. Now 2 days will be enough. He paused, then continued. But that was the old you. Now 2 days will be enough. The celestial screen continued. Jiwang grew frantic and urged Sun Wukong to use a voice transmission to contact Gixian Ren on Earth. Hurry. Tell them to summon Shenlong and restore you. Sun Wukong obeyed at once. In the Turtle Hermit's hut, Gixian Ren received the transmission and without a second thought set the plan in motion. Fortunately, the Longzhu had long since been gathered awaiting this very moment. The 7 Longzhu were arranged in a circle as Gixian Ren intoned the incantation. The sky darkened in an instant as Shenlong burst forth from the Longzhu, coiling through the heavens. Speak your wish. Restore Sun Wukong. A red gleam flashed in Shenlong's eyes. Your wish is granted. No sooner had the words fallen than the halo above Sun Wukong vanished, and his form re-solidified. He was alive again. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong turned and dashed toward the Snake Way. On Earth, the commotion from Shenlong's summoning was so great that Baek and the others all took notice. Kellen looked up at the sky, his expression fraught. Wukong has been revived. Baek stood beside him, face unreadable. He is revived, which means... Tianjin Fan took up the thought in a low voice. The Saya have arrived. In the pirate world aboard the Qinyang Nami clutched her mouth, her face pale. Sun Wukong is still on his way, what can they do? Lu Fei clenched his fist and stared at the celestial screen. They will hold on. They must. Sualong said nothing, simply resting his hand on his sword's hilt. In the Naruto world, Mingren leapt up in panic. It will take 2 days to arrive. Who will stop those 2 Saya in the meantime? Zuizhu spoke calmly. They must rely on themselves. Kakashi sighed. I can only hope that a year of their training will prove useful. In the Jitian world, Yefan stared at the screen with knitted brows. 2 days to cover 1,000,000 kilometers. That speed defies reason. Hongwa muttered beside him. The problem is however fast they go, it still takes 2 days. Hei Huang leapt up. What? Then won't the people on Earth be slaughtered in those 2 days? In the Bleach world, Heike, Ihu tightened his grip on Zhanyu. Can they hold out? Jingshang Jiji clasped her hands and whispered a prayer. Please let them hold on. Just as everyone fretted, the screen shifted to a new scene. In the vastness of space, 2 spherical ships traversed the star-strewn void. Inside one vessel, 2 silhouettes sat in their seats. One was large and bald, a savage grin on his face. The other was smaller with spiky black hair and a cold expression. It was Naba and Baijita. After a year of interstellar voyage, they had finally arrived at Earth. Their ship descended upon a bustling city. The hatch opened, and the 2 stepped out. Naba cracked his neck, joints popping with a sound that echoed menace. Finally here. This planet looks decent, he said. Let's say hello first. Vegeta sneered, but offered no objection. Nappa raised his right hand, extended 2 fingers, and gave a slight upward flick. The next moment, a terrifying surge of energy exploded from him. Centered on the two, a devastating shockwave radiated outward. From orbit, the Earth's surface erupted into a blinding, searing light. The light spread with horrific speed, instantly engulfing the entire city. Buildings, roads, vehicles, crowds. Everything dissolved into nothingness beneath its glare. When the light waned, the once prosperous city had been wiped away completely. Only a barren plain remained, not a single stone was left behind. Nappa lowered his hand and nodded in satisfaction. That should be polite enough as a greeting. The scene left every spectator across the countless worlds stunned. In Linglong Make stared at the screen, his throat dry. A whole city. Just like that. Rambing's voice trembled. He only lifted a finger. The other members of the city defense department were speechless. The shit issue they had feared was dreadful, but compared to this power, it was trivial. In the Aotman world, a Xinqing squad member sprang to his feet, so abruptly his chair overturned. What are you joking about? That was a greeting. That was slaughter. Daga's face was grim. That level of destruction is more terrifying than any monster I've seen. Captain Jujianhui fell silent for a few seconds. If our world were faced with such an enemy, she left the thought unspoken, but everyone understood the implication. In the Manway world, Tony stared at the data readouts, his expression dark. The energy output exceeds the total of all my armors. And that was merely a casual strike. Megwa Duezhong tightened his grip on his shield. Against such an enemy, we have no chance. Tony offered no rebuttal, it was the plain truth. In the Xianjian world, Li Xiaoyao swallowed hard. This is absurd. Linger spoke softly, stronger than any sword immortal of Shushan. In the One Punch Man world, Chiyu scratched his head. Oh, so this is how one says hello, Jinuosi said, feverishly recording data. Energy, burst, patterns, destruction, radius, duration. This information is invaluable. In the Kaijia Yongshi world, Shinan stared at the screen with fixed eyes. Such power. He recalled the strongest foes he had faced, yet beside this Naba, they were on an entirely different plane. In the Longzhu world, Dicky Yujo, aboard the ship, Naba watched the screen with a self-satisfied smile. See that? This is my strength. Vegeta glanced at him coolly. Shut up and keep watching. The feed continued. Naba and Vegeta pressed the detectors and began scanning for powerful fighters on Earth. Soon they locked onto several targets. There are a few with decent battle power, one observed. Naba flexed his wrist. Let's go and meet them. The two leapt into the sky and flew in the direction of Bike. At that moment, Bike and Sun Wufan had concluded a year of training and were awaiting the Sai's arrival. Before long, Kellen Yamucha, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi also arrived. They had trained in the temple for a year, and each had seen marked improvement in their strength. Yet facing the impending enemy, none of them felt certain. Bike said nothing, only gazing into the distance. He could sense 2 dreadful auras rapidly closing in. The celestial narrator returned. Originally, Yakaluabai should have come as well, since he also received celestial training. But that fellow is rather timid, so he chose to observe for now. However, do not be quick to mock him. Later, he will perform great deeds. The screen froze on that note. Audiences across the myriad realms held their breath. What followed would be the true battle. Could Bike and the others hold out? Nappa and Vegeta descended upon a desolate wasteland. Their overwhelming ki suffocated everyone present. Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, and even Son Gohan all assumed battle stances. Their expressions were unprecedentedly grim. Facing Piccolo and the others who were bracing for a life-or-death struggle, Vegeta and Nappa appeared utterly nonchalant, showing no intention of fighting personally. Nappa pulled a small bottle from his chest and poured out 6 seeds. After planting them, the ground soon bulged into 6 mounds. 6 small green monsters burst forth from the earth. They were the Cybermen. Vegeta and Nappa's intent was clear. They wanted these Cybermen to deal with Piccolo and the others. It was pure contempt born from an absolute disparity in power. Nappa pressed his scouter, reading the battle power levels of Piccolo and his group with perfect clarity. Son Gohan, 981. Piccolo, 1220. Krillin, 1083. To Nappa, battle powers of this degree were no different from ants, so he naturally paid them no heed. But Vegeta told Nappa to remove his scouter. He knew these people's battle powers could fluctuate. In the Naruto world, Kakashi's single eye flickered with gravity. Are those green monsters their puppets? Jiraiya said in a deep voice, one puppet has a battle power exceeding 1,000. In our entire ninja world, the number who could reach that level can probably be counted on one hand. In the One Piece world, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, watching the numbers on the screen, broke out in a cold sweat. Terrifying, too terrifying. If such monsters appeared on the sea, they would be enough to overturn the entire world's order. Since there were 6 Earth Warriors and 6 Cybermen, Vegeta proposed a game. They would engage in unknown battles. For Vegeta, this was merely a boring game to pass the time. But for Krillin and the others, it was a perfect opportunity to stall for time and await Son Goku's arrival. Tien Shinhan stepped up first. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his full power from the very start. Facing a Cyberman with a battle power of 1,200, Tien Shinhan cleanly and swiftly defeated it. This sight astonished Nappa. The Cyberman's battle power was not weak, yet it was taken down so easily. Then Vegeta, expressionless, raised his hand, and an energy blast reduced the defeated Cyberman to ashes. He stated coldly that the Cyberman had lost solely due to underestimating its opponent. Vegeta commanded the remaining Cybermen to fight with all their might. The celestial narration chimed in at the right moment. The Cyberman's battle power of 1,200 had already surpassed the level of over 99% of the powerhouses across myriad worlds. One could only say that Raditz's death was not unjust. His battle power of 1,500 was only slightly higher than these puppets. Starting from the Saiyan invasion, the strength of Krillin, Piccolo, and the other Z fighters experienced explosive growth. Back when Son Goku trained for 3 years at the Lookout, his battle power only increased from 260 to just over 300. But Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and the others within this single year had their power skyrocket from being far inferior to Goku to a level exceeding 1,000. This rate of improvement was far faster than Son Goku's back then. In the shrouding the heavens world, Black Emperor's dog mouth gaped wide open. Woof! Their battle power multiplied several times in 1 year. What divine pills and miraculous elixirs did these guys eat? Pang Bo was also utterly shocked. This rate of improvement is too exaggerated. It defies all logic. In the Chinese paladin world, Li Xiaoyao was so envious he was practically drooling. If I had this kind of training speed, I would have been invincible under heaven long ago. After Tien Shinhan's victory, Krillin was preparing to fight next. But Yamcha stopped him, stating that he would take this round. Having said that, he strode confidently towards the battlefield and assumed the opening stance of the Wolf Fang Fist. The Cyberman lunged again, but Yamcha's movements were even faster. He dodged and weaved his fists, whistling through the air. Within a few moves, he forced his opponent back step by step, finally landing a fierce kick that sent the monster flying, smashing heavily into the distant rock face. Done. Yamcha retracted his stance, smiled easily, and prepared to turn around. He did not notice that the Cyberman embedded in the rock wall and seemingly incapacitated was staring fixedly at his back. It suddenly wrenched itself free from the rubble, using its last ounce of strength, and clung tightly to Yamcha's back like an unshakable leech. What a... Yamcha's face contorted in horror, every muscle in his body instantly tensing. He tried to break free, but it was too late. The Cyberman's body swelled like a balloon, emitting a blinding white light. Boom! The violent explosion consumed everything. The shockwave kicked up dust, plunging the entire battlefield into a brief silence. As the smoke slowly cleared, only a charred, gaping crater remained on the ground. Yamcha lay at the bottom of the pit, his body curled in a twisted posture, smoke still rising from him, his life force already extinguished. This scene stunned the audience across myriad worlds. Victory was within reach, yet a shocking reversal had occurred. In the Bleach world, Renji Aburai's eyes widened. How could this be? He was so close. Byakuya Kichiki evaluated coldly. One must never let down their guard until the final moment of battle. It is the most basic common sense. In the Armor Hero world, Xian Nen clenched his fists. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. He was too careless. In the Ultraman world, Daigo sighed. What a pity, he had already won. The celestial screen then gave a special close-up of that deep pit. Yamcha's death pose was clearly frozen before everyone's eyes. On the celestial screen, Lin Chen even thoughtfully added a line of large text. World famous, painting the death of Yamcha. In an instant, countless viewers across myriad worlds couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. What a humiliating way to die. World famous, painting that summary is too brilliant. I dubbed this the most pathetic death in history. I can't stop laughing. He won and then got killed in return. Is there anything more unlucky than this? Scornful laughter and discussions arose one after another in various worlds. Yamcha seemed to have become the laughingstock of the myriad worlds at this moment. However, just then the celestial narration sounded again, its voice icy and devoid of any emotion. The sacrifice of Yamcha was originally quite a sad event, but the way he fell somehow became a famous scene that has been passed down to this day. This also teaches us a bloody lesson: never let your guard down or underestimate your opponent until you are certain they have completely lost their combat ability. Goku was also severely injured by Piccolo's sneak attack for the same reason. It's just that Goku survived, but Yamcha was truly gone. Poor Yamcha, he only reached the quarterfinals in 3 consecutive world martial arts tournaments and couldn't help much when fighting King Piccolo. This time when the Saiyans attacked, he died at the hands of a Cyberman before even exchanging blows with them. In the Dragon Ball world atop the Lookout, Yamcha stared at the celestial screen, utterly stunned. He died. Although he had long been prepared for sacrifice, he never imagined he would die so humiliatingly. After a whole year of arduous training, he was killed by one of their toys before even fighting the real enemy. Klin stood nearby, the corner of his mouth twitching, but he said nothing. Tien Shinhan let out a sigh. The way you fell into that crater, the pose you struck. He paused, genuinely at a loss for how to describe it. Kaiatsu quietly added from the side. You'll be famous for it someday. Yamcha. He cast a complicated glance at the celestial screen, took a deep breath, and said, fine, I'll accept it. The images on the screen continued without pause. The Cyberman chose to self-destruct without hesitation because of what happened to the previous one. That one lost, and was instantly killed by Vegeta. This one also lost, it knew its fate well. Rather than waiting to die, it decided to take someone down with it. In the world of the immortal, Swordly Xiaoyao frowned. These things have self-awareness. They can scheme. Linger nodded. Knowing defeat meant certain death, it chose to claim a life before its own end. That's the simplest logic of survival. Li Xiaoyao fell silent for a moment. That logic is pretty practical. In the journey to the West world, Zhu Beiji gnawed on a watermelon and muttered, I should have made sure it was completely dead before walking away. Sun Wukong shook his head. Easy to say. After a fight, you've used up most of your energy. Where's the strength left for a finishing blow? In the Naruto world, Jiraiya stroked his chin. This is just like explosion release. When you lose, you blow yourself up, taking as many as you can with you. Naruto frowned. But Yamcha isn't a bad guy. Why should he die at the hands of something like this? Sasuke said coldly, because he let his guard down. The celestial narration continued. In the Dragon Ball world, calling him Yamcha is fine. But outside of it, what should people from other worlds call him? The T-God. These two characters appeared in the center of the celestial screen, surrounded by a ring of golden light. In the One Piece world, Usopp stared at the screen. The T-God. Does he deserve that title? Nami thought for a moment. Based on that battle alone, he does. Zoro removed his hand from his sword hilt and raised an eyebrow, which was as good as an agreement. In the Shrouding the Heavens world, Pang Bo looked baffled. He just died like that. How does that make him a god? Yi Fan said indifferently, a worthy death is better than a cowardly survival. Black Emperor jumped up and ran in circles twice. Wolf, the T-God. He'll remember that name. In the Marvel world, Tony set down his cup. The T-God. Not a bad title. Captain America nodded. He deserves that title. The celestial narration continued. There's another theory. Yamcha took Klin's place in the fight for a reason. Klin had already died once and was revived by the Dragon Balls. He can't be revived a second time. Yamcha knew this. That's why he voluntarily stepped in for Klin. If he won, everyone would be happy. If he lost or something went wrong, he could still be revived. Klin couldn't. In the Bleach world, Byakuya Kachiki fell silent for a moment after hearing this. That was a very clear-headed judgment. Rinji Aburai's voice was a little hoarse. He could have just not gone. Byakuya Kachiki glanced at him, but said nothing. In the Ultraman world, Daigo spoke in a low voice. He calculated every step for his friend. Shinjo clenched his fist, but remained silent. In the One Punch Man world, Saitama scratched his head. Smart people can think of things like this, but very few actually do them. Genos added, because there's a gap between thinking and doing. In the Dragon Ball world, Klin stared at the celestial screen, his fists clenching and unclenching. The screen made it clear. Yamcha took his place because he knew Klin couldn't die again. Klin's throat tightened, and he couldn't utter a single word. Yamcha looked at him, opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing. Klin raised his head, his gaze fixed on the 4 remaining Saibamen on the battlefield. He stopped strategizing, stopped considering delaying tactics, and struck directly. The celestial screen switched scenes accordingly. Klin knew Yamcha had died in his place. He could no longer suppress the fury in his heart. He abandoned all thoughts of buying time. He struck directly, annihilating the remaining 4 Saibamen in a single move. In the Doraemon world, Nobita straightened up. He took out 4 by himself. Doraemon nodded. He didn't train in vain this year. In the Ling Cage world, Mark watched the scene of that single move clearing the field on the screen and spoke in a deep voice. One attack covering 4 targets, killing them simultaneously. Very efficient. Ran Bing whispered beside him. When people are angry, they can unleash far more power than usual. In the Naruto world, Kakashi's single eye widened slightly. A single move took out 4 targets with combat power over 1,000. Jiraiya drew in a sharp breath. What on earth did they train this year? Naruto's mouth hung wide open. Klin is amazing. Sasuke's gaze darkened. The coverage of that move is greater than most ninjutsu. The celestial narration followed. Klin cleared the field in 1 move. The results of this year's training have exceeded everyone's expectations. But with the Saibamen completely wiped out, it was time for the Saiyans to step in personally. And the one to make the move was of course Nappa. In the Ling Cage world, Ranbing frowned slightly upon hearing this. Of course Nappa. That of course doesn't sound good. Mark's expression grew somber. Things are probably about to take a turn for the worse. Ranbing nodded and fixed her gaze back on the screen. Nappa slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over Piccolo and the others. He twisted his neck, producing a dull crack. Then he strode toward the center of the battlefield, a casual smirk on his face. Vegeta spoke up. Nappa, don't dawdle. Nappa grinned and charged straight forward. The celestial narration followed with a few lines of text. Don't let Vegeta's height, nearly half of Nappa's, fool you. His strength far surpasses Nappa's. When power reaches a certain level, physique has nothing to do with it. Don't be fooled by Nappa's towering burly frame. His combat power is only 4,000. The moment the number 4,000 appeared, every world fell silent for a beat. In the One Piece world, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's face changed. 4,000. Those Saibamen were only 1,200. Nappa is more than 3 times stronger. Nami gripped the railing of the Thousand Sunny tightly, saying nothing. In the Shrouding the Heavens world, Yi Fan averted his gaze from the screen. The gap is too vast. There's no way out in a direct fight. Pang Bo swallowed hard. So do they have any plan? Yi Fan did not answer. In the Armor Hero world, Shinnon stared at the celestial screen without a word. In the Bleach world, Rinji Abarai gritted his teeth. 4,000. Can Nappa alone suppress all of them? Byakuya Kachiki replied calmly yes. In the One Punch Man world, Saitama leaned back in his chair. No matter how good your technique is, if the stats are too far apart, it's useless. In the Doraemon world, Nobita's face scrunched up. And they call that only. Doraemon let out a soft sigh. In that world, 4,000 isn't considered high. But for the Earth's warriors, this gap is already incredibly difficult to bridge. Nobita clenched his fist, staring at the celestial screen, and fell silent. The celestial screen did not cease. Nappa strode toward Piccolo and the other, for his footsteps thudding dully against the ground. This was no battle, it was suppression. Nappa outnumbered 5-1, faced Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Son Gohan as they struck in turn, all futile. Their fists slammed into Nappa, but he stood unmoved. In the Marvel world, Tony stared at the screen. 1 against 5, and he still has strength to spare. That's not a fight. It's a massacre. Captain America gripped his shield tightly. How much longer can they hold out? No one answered. Nappa raised his hand and chopped toward Tien Shinhan's right arm. With the wind of his blade, Tien's right arm was severed from his shoulder. In the Armor Hero world, Xian Nan's breath caught. In the Naruto world, Naruto shot to his feet. That's too much. Sasuke pulled him back down. Sit. It's not over yet. Kakashi stared at the celestial screen, his eyes tense. Kaiatsu had been waiting. The moment Nappa turned, Kaiatsu charged forward and lashed onto his back. In the next instant, Kaiatsu's entire energy erupted. In the Bleach world, Rinji Abarai jerked his head up. Is he going to self-destruct? Byakuya Kachiki stared at the screen in silence. An explosion roared from the celestial screen. As the smoke cleared, Nappa stood in place, patting his back. A hole marred his battle suit, and the skin beneath was slightly reddened. Nothing more. In the Ling Cage world, Mark's voice grew heavy. Even a self-destruct couldn't inflict real damage. Ranbing whispered, the gap is too vast. In the Shrouding the Heavens world, Yi Fan gazed at the celestial screen and spoke calmly. Without sufficient strength, even sacrificing your life can't bridge that chasm. Pang Bo fell silent, and the Black Emperor ceased its barking. Kaiatsu died. Tien Shinhan watched this scene, raising his remaining left hand high, pouring every ounce of his energy into his palm. The tri-beam blasted forth. Nappa was forced back half a step. After that attack, Tien's body could no longer hold out. He collapsed to the ground, his life force extinguished. In the Ultraman world, Daigo spoke softly. He used every last bit of his energy. Shinjo clenched his fists. Nappa only moved back half a step. In the One Piece world, Nami shut her eyes. Who's left on the battlefield? Luffy's voice turned hoarse. Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan. Zoro stared at the screen in silence. Vegeta asked where Kakarot was. Piccolo replied that he was on his way. After a moment of silence, Vegeta gave an order. Wait 3 hours. In the Journey to the West world, Zhu Beiji scratched his head. Vegeta wants to wait for Son Goku. Son Wukong frowned. He wants to witness Son Goku's defeat at his own hands. Master Roshi set down his cup. To someone like him, a victory without meaning is the most unbearable. In the One Punch Man world, Saitama leaned back in his chair. That kind of mindset is pretty common. During those 3 hours, human armies and warplanes arrived on the battlefield one after another. Nappa erased that entire army from the face of the earth. In the Chinese paladin world, Li Xiaoyao pursed his lips. Ordinary people walking into that are just throwing away their lives. In the Doraemon world, Nobita shrank his neck. That's too tragic. Doraemon sighed. Against a gap like that, human armies are utterly useless. After 3 hours, Son Goku had not appeared. Nappa turned to Piccolo and the other two, ready to continue. Piccolo and his comrades had rested for 3 hours, recovering some strength. Seizing the opening, Krillin raised his right hand high. The energy in his palm spun rapidly, condensing into a circular blade of light. On the celestial screen, Lin Chun typed a line. Destructo Disc, a mortal's self-created divine technique for slaying enemies. In the Chinese paladin world, Li Ziweo's eyes lit up. Rotating slash. This move is completely different from ordinary energy waves. Linger nodded. It specializes in penetrating defenses. It's very hard to block. In the One Punch Man world, Genos rapidly recorded notes. Cutting attribute, highly concentrated energy, extremely high armor-piercing efficiency. Saitama scratched his head. In short, it's hard to block. Krillin hurled the Destructo Disc. Nappa dismissed it entirely and didn't bother to dodge. Vegeta glanced at it from the side and immediately shouted. Dodge! Nappa reacted swiftly, leaping to the side just as the Destructo Disc closed in. But he was still a moment too slow. The Destructo Disc grazed Nappa's face, leaving a bleeding gash. In the Naruto world, Jiraiya slapped his knee. If that had been just a bit closer, Nappa would be dead. Kakashi's gaze darkened. Vegeta's reaction and judgment far surpassed Nappa's. Naruto clenched his fists and muttered, if Vegeta had been a step slower. Sasuke finished the thought. Nappa would have died at Krillin's hands. A celestial narration appeared. If Vegeta hadn't warned him, the Destructo Disc would have claimed Nappa instantly. That is why this technique is hailed as a divine skill for defeating stronger foes. In the Shrouding the Heavens world, Pang Bo stared at the celestial screen, his atoms apple-bobbing. Krillin didn't waste that year of training. He was just one step away. Yi Fan said flatly, One step short is still one step short. The Black Emperor lay on the ground staring at the screen without a bark. Nappa, his face now wounded, was consumed by rage and attacked Krillin with even greater ferocity. Just then Vegeta activated his scouter and scanned the distance. The numbers jumped and finally locked on. 5,000. Son Goku, using the Kaioken to boost his speed, had finally arrived just in time. In the One Piece world, Luffy shot to his feet. Son Goku is here. Usopp jumped up as well. 5,000. Higher than Nappa. Zoro shifted his gaze back to the screen. Nappa's at 4,000, Son Goku's at 5,000. What about Vegeta? Those words cast a pall over the atmosphere. Luffy fell silent. In the Bleach world, Rinji Abarai stared at the screen. Can Son Goku take on 2 Saiyans alone? Byakuya Kachiki said calmly, Vegeta is above 4,000. A moment of silence fell. Vegeta made a snap decision, ordering Nappa to eliminate Piccolo and the other 2 before Son Goku arrived. Nappa asked, if we kill them, what about the Dragon Balls? Vegeta glanced at the exhausted Piccolo and said coldly, Piccolo is a Namekian. If we go to Namek, we can find even more powerful Dragon Balls. In the Ultraman world, Daigo looked up. Namek. The people there have no idea what's coming. In the Ling Cage world, Rand Bing whispered, Vegeta has spoken it aloud. Namek is doomed. In the Chinese Paladin world, Li Xiaoyao frowned. Can Namek hold off Vegeta? Linger shook her head. Given their power, they can't. In the Armor Hero world, Xin stared at the celestial screen without a word. On the screen, the narration typed its final line. Do not forget Vegeta's last words. The celestial screen continued. Nappa received the order and held nothing back. His target was Son Gohan. Nappa gathered energy in his right hand and blasted forth a wave of power. Given Gohan's current stamina, this blow would be fatal. In the world of Bleach, Rinji Abarai shot to his feet. It's over. That child is going to die. Byakuya Kachiki stared at the screen, his lips pressed tight, silent. In the world of One Piece, Nami covered her mouth, unable to watch. Luffy clenched the armrest, his body leaning forward. Just then the image on the celestial screen shifted. A figure appeared before Son Gohan, blocking the attack. It was Piccolo. The energy wave struck Piccolo squarely. Piccolo's body was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, his life force fading. In the Marvel world, Tony stared at the screen silent for a few seconds. He took that hit with his own body. Captain America's voice dropped. Piccolo. In the world of Ultraman, Shinjo clenched his fists. He's not a bad guy. Daigo watched the celestial screen without a word. In the world of One Punch Man, Saitama leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on Piccolo's fallen form. From a demon king to someone who would die shielding a child. Genos remained silent, simply watching. Piccolo lay on his side, gasping for breath. With great effort, he forced his eyelids open, his gaze falling upon Son Gohan. Gohan, you're the first person to look me in the eye and willingly speak with me. Spending this year with you has been nice. You must survive. With those words, Piccolo slowly closed his eyes. A tear traced down from the corner of his eye. He was dead. In the world of Naruto, Naruto dropped his head abruptly, not making a sound. Sasuke stared at the celestial screen, not uttering a single word. Kakashi let out a soft sigh. A demon king shedding tears at the moment of death. That's a rare sight. In the world of Chinese Paladin, Li Ziweo's throat tightened. He used to be a great villain, but now. Linger finished his sentence. People change. In the world of Shrouding the Heavens, Pang Bo wiped the corner of his eye, with his sleeve remaining silent. The Black Emperor also quieted down, lying on the ground and staring at the celestial screen without barking. Yifan spoke calmly. He died a worthy death. In the world of the outcast, Mark was silent for a few seconds. That block he made wasn't impulsive, it was calculated. Ranbing nodded. He knew his own limits, and he knew Gohan couldn't withstand it. He made a choice. In the world of Armor Hero, Xian lowered his head and said nothing. In the world of Doraemon, Nobita wiped his eyes. Doraemon said softly, he passed away peacefully. In the world of Dragon Ball, on the Sacred Land, Piccolo watched the celestial screen wordless. Son Gohan stood beside him, not knowing how to begin. After a long while, Piccolo finally spoke. Not bad, Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan's eyes reddened at a loss for words. The celestial screen's narration appeared. A demon king weeps. Who could remain unmoved? During the year he spent with Son Gohan, the boy completely transformed Piccolo. But let's be clear, although this Piccolo inherited the memories of Demon King Piccolo, he himself was never truly evil. Many died at the hands of Demon King Piccolo, but Piccolo himself never killed a single Earthling. The ones he killed, Goku and Raditz, were not from Earth. In the world of Journey to the West, Zhu Beiji muttered, this Piccolo is far better than his old man. Master Roshi set down his cup and nodded. Son Goku said nothing, just stared at the celestial screen. The scene continued. Piccolo fell. Son Gohan stood rooted to the spot, his eyes red. He did not cry. Instead, he positioned his hands before him, mimicking Piccolo's attack stance, and began to gather his energy. Nappa pressed his scouter. The numbers climbed rapidly. 981, 1200, 2000, 2400, 2800, 2800. Nappa gasped. Son Gohan unleashed the attack, striking Nappa Hiden. Nappa raised his hand and deflected it, but his arm was numbed by the impact. In the world of One Piece, Usopp's eyes widened. His power level grew that fast. Zoro watched the screen. But Nappa isn't hurt. Nami frowned. The gap is still too wide. In the world of Naruto, Jiraiya stroked his chin. 2,800, nearly triple his initial reading. This kid's potential is immense. Kakashi's single eye narrowed slightly, but he said nothing. Nappa's arm was numb, but the attack hadn't injured him. He turned his gaze to Son Gohan, ready to finish him. Just then Son Gohan vanished from his sight. Nappa looked around stunned. Son Gohan sat motionless atop a golden cloud in midair, the flying Nimbus. And beside the cloud a new figure had appeared. Son Goku. In the Marvel world, Tony sat up straight. 5,000. Captain America looked up, higher than Nappa. Tony pulled the data to the center of the screen. The difference isn't huge, but he has the upper hand. In the world of One Piece, Luffy jumped to his feet and slammed the table. He's here. Usopp leaped up and shouted along with him. Zoro simply shifted his gaze from elsewhere, fixing it on the celestial screen. Just in time. In the world of Naruto, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. He's finally here. Now everything will be fine. Sasuke spoke calmly. Nappa is manageable, but Vegeta hasn't made his move yet. Naruto's face fell, and he fell silent. In the world of Shrouding the Heavens, Yi Fan watched the screen. Son Goku's at 5,000, Nappa's at 4,000. We still don't know Vegeta's number. Pang Bo wiped his forehead. It's definitely higher than Son Goku's. Yi Fan didn't respond, just kept watching. In the world of the outcast, Ran Bing stared at the screen. He arrived in time. That'll buy them some time. Mark's voice was heavy. The real trial is yet to come. The celestial screen's narration displayed its final lines. Just as Krillin and Gohan were on the verge of death, Son Goku finally arrived. One could say he was just in time. Though many had already died, the two people he cared about most were still alive. But if he had been even one step later, forced to watch Krillin and Son Gohan die before his eyes, then Vegeta and Nappa might have truly learned what the legend of the Saiyans means. The legend of the Saiyans. What exactly does that mean? Inside the spaceship, Vegeta frowned deeply. In the history of the Saiyans, only one existence was worthy of being called a legend. The Super Saiyan. Was the celestial screen implying that Kakarot, that low-class warrior, had the potential to become a Super Saiyan? Preposterous. Kakarot was nothing but a low-born, lower-class warrior. How could he ever be worthy of touching such a legend? Only he, Vegeta, the prince of all Saiyans, was fit to become the legendary Super Saiyan. He shook his head in agitation, casting the absurd thought aside, and continued to watch the celestial screen. Sun Wukong landed, swept his gaze across the battlefield, and said nothing. Piccolo, Tenshinhan, and Chaozu were all gone. He pulled the last Senzu bean from his waist, broke it in half, and handed the pieces to Krillin and Son Gohan. Eat this. They took the beans and swallowed them. Within seconds their wounds closed and their strength slowly returned. Vegeta and Nappa watched without speaking or intervening. The two who had been half dead moments ago were now standing steady after eating a little something. Neither of them could understand what was happening. Sun Wukong ignored them and quietly asked Krillin and Son Gohan what had transpired. Krillin recounted the events briefly. The dead had all been killed by the tall Saiyan before them, including Piccolo. With Piccolo gone, Kami had also vanished, rendering the Dragon Balls useless. Sun Wukong's face darkened, but he remained silent. There was no way to help the dead for now. The most urgent task was to defeat these two Saiyans. The celestial narration appeared. By the way, when Sun Wukong first climbed Korin Tower, Senzu beans were stored in large jars, several jars full. By the time the Saiyans attacked, only these few remained. Some say that Yajirobe had moved onto the tower and ate the beans like meals, leaving barely any left. In the world of the celestial, Swordly Xiaoyao sighed. Who was guarding this stuff? Was it all eaten up? Ling shook her head without responding. In the world of the veiled sky, Pang Bo rubbed the back of his head. What a waste. Yi Fan spoke calmly. Whoever lived there is the greatest threat. The Black Emperor barked in agreement, saying no more. In the world of One Piece, Usopp's eyes sparkled. If we could get a few of those Senzu beans, no matter how severe the injury in battle, just eating one would save so much trouble. Nami shot him a glare. First, figure out where to get them. Luffy stared at the celestial screen, ignoring the conversation. Vegeta and Nappa, still puzzled, asked no further questions. Sun Wukong turned to Nappa and began to raise his energy. Vegeta picked up the scouter, and the numbers climbed rapidly: 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. 8,000. Nappa's expression cracked completely. A battle power of 8,000 was considered top tier, even among Saiyans. Nappa couldn't believe that a low-class warrior could possess such strength. In the world of Naruto, Naruto shot to his feet. 8,000. That's double Nappa's power. Sasuke pushed him back down. Sit. Vegeta hasn't made a move yet. Kakashi's single eye grew solemn. Nappa is at 4,000, Sun Wukong at 8,000. There's a gap. But Vegeta's battle power hasn't been shown yet. Naruto suppressed his excitement and sat back down in silence. In the world of Bleach, Rinji Abarai frowned. How much does Vegeta have? Byakuya Kachiki spoke calmly. He won't be lower than Sun Wukong. In the world of Armor Heroes, Xian Nen clenched his fists, staring at the screen without a word. In the world of One Punch Man, Genos quickly analyzed the data. 8,000 against 4,000, a full double gap. Nappa has no chance. Saitama leaned back in his chair, silent. In the world of the Spirit Cage, Ran Bing glanced at Mark. Is 8,000 his limit? Mark shook his head. Not yet known. They said no more and continued watching the celestial screen. Sun Wukong charged at Nappa with incredible speed, throwing a punch. This punch is for Yamcha. This kick is for Tenshinhan. This strike is for Piccolo. This blow is for Chaozu. The celestial narration appeared. Avenging the others was justified, but that punch for Yamcha landed on Nappa somewhat unjustly. Yamcha wasn't killed by Nappa, he died from the Saibaman's self-destruction. Here a fair word for Nappa. In the world of the veiled sky, Pang Bo burst out laughing. Nappa really took that punch unfairly. The Black Emperor barked in agreement. In the world of One Punch Man, Saitama scratched his head. If it were him, head hit anyway, and not care about such details. In the Marvel world, Tony set down his cup. Sun Wukong is a man of deep emotions. Captain America nodded without further comment. Nappa struck, repeatedly stumbled back, his composure shattered. Vegeta called out a warning, and Nappa forced himself to steady shifting to a cautious engagement. Even after calming slightly, the gap with Sun Wukong remained, leaving him no chance to counter. Finally, he feigned a move and turned to rush at Krillin and Sun Gohan. Sun Wukong couldn't catch up. With no other option, he unleashed the technique he had learned from King Kai. Kaioken activate. A red aura suddenly enveloped Sun Wukong's entire body, boosting his speed as he intercepted Nappa from behind. A heavy blow struck Nappa's lumbar spine, sending him collapsing to the ground immobile. In the world of Doraemon, Nobita frowned. What did he just use? That red aura. Doraemon said softly. Kaioken. He learned it elsewhere. Using it greatly enhances speed and power. Then why didn't he use it from the start? Nobita asked. Doraemon thought for a moment. Using it comes at a cost. His body can't sustain it. Nobita fell silent, asking no more. In the world of Ultraman, Daigo stared at the screen, his expression grim. Shinjo muttered, Nappa's down, only Vegeta remains. In the world of Journey to the West, Zhu Beiji rested his chin on his hand. Will Sun Wukong face Vegeta alone now? Master Roshi remained silent, his eyes fixed on the celestial screen. Sun Wukong picked up Nappa and tossed him at Vegeta's feet. Take him and leave. Nappa lay on the ground, slowly extending a hand toward Vegeta. Vegeta looked down at him, then bent and grasped that hand. Nappa's lips twitched, believing Vegeta would save him. Audiences across various worlds watched the screen intently. In the world of Doraemon, Nobita frowned. What is Vegeta going to do? In the world of Ultraman, Daigo whispered. Is he going to save Nappa? In the world of One Piece, Nami gripped the railing, her eyes locked on the celestial screen. Zoro placed his hand on his sword hilt, then released it. In the world of Naruto, Kakashi's single eye narrowed slightly. Vegeta isn't the type to casually take away a crippled subordinate. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Kakashi didn't answer, his gaze fixed on the screen. In the world of Bleach, Renji Aburai clenched his fists, his voice hoarse. What exactly is he going to do? Byakuya Kachiki stared calmly at the screen, saying nothing. In the Marvel world, Tony straightened up. Vegeta isn't benevolent. This scene won't end well. The celestial screen slowed down. Vegeta held Nappa's hand, a smile spreading across his face. Nappa smiled back, believing he had guessed correctly. But in the next moment, Vegeta did something that neither Nappa nor Sun Wukong had anticipated. Nappa smiled back, believing he had guessed correctly. But in the next moment, Vegeta did something that neither Nappa nor Sun Wukong had anticipated. Nappa smiled back, believing he had guessed correctly. But in the next moment, Vegeta did something that neither Nappa nor Sun Wukong had anticipated. Nappa smiled back, believing he had guessed correctly. But in the next moment, Vegeta did something that neither Nappa nor Sun Wukong had anticipated. Nappa smiled back, believing he had guessed correctly. But in the next moment, Vegeta did something that neither Nappa nor Sun Wukong had anticipated. Nappa smiled back, believing he had guessed correctly. But in the next moment, Vegeta did something that neither Nappa nor Sun Wukong had anticipated. The scene continues under the celestial dome. Audiences from various worlds held their breath, staring at the hand reaching towards Vegeta. A glimmer of hope ignited in Naba's eyes. Vegeta slowly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of a smile. Naba also smiled, thinking Vegeta was about to pull him up. But in the next moment, Vegeta suddenly exerted force, violently throwing Naba into the sky. Naba spun in the air, the smile on his face instantly froze. Vegeta had already raised his arm. A violent energy gathered in his palm as he spoke coldly. I have no use for worthless trash. The energy wave shot out in an instant. Boom. Naba completely dissipated in the sky, leaving not a trace behind. Sun Wukong stood motionless, watching the gradually fading energy remnant silent. Krillin clenched his fists tightly. Sun Wufan also remained silent. Naba did not die at the hands of Sun Wukong, but at the hands of Vegeta, who had always followed and remained loyal to him. In the world of Naruto, Naruto suddenly stood up. He killed his own. Naba has been with him for so long, and just like that he's gone. Sasuke spoke coldly. If you can't beat Sun Wukong, then you're worthless. To Vegeta, keeping useless things is a burden. Naruto opened his mouth, but said nothing more. Kakashi gazed at the celestial dome, his single eye narrowing slightly without uttering a word. In the world of pirates, Nami gripped the railing tightly, remaining silent. Luffy stared at the screen, his voice a bit muffled. Such a person? Zoro added, this is who he is. In the world of Linglong, Mark remained silent for a few seconds. Ran Bing spoke softly. In Vegeta's eyes, Naba was never a comrade. Mark nodded. Such a person is more troublesome than an ordinary enemy. He has no weaknesses. In the Marvel world, Captain America tightened his grip on the shield to kill his own without even batting an eyelid. Tony set down his cup. This is what they call the logic of a king. No emotions, only utilitarian value. In the world of Armored Warriors, Xian Nen clenched his fists staring at the screen, unable to speak. In the world of Doraemon, Nobita was stunned for a while. Naba is just gone like that. Doraemon spoke softly. He never understood until the end that Vegeta never regarded him as a true partner. Nobita lowered his head, remaining silent. In the Ultraman world, a member of the Newtown team clenched his fists and spoke softly. This Vegeta is terrifying. Daegu stared at Vegeta's silhouette on the screen without saying a word. At that moment, new narration appeared on the Celestial Dome. Let's talk about the technique Sun Wukong just used the Kaioken. This is a technique taught by the King Kai to Sun Wukong, which directly doubles one's combat power after use. Sun Wukong's base power is 8,000. Using the double Kaioken, his combat power directly reaches 16,000. Naba's combat power is 4,000 with a gap of over 30%. He was instantly defeated. However, this technique comes at a cost. The higher the multiplier, the greater the physical toll. The King Kai had warned Sun Wukong not to use it at more than double unless absolutely necessary. Audiences from various worlds stared at the text, falling silent for a moment. In the world of One Punch Man, Genos quickly took notes. Energy amplification is directly related to physical consumption. Going beyond one's limits comes with a great cost, but in battles of equal levels the effect is decisive. Saitama scratched his head. In simple terms, the more you use it, the faster you break down. Genos nodded. Exactly. In the pirate world, Kaido set down his wine gourd, his eyes shining. Combat power doubled. My body can handle it if I could learn this move. No one dared to speak beside him. Kaido snorted and picked up his wine gourd again, continuing to drink. In the world of Xinjian, Li Xiaoyao frowned. It sounds like forced overdraft. Linger shook her head. It's not just overdraft, it's temporarily raising the limit. The higher you raise it, the heavier the backlash. Li Xiaoyao paused for a moment, not asking further. Suddenly, a line of bullet comments floated across the Celestial Dome. King Kai, there are quite a few people who want to learn. However, this technique has extremely high physical requirements. Those without sufficient talent can't even touch the threshold. Moreover, I can't teach people across worlds. Audiences from various worlds looked at this line of text, falling silent for a moment. In the world of Death Note, Aizen Sasuke stared at the bullet comment, stunned for a moment. The King Kai himself is speaking. Kuchiki Byakuya slightly turned his gaze, remaining silent. In the world of One Punch Man, Saitama yawned at that line of text. If I can't learn it, so be it. I wasn't relying on this anyway. Genos was diligently taking notes beside him without lifting his head. In the Dragon Ball world, aboard the spaceship, Vegeta stared at his own silhouette on the Celestial Dome, his eyes narrowing slightly. He felt no issue with killing Naba, but the Kaioken matter made him a bit restless. With a double Kaioken, his combat power would double. Kakarote's base is 8,000, meaning he would be at 16,000. How many times could he use it? Vegeta had no answer to this question and dared not think further. He suppressed the unease in his heart and continued to gaze at the Celestial Dome. The scene continues under the Celestial Dome. Sun Wukong asked Krillin and Sun Wufan to take Piccolo's body and leave as far away as possible from here. In the world of Journey to the West, Zhu Beiji rested his chin on his hand. Is Sun Wukong really going to face Vegeta alone? Master Roshi set down his cup without saying a word, just staring at the Celestial Dome. In the Celestial Dome, Vegeta spoke first. Kakarote, do you really think a low-level warrior can defeat me, the Saiyan Prince? I will show you what a true insurmountable gap looks like. Sun Wukong took his stance, calmly replying. As long as you keep training, even low-level warriors can surpass high-level warriors. In the world of Doraemon, Nobita clenched his fist. That's right. Doraemon sighed. Saying it's right is one thing, but Vegeta's combat power is 18,000, while Sun Wukong's base is only 8,000. Nobita fell silent, staring intently at the Celestial Dome. Sun Wukong and Vegeta began to exert their momentum against each other. Small cracks appeared in the rocks beneath their feet. The audience from various worlds had yet to recover from the scene of Vegeta killing Naba, and the screen shifted again. Vegeta did not refuse. The two soared into the sky and arrived at another wasteland. Son Goku did not waste words or test the waters. He was fully aware that this opponent was not on the same level as Naba. He immediately unleashed all his energy. Double Kaioken activated. A red aura erupted from his body, and his battle power surged to 16,000. Vegeta's full power erupted, the reading on the scouter fixed at 18,000. The gap between them was 2,000. In the Dragon Ball world, there is a rule: if the battle power gap exceeds 10%, the stronger can easily suppress the weaker. If it exceeds 20%, it can crush. If it exceeds 30%, it can result in immediate defeat. 18,000 against 16,000, the gap was 12.5%, just crossing that line. This means that even if Son Goku activated the double Kaioken, he was still not Vegeta's match. In the Marvel world, Tony stared at the numbers on the holographic screen and said, 12. 5, just enough to cross that critical line. Captain America clenched his shield, his voice low. But Goku won't back down. Tony sighed. He has brought out everything he can, but it's still not enough. In the world of death, Kenpachi Zaraki leaned back against his chair, his eyes shining. Even if he can't win, he still charges forward. I like this fighting style. Byakuya Kachiki replied calmly, but liking it doesn't change the outcome. The gap is still there. Kenpachi Zaraki grinned, his gaze fixed on the screen, without arguing back. As the battle began, the outcome was already clear. Son Goku charged forward, his fist enveloped in a red aura. Vegeta sidestepped, deflecting with one hand, while striking back with the other. Son Goku took a heavy punch, his body flying back several meters, nearly losing his balance upon landing. He adjusted his center of gravity, gasped for breath, and charged again. Vegeta stood in place, absorbing every attack from Son Goku, and then countering. Every time Son Goku got close, he had to endure a few hits before landing a blow. With each counterattack, Vegeta pushed him back. Vegeta wore a cold smirk as he spoke. Do you see this, Kakarot? This is the difference in our bloodlines. Lower-class warriors will always be lower-class warriors. No matter how hard you try, you cannot cross this threshold. In the Naruto world, Naruto gripped the armrest tightly, leaning forward. Goku, hold on. Sasuke glanced at him, yelling, want help? Naruto closed his mouth, but his eyes never left the figure on the screen, who was being beaten back, yet kept standing up. Kakashi spoke softly. Even after being beaten like this, he can still stand up time and again. That is something he does not fall short of anyone. In the pirate world, Luffy frowned. Vegeta doesn't budge at all while Goku is pushed back each time. How can he win? Zoro replied calmly. The gap in strength cannot be filled by mere effort. Luffy clenched his fists tighter. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta looked at the screen, showing him dominating the battle, throwing his head back in laughter, his face full of triumph. This is the power of the Saiyan Prince. Kakarot, your double Kaioken is far from enough. He directly sent a barrage of taunts onto the screen. Huh, Kakarot, double is your limit, right? You're bound to lose. Earlier the screen said I would keep calling you Kakarot. Let's see how long you can hold on. The screen narration followed. Son Goku was covered in wounds, fully at a disadvantage while in the state of double Kaioken. He stopped, gasping for breath as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He knew that the double Kaioken was the limit he could currently maintain. The words of the KO echoed in his mind. If you go beyond this, your body will completely collapse. The moment his voice faded, the crimson aura around Sun Wukong surged explosively, deepening in hue. The rock beneath his feet shattered with a deafening crack, fragments scattering in all directions. Cracks spiderwebbed outward from his center across the ground. Vegeta fixed his gaze on him, and the faint sneer on his face vanished entirely in that instant. With the threefold Kaioken activated, Sun Wukong's combat power skyrocketed to 24,000, a figure that surpassed Vegeta's 18,000. The tide of battle turned on the spot. Yet this power came at a cost. The strain of the threefold Kaioken on the body far exceeded that of the twofold state. King Kai had once warned him not to use anything beyond threefold unless absolutely necessary. Sun Wukong chose to ignore that caution, staking everything on this battle. In the world of Naruto, Kakashi stared at the celestial screen, his single eye narrowing. 24,000. He's pushed past his limit. Naruto shot to his feet. Wasn't he only 8,000 before? How did he jump to 24,000? Sasuke pulled him back down. Twofold is 16,000 to threefold is 24,000. Simple. Naruto sat back down, asking no more, his eyes locked on the screen. Kakashi sighed. He's bridged the power gap, but this state can't last long. The toll is mounting, the fight ahead is uncertain. In the One Punch Man world, Saitama sat up straight, an unusual sight, his eyes fixed on the screen. Now this is getting interesting. Genos recorded rapidly. Threefold Kaioken energy output triples the base, but the strain on the host's body far exceeds linear growth. The longer this state persists, the greater the subsequent cost. Severe cases may lead to permanent damage. Saitama scratched his head. In short, even if he wins, he pays a price. On the battlefield, before Vegeta could react, Sun Wukong's figure had already vanished from his line of sight. A heavy punch landed on his abdomen, sending Vegeta flying, carving a deep trench into the ground as he crashed. No sooner had he risen than Sun Wukong was upon him, punch after punch, each strike devastating, forcing Vegeta back step by step. Vegeta's vaunted speed was utterly outmatched against the threefold Kaioken. He raised his arms to block, but each contact left his limbs numb. He sought a chance to counter, but found none. Sun Wukong showed no mercy. In the world of One Piece, Luffy slammed the armrest, lunging forward. It's turned around. Wukong turned it around. Chopper and Usopp hugged each other, shouting. Vegeta was dominating earlier, but now it's completely reversed. Nami gripped the railing, her eyes glued to the screen. Zoro glanced at the display and spoke calmly. His body is wearing down. Don't celebrate too soon. Luffy reined in his smile and focused back on the screen. Chopper leaned close to Zoro and whispered, how long can he hold out? Zoro gave no answer. In the shrouding the heavens world, Yi Fan watched the battle scene and remarked coolly, he's won the power disparity, but how much longer can that body endure? Pengbo frowned. He's not thinking about that anymore. Yi Fan didn't reply. The Black Emperor lay beside them, staring at the screen, silent. In the Armor Hero world, Shinnon clenched his fists, watching every strike Sun Wukong delivered, unable to utter a word. In the Marvel world, Tony stared at the holographic battle data. 24,000 against 18,000, a one-third gap. Vegeta is being suppressed with no room to retaliate. Captain America tightened his grip on his shield, his voice low. But Wukong's condition is deteriorating. Tony sighed and said nothing. In the bullet comment section of the celestial screen, the mockery calling Sun Wukong a low-class warrior vanished, entirely replaced by a wave of exclamations. A low-class warrior surpassing the prince. Who would have believed it? 24,000 Prince Vegeta, does your face sting? Inside the spaceship, Vegeta from another timeline watched the scene of his counterpart being pummeled on the screen, clenching and unclenching his fists. A low-class warrior fighting like this. He swallowed his pride and continued watching. On the battlefield, Vegeta, beaten back, repeatedly rose from the ground, spat out blood, and looked up at Sun Wukong. In his eyes burned a humiliation pressed to the depths. A low-class warrior. His voice was barely a whisper, those few words trailing off into silence. Sun Wukong assumed his stance, waiting for him to rise, saying nothing. Vegeta stared at him for a moment, then suddenly shot into the sky, stopping several kilometers above. In the world of the outcast, Mark followed Vegeta's ascent with his eyes. What's he going up there for? Ranbing stared at the screen. Striking from high altitude, a wider range. Mark shook his head. He's not targeting Sun Wukong. He's aiming at the entire battlefield. Ranbing furrowed her brow, but said nothing, continuing to watch. Vegeta halted in the high sky, spread his hands, palms facing each other. A purple energy sphere began to coalesce between them, expanding steadily, emitting a low, resonant hum. In the world of Bleach, Renji Abarai looked up, his expression shifting. What is that pressure? Byakuya Kachiki stared at the screen and spoke slowly. Enough to destroy a planet. Renji's voice went hoarse. He's going to blow up Earth. Is he really going to blow up Earth? Byakuya gave no answer, merely watching the screen calmly. In the world of Doraemon, Nobita gripped Doraemon's pocket tightly, his face pale. Is he really going to destroy Earth? He's here too. Doraemon's expression grew grave, his voice low. He no longer cares. Nobita's lips moved, but no words came out. In the world of Chinese Paladin, Li Xiaoyao frowned. He won't survive, either will he. If he unleashes that attack. Linger nodded. He's beyond such thoughts. Li Xiaoyao fell silent for a moment, saying nothing more. The members of the Xinqing team stared at the growing purple orb on the screen, their voices dry. If that hits the entire Earth. He couldn't finish. Dagu looked at the screen, his hands clenched, whispering, there are so many people on Earth. In the world of Journey to the West, Zhu Beiji rested his chin on his hand, his voice shaky. He's going to blow up Earth. He's on it too. Vegeta let out a furious roar from the heights. Kakarot, you and this planet shall turn to cosmic dust together. Garlic cannon. The celestial narrator displayed, Vegeta's combat power reached 18,000, a level already capable of destroying a planet. A single blow could annihilate an entire world. Yet despite that, at this moment Vegeta had been so thoroughly broken by Sun Wukong's assault that his mind collapsed, his reason lost, and he had not even considered the most basic consequences. If he unleashed this attack with full force, even if Sun Wukong could not withstand it and perished alongside Earth, what would become of him? In the end, it would only be Sun Wukong's demise, and he himself would be buried here as well. In the end, it would only be Sun Wukong's demise, and he himself would be buried here as well. In the end, it would only be Sun Wukong's demise, and he himself would be buried here as well. In the end, it would only be Sun Wukong's demise, and he himself would be buried here as well. In the end, it would only be Sun Wukong's demise, and he himself would be buried here as well. In the end, it would only be Sun Wukong's demise, and he himself would be buried here as well. In the end, it would only be Sun Wukong's demise, and he himself would be buried here as well. In the end, it would only be Sun Wukong's demise, and he himself would be buried here as well. In the end, it would only be Sun Wukong's demise, and he himself would be buried here as well. In the end, it would only be Sun Wukong's demise, and he himself would be buried here as well. In the end, it would only be Sun Wukong's demise, and he himself would be buried here as well. In the end, it would only be Sun Wukong's demise, and he himself would be buried here as well. In the end, it would only be Sun Wukong's demise, and he himself would be buried here as well. In the end, it would only be Sun Wukong's demise, and he himself would be buried here as well. In the end, it would only be Sun Wukong's demise, and he himself would be buried here as well. In the end, it would only be Sun Wukong's demise, and he himself would be buried here as well. In the end, it would only be Sun Wukong's demise, and he himself would be buried here as well. Vegeta thrust both arms forward, hurling the purple energy sphere toward the ground. Audiences from various worlds stared at the celestial screen, speechless. In the Doraemon world, Nobita gripped Doraemon's hand tightly. He actually did it. Doraemon lowered his voice. Vegeta had no other concerns. As the purple light surged toward him, Goku, with no time to think, pressed his hands together and channeled all his chi into his palms. Kamehameha. The two energy blasts collided midair, erupting in a deafening roar. The ground around them was torn apart by the shockwave, rocks scattering in all directions. The celestial screen's narration appeared. There are two major laws of beam clashes. First, whoever stands on the left. Well, that depends on perspective, since both could claim to be on the left. The key is the second law. Never engage in a beam clash with the sun. In the One Piece world, Usopp slammed the table. There are specific laws for beam clashes. Nami frowned. Does the second law mean Goku will win? Zoro stared at the screen. Let's keep watching. At first Goku held his ground. Both energies remained locked in stalemate, neither giving way. But this state did not last long. Vegeta's energy was more stable. Goku's side began to be pushed downward. In the Naruto world, Jiraiya's expression grew grim. Vegeta has more total energy. If this drags on, Goku won't hold out. Kakashi's single eye remained fixed on the screen, silent. Naruto gripped the armrest, leaning forward. Goku. In the Bleach world, Kenpachi Zaraki leaned back, eyes gleaming. Here it comes. A breakthrough, damn it, give it to me. Rinji Abarai stared intently, his voice hoarse. Does he have another move? Byakuya Kachiki said calmly, if he did, he wouldn't retreat. Goku felt the pressure mounting, the light of his Kamehameha beginning to be consumed by purple. Faces flashed through his mind, Piccolo falling, Tien Shinhan losing an arm, Kairatsu charging forward, and Yamcha's crater. He couldn't retreat. With a low roar, he unleashed all his chi, a crimson aura surging upward. Kaioken. ×4. The color of his aura deepened instantly, and the blue light of the Kamehameha expanded, forcing the purple energy stream back. Caught off guard, Vegeta was carried away by his own attack, hurtling into the sky. A thunderous explosion resounded at the horizon, a white flash illuminating the entire sky for an instant. In the One Piece world, Luffy jumped up. He pushed it back. Usopp leaped and shouted. Zoro shifted his gaze back to the screen. But what's his condition now? His words dampened the mood. In the Marvel world, Tony watched Goku land on the screen. 4 times the strain isn't a simple addition, over 3 times. He endured, but at a heavy cost. Captain America remained silent, eyes fixed on the screen. In the Armor Hero world, Xin Nen clenched his fist, unable to speak. As the energy dissipated, Goku descended from the sky. The moment he landed, his legs nearly gave way, but he forced himself to stand steady. A dull ache persisted throughout his muscles. Every breath felt like a weight on his chest. Just standing was already a tremendous effort. In the One Punch Man world, Genos quickly recorded. After the fourfold Kaioken, the host's body has sustained extensive damage, unable to return to normal combat state in the short term. Saitama leaned back. He won, but he's nearing his limit. In the Incarnation world, Ranbing looked at Mark. Can he keep going? Mark shook his head. Hard to say. Just then a figure ran out from behind a rock. It was Yajirobe. He had been hiding there all along, watching the battle without moving. Seeing Goku win the beam clash, he assumed the fight was over and ran over. We won. We won. Goku panted heavily, raising a hand to wave him off. Get back and hide. It's not over yet. In the journey to the West world, Zhu Beiji rested his chin on his hand. Vegeta got blasted away. Can he still come back? Master Roshi set down his cup. Losing a beam clash doesn't mean losing the whole fight. In the Shrouding the Heavens world, Pang Bo frowned. Yajirobe showing up now, isn't he just causing trouble? Yifan said calmly he thought it was over. The Black Emperor lay beside them, silent. High in the sky, Vegeta reappeared. His battle suit was torn in several places, blood on his face, but he was still standing. He landed back on the ground, scanning the sky, searching for the full moon. There was nothing. Kakarot, you destroyed the moon thinking that would stop me. Goku frowned, completely clueless about what he was talking about. The celestial screen's narration appeared. The moon wasn't destroyed by Goku, it was Piccolo. The scene shifted, going back a year. Gohan was in the wilderness, seeing the full moon for the first time. His body immediately went out of control, transforming into a giant ape, rampaging and destroying everything around. Piccolo had no other choice, expending a massive amount of chi to destroy the moon outright. If he hadn't, Gohan would have remained in his giant ape form, completely uncontrollable. In the Ultraman world, Daigo said softly, so that's it. Piccolo destroyed the moon to stop Gohan from losing control. Shinjo nodded silently. In the Chinese Paladin world, Li Xiaoyao exhaled. If he hadn't destroyed the moon, that kid would have stayed in that state, impossible to handle. Piccolo did the right thing. Linger nodded gently. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta stared at the battlefield on the screen, his expression dark. As a prince being pushed to this point by a low-class warrior, this was an insult he couldn't swallow. The screen switched back to the battlefield. Vegeta looked at the empty sky, a smirk tugging at his lips. You think without the moon you can stop me from transforming? He slowly gathered the energy in his palm, condensing it into a glowing white sphere. Very few Saiyans can create an artificial moon using their own energy. With those words, he tossed the sphere upward, shooting it high into the sky. In the One Piece world, Nami stared at the screen, her voice changing. He can create a moon himself. Luffy frowned. What use is a full moon? Is he going to transform? Zoro kept his hand on his sword, not letting go. Something even more troublesome than Nappa is coming. In the Bleach world, Rinji Abarai frowned. Saiyans turn into giant apes when they see a full moon, so if he stares at his own artificial moon. Byakuya Kachiki calmly added, he's going to transform. Rinji's voice grew hoarse. What will his combat power be after transforming? Byakuya didn't answer. In the Naruto world, Kakashi's single eye narrowed slightly. Goku can barely stand now if Vegeta transforms. Jiraiya frowned, swallowing the rest of his words. Naruto pressed his lips together, unable to speak. In the Doraemon world, Nobita straightened up, his voice trembling. Can Goku still fight? Doraemon looked at the screen, his expression grave, saying nothing. Nobita lowered his head, no longer asking. On the screen, the artificial moon hung high in the sky, emitting light similar to a real full moon. Vegeta raised his head, his eyes locked onto the glowing sphere. On the screen, the artificial moon hung high in the sky, emitting light similar to a real full moon. Vegeta raised his head, his eyes locked onto the glowing sphere. On the screen, the artificial moon hung high in the sky, emitting light similar to a real full moon. Vegeta raised his head, his eyes locked onto the glowing sphere. On the screen, the artificial moon hung high in the sky, emitting light similar to a real full moon. Vegeta raised his head, his eyes locked onto the glowing sphere. On the screen, the artificial moon hung high in the sky, emitting light similar to a real full moon. Vegeta raised his head, his eyes locked onto the glowing sphere. On the screen, the artificial moon hung high in the sky, emitting light similar to a real full moon. Vegeta raised his head, his eyes locked onto the glowing sphere. On the screen, the artificial moon hung high in the sky, emitting light similar to a real full moon. Vegeta raised his head, his eyes locked onto the glowing sphere. On the screen, the artificial moon hung high in the sky, emitting light similar to a real full moon. Vegeta raised his head, his eyes locked onto the glowing sphere. On the screen, the artificial moon hung high in the sky, emitting light similar to a real full moon. Vegeta raised his head, his eyes locked onto the glowing sphere. Vegeta tilted his head, staring at the artificial moon as sounds began to emanate from his body. That was the sound of bones being stretched. Vegeta's figure rapidly expanded, black hair bursting forth from beneath his skin, limbs elongating swiftly, his back arching, and in mere seconds his entire silhouette swelled to a height of several dozen meters. As his feet landed, the ground trembled and cracked. A gigantic black ape stood in the center of the battlefield. The audience from all worlds remained silent at first. After several seconds, someone finally spoke up. In the pirate world, Luffy stared at the screen, his voice much lower. How much bigger did he get? Usopp pressed against the railing, shrinking back slightly. Several dozen meters, I dare not count. Nami clutched the handrail tightly, her eyes fixed on the celestial screen. Zoro placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. First watch his eyes. The screen then zoomed in. The gaze of the giant ape was cold and rational. Luffy's expression turned serious. He hasn't lost his sanity. Zoro slowly nodded. He's more difficult to deal with than when he's out of control. In the Marvel world, Tony stared intensely at the combat suit on Vegeta, his eyes wide. With a size expansion like this, that suit remains utterly unchanged. Tony set down his cup and tapped his fingers on the table. If I can obtain a sample, the extensibility of my armor could be improved by at least 3 tiers. Banner, sitting nearby, spoke with a dry tone. Every time I transform, my pants can't hold up. He paused, leaving the statement unfinished. The narrator on the celestial screen chimed in. By the way, Vegeta's combat suit is a special product of the Frieza Force, known for its excellent elasticity and decent defense. Even with such a drastic change in body size, it sustained no damage. If this combat suit were to appear in another world, its defensive capabilities alone would make it invincible. In the world of armored warriors, Sinan stared at the intact combat suit on the celestial screen, pressing his lips tight, saying nothing. In the Naruto world, Jiraiya stroked his chin. The Frieza Force specifically produces such equipment. Naruto ignored him, fixated on the giant ape. How will Goku fight this? Sasuke coldly replied, let's watch. Naruto closed his mouth, continuing to gaze at the celestial screen. Just then something exploded in Son Goku's mind. That monster from the night of the full moon, the one that crushed his grandfather Son Gohan. The colossal being that caused havoc at the World Martial Arts Tournament. He had never known what that was until now. Looking at the black ape before him, he understood completely. That monster was himself. In the Ultraman world, Daegu spoke softly. He only now realizes that he crushed his grandfather. The members of the New City team clenched their fists, heads down, not responding. In the world of Linglong, Ran Bing watched Son Goku's expression on the celestial screen and gently spoke. Finding out at this moment is really painful. Mark nodded, not saying much. Son Goku had no time to linger. The giant ape Vegeta had already begun to speak. That voice descended from dozens of meters above, shaking the ground beneath. Kakarot, let me tell you something. When a Saiyan transforms into a giant ape, their fighting power increases tenfold. The celestial screen highlighted this statement, enlarging the text. The transformation of a Saiyan into a giant ape results in a tenfold increase in combat power. Vegeta, originally at 18,000, had consumed quite a bit during the battle. After transforming, he was around 100,000. The various worlds fell silent once more. This time the silence lasted longer than before. In the Doraemon world, Nobita frowned, his voice trembling. 10 times. How can Goku win? Doraemon looked at the celestial screen, his expression grave. He used the fourfold Kaioken, and his body is already straining too much. Nobita lowered his head, no longer asking questions. In the world of Soul Reapers, Aizen Renji gritted his teeth. Over 100,000. And the earlier 18,000 caused that much damage. The difference is not even in the same league. Byakuya Kachiki spoke calmly. A direct confrontation offers no way out. Aizen Renji shut his mouth, staring intently at the celestial screen. In the One Punch Man world, Genos quickly calculated and looked up. Son Goku's current combat power is estimated to be no more than 30,000. The opponent is at 100,000, a difference of over 3 times. In the face of such a number, no technique could compensate. Saitama set down the chips in his hand, his gaze fixed on the celestial screen, unusually serious. This time it's really troublesome. In the pirate world, Kaido slammed his wine gourd down on the table and stood up from his chair. 10 times. Just by transforming it becomes 10 times. This is ridiculous. No one dared to speak up beside him. Kaido snorted, raised his wine gourd, and muttered, unreasonable. In the Marvel world, Captain America tightened his grip on his shield, his voice grave. Can Son Goku hold on now? Tony shook his head. After the fourfold Kaioken, the physical toll is too great, he won't recover in a short time. Captain America remained silent, continuing to watch the celestial screen. Son Goku stood before the giant ape, looking up at those cold eyes. The aftereffects of the fourfold Kaioken lingered, his muscles were sore, and his limbs felt sluggish. The gap was evident, and he was acutely aware of it. But he did not retreat. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta watched the scene of his transformation on the celestial screen, his expression smug. Facing 100,000 against Kakarot's battered body, the outcome was already clear. He raised his cup and continued to watch the celestial screen. The giant ape Vegeta took a step forward, his foot crashing into the ground, creating a deep pit. Son Goku jumped to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow. But the giant ape's hand followed with a sweeping motion. Son Goku had no time to dodge and took a direct hit, being sent flying into a distant pile of rocks. Vegeta's voice descended from above, his tone flat. Even if you exert all your strength, the outcome will not change. After a moment, sounds came from the pile of rocks. Son Goku slowly stood up. In the Naruto world, Naruto clenched his teeth, unable to say a word. Sasuke calmly watched the celestial screen. He can't win, but it's not time to fall yet. In the Linglong world, Ranbing observed the figure standing up and gently said, he hasn't given up yet. Mark did not respond, continuing to stare at the screen. The narrator on the celestial screen presented the final lines. Son Goku's body is nearing its limit. What he faces is the giant ape Vegeta with a combat power exceeding 100,000. This battle is far from over. The celestial scene continued. Facing the giant ape Vegeta, whose combat power had surged past 100,000, Son Goku no longer had the means to engage him. He could only rely on his battle instincts, clumsily dodging attacks that could crack the very earth beneath them. With each evasion, the wounds from the fourfold Kaioken cut deeper. He knew in his heart that a frontal assault was hopeless. The only chance for victory lay in another ultimate technique taught by King Kai, the Spirit Bomb. This technique could gather the life force of heaven and earth, but it required time to charge. In the world of Naruto, Nara Shikaku frowned and spoke. Using a blinding technique to buy time is the right call, but is the charging window long enough? Beside him, Naruto clenched his fists, silent, his gaze fixed on the celestial screen. In the world of One Piece, Sanji exhaled a plume of smoke, his voice calm. When you can't win in a straight fight, you use a trick. He's got brains, but in his current state, can he hold out until he pulls it off? Nami lowered her head, offering no reply. Son Goku seized an opening and unleashed the solar flare against Vegeta. A blinding light erupted abruptly. The giant ape let out a furious roar, its eyes seared shut. It thrashed wildly on the spot, gouging deep craters into the ground. Son Goku did not stop. He turned and flew to the top of a distant rock, raised both hands high, and began gathering energy. A faint, tiny sphere of light appeared in his palms, slowly growing larger. Audiences across countless worlds held their breath, staring at that orb of light. But the scene in the celestial screen took a sharp turn. Vegeta's vision recovered far faster than expected. Before the spirit bomb was complete, he locked onto the charging Son Goku. The giant ape's hand swept across, smashing Goku heavily into the ground. The gathered energy dissipated instantly. In the world of Bleach, Rinji Abarai shot to his feet. It got interrupted before it was finished. What does he do now? Byakuya Kachiki remained still, his gaze on the celestial screen, speaking calmly. Watch. The celestial scene continued. Son Goku lay on the ground, barely able to move. He expended the last of his ki to fire a blast, striking Vegeta squarely in the right eye. Struck in the right eye, Vegeta let out a sky-shaking roar. He stomped down, and Son Goku's legs were crushed beneath his foot. Son Goku's screams of agony echoed across the desolate plains. Yajirobe, hiding behind a rock, covered his ears, but did not flee. Vegeta's massive hand then seized Son Goku. The sound of bones cracking rang out one after another, as every bone in his body was shattered within that grip. In the world of armor heroes, Shinon stared at the celestial screen, his voice hoarse. He's already won. Why is he doing this? No one answered. In the world of One Punch Man, Saitama had unknowingly sat up straight, his fists clenched, his gaze icy cold on the screen, saying nothing. Genos also stopped recording, his eyes fixed on the celestial screen. In the Marvel Universe, Steve Rogers' face darkened. He's already won. This is pointless. Tony Stark set down his glass, his voice calm. It has meaning to him. Insults must be repaid tenfold. That's his logic. Steve said no more. In the world of Dragon Ball, on the sacred land of Korin, Krillin clenched his fists, his entire body trembling, unable to utter a single word. Son Gohan's eyes were red, his lips pressed tightly together, his head bowed. Piccolo stood beside him, his expression dark, saying nothing. The celestial screen shifted. Sensing that Son Goku's ki had weakened to its limit, Krillin and Son Gohan immediately turned back to the battlefield. When they arrived, they saw Vegeta's massive hand about to crush Son Goku's head. They quickly devised a plan. Son Gohan would draw Vegeta's attention, while Krillin used the Destructo Disc to sever the giant ape's tail. However, the moment Krillin hurled the Destructo Disc, Vegeta leaped nimbly and dodged it with ease. He had long sensed their presence, but ignored them, now forcing them to watch this scene with mockery. In the world of Bleach, Ichigo Kurosaki stood up from his chair, his eyes reddening. So close. In the world of Ling Cage, Captain Mark spoke in a deep voice. Even as a giant ape, his judgment hasn't diminished one bit. An opponent like this is truly troublesome. Rambing frowned slightly and nodded, saying nothing. On the battlefield, Krillin and Son Gohan were at a loss. Vegeta's massive hand slowly closed in on Son Goku. Audiences across all worlds fell silent, no one spoke. Just then a figure dashed out from behind the rocks. It was Yajirobe. He had been hiding there watching the battle, not moving. But at this moment he charged out anyway. His samurai sword raised high above his head, he let out a trembling shout and swung with all his might at the root of Vegeta's thick tail. A flash of the blade. The tail fell to the ground, severed. The giant ape's roar abruptly changed pitch. Vegeta's form began to shrink rapidly, the black fur receding, his towering silhouette contracting back into that of an ordinary man, who then collapsed to the ground. Son Goku landed beside him motionless. Yajirobe still stood there gripping his sword, his legs trembling, but he did not fall. Silence reigned across the worlds for several seconds. In the world of One Piece, Usopp was the first to react, slamming his hand on the table. It's Yajirobe. He did it. Luffy shot to his feet. The one who was hiding the whole time. He cut off the tail. Zoro shifted his gaze back to the celestial screen and gave a slow nod. When it counted, he did well. In the world of Naruto, Jiraiya slapped his knee. When everyone else was helpless, it was him. Naruto stood stunned for a few seconds, then shouted loudly. Yajirobe. Sasuke didn't call out, but the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He said nothing. The celestial screen then displayed a line of text. This was the second time Yajirobe had saved Son Goku since the fall of King Piccolo. Some say he was a coward hiding on the sidelines without joining the fight. But in the moment when everyone was at their wits' end, it was he who delivered the most crucial blow. A tanky Yasuo, truly terrifying. In the world of Doraemon, Nobita wiped the corner of his eye. He was trembling the whole time, but he still rushed out. Doraemon said softly. Being afraid, yet still doing it. That is courage. In the world of Ling Cage, Ranbing stared at the hand holding Yajirobe's sword on the celestial screen and spoke. His hand is shaking. Mark nodded. He went in shaking, and the result was just as effective. In the world of Armor Heroes, Shinnon stared at the celestial screen, his clenched fist slowly relaxing. In the Marvel Universe, Captain America spoke, his voice steady. You don't need the greatest power. You just need to step up when the moment is right. Tony didn't reply, his eyes on the figure on the celestial screen whose legs were still trembling, but who didn't back down. He was silent for a moment, then picked up his glass. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta stared at the scene on the celestial screen, where that single blade had reverted him to his original form, his face ashen, not uttering a word. Defeated by an ordinary earthling with an ordinary sword cutting off his tail. He suppressed this fury and continued to watch the celestial screen. The celestial screen continued to play. Vegeta had returned to his normal state, rising from the ground, his body covered in wounds. Son Gohan immediately rushed forward and grabbed hold of him. On the other side, Krillin ran to Son Goku's side. Son Goku lay on the ground, every bone in his body shattered, barely able to lift a hand. Krillin, give me your hand. Krillin immediately knelt down and grasped Son Goku's hand. A white orb of light slowly transferred from Son Goku's palm into Krillin's hand. The orb was noticeably smaller than before. My injuries are too severe. Only half the energy remains. Son Goku's voice came in broken gasps. Wait for the right moment before throwing it. In the world of Bleach, Ichigo Kurosaki furrowed his brow. Only half. Can they still win like this? Byakuya Kachiki spoke calmly. The odds are low, but this is their final resort. In the world of Naruto, Naruto clenched his fists. Goku's that badly hurt, yet he's still figuring out a way. Sasuke stared at the screen. The spirit bomb is their last chance. If it doesn't hit, it's all over. Krillin carried the spirit bomb and stealthily circled behind Vegeta. Vegeta was locked in combat with Son Gohan and didn't notice Krillin. Krillin raised his hand ready to throw it. Just then Yajirobe, who was hiding in the distance, suddenly shouted loudly. Hey, what are you waiting for? Throw it now. That yell alerted Vegeta. Vegeta spun around abruptly. Forced to act prematurely, Krillin released the spirit bomb, but it grazed past Vegeta's shoulder. It missed its mark. The spirit bomb hurtled straight towards Son Gohan. In the world of One Piece, Usopp fell off his chair. No, it missed. It's going to hit their own guy. Sanji, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, looked utterly exasperated. That fat guy was a hero a moment ago, but now he's a complete liability. Nami covered her face. There's really no hope now. Just as the spirit bomb was about to strike Son Gohan's son, Goku's voice echoed in his ears. Gohan, don't be afraid. Those with a pure heart can push it back. Son Gohan instinctively reached out and shoved with all his might. The spirit bomb arced through the air and struck Vegeta squarely on the back, just as he turned around. Boom. The explosion blasted Vegeta high into the sky and he let out an agonized roar. In the Marvel world, Tony let out a whistle. What incredible luck. Captain America stared at the screen. It wasn't luck. Goku had already anticipated this. Tony nodded. Right, he knew Gohan could push it back. In the world of One Punch Man, Saitama scratched his head. So that's how this move works? Genos quickly took notes. The spirit bomb's property is to repel malice. Those with good hearts can touch it and alter its trajectory. This is a crucial detail. Vegeta fell from the sky, crashing into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. He lay motionless. Yajirobe mustered his courage and slowly crept over to check on him. Just as he drew near, Vegeta's eyes snapped open. They were bloodshot and filled with killing intent. He was still alive, and he could still move. In the world of armor, hero Shinnon clenched his fists. He still hasn't fallen. In the world of the legend of Haymark said in a low voice, the spirit bomb was only at half power, its force wasn't enough. Ranbing frowned. What do we do now? Krillin and Son Gohan watched Vegeta rise, their hearts sinking to the depths. Son Goku could no longer move, and Krillin and Son Gohan together were no match for Vegeta. Just then Son Goku suddenly noticed something. Behind Son Gohan, a tail had grown without anyone noticing. Son Goku's eyes lit up. Gohan. Using the last of his strength, he transmitted his voice. Look up at that orb of light in the sky. In the world of Bleach, Rinji Abarai was startled. He wants Gohan to transform. Byakuya, Kachiki nodded. This is the only option now. In the world of One Piece, Luffy shot to his feet. Gohan's going to turn into a giant ape. Zoro stared at the screen. But Vegeta will definitely try to stop him. Son Gohan looked up dazedly at the artificial moon. Vegeta also noticed Son Gohan's tail, and his expression changed. He roared and charged at Son Gohan, intent on killing him before he could transform. Just then a figure moved faster than him. It was Yajirobe. Letting out a trembling shout, once more he raised his sword and charged forward recklessly. He brought his sword down on Vegeta's back. The strike only left a shallow wound, but it successfully drew all of Vegeta's attention. Vegeta abandoned Son Gohan, turned and kicked Yajirobe, flying with a single blow. In the world of Naruto, Naruto shouted out loud. Yajirobe. Kakashi said softly. He used himself as bait to buy time for Gohan. Jiraiya nodded. Once again. After dealing with Yajirobe, Vegeta turned back in horror. A brand new giant ape stood before him, letting out a deafening roar. Son Gohan's transformation was complete. For the first time, true fear flickered across Vegeta's face. In the Marvel world, Tony stared at the giant ape on the screen. Gohan transformed, his battle power has multiplied tenfold. Captain America said in a grave tone, Vegeta in his current state can't hold on. The celestial narration then appeared. In this battle, Yajirobe shined again. This move was absolutely brilliant. What does it mean to be Yajirobe in a desperate situation? This is the answer. In the world of One Piece, Usopp jumped up and shouted, Yajirobe. That was amazing. Nami's eyes reddened. He did it. Luffy grinned. That guy, he's something else. Zoro released his hand from his sword hilt. At the critical moment, he didn't back down. In the world of One Punch Man, Saitama sat up straight, a rare sight. That fat guy. He's interesting. Genos stopped taking notes. He changed the course of the battle twice. In the world of armor, hero Shinnon stared at the image of Yajirobe being kicked away on the celestial screen, his clenched fist slowly relaxing. In the world of the legend of Hei, Ranbing said softly, he traded himself for a final chance. Mark nodded. It was worth it. In the world of Dragon Ball, atop the temple, Krillin looked at the celestial screen, his eyes slightly red. Yajirobe, you did great. Son Gohan kept his head down, silent. Piccolo stood beside him and spoke calmly. He is braver than many. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta stared at the fear on his own face in the celestial screen, clenching his fists until the veins bulged on his neck. To be driven to this point by the son of a low-class warrior. Inside the celestial screen imagery, the giant ape Son Gohan looked down at Vegeta, his eyes devoid of reason, filled only with rage. Vegeta took a step back. The celestial screen continued. The giant ape Son Gohan stood before Vegeta, his eyes a chaotic blur devoid of any sense of direction. Just then Krillin bellowed at the top of his lungs. Gohan, attack that Saiyan. Son Gohan's eyes shifted, turning towards Vegeta, and he charged forward with a single stride. The celestial narration then appeared. Son Gohan was not a pure-blooded Saiyan. He possessed half-earthling lineage. Compared to pure-blooded Saiyans, he could retain a shred of sanity more easily in his giant ape form. Krillin's shout had precisely awakened that shred of sanity. In the Naruto world, Naruto shouted, he heard it. Sasuke said calmly, so this is the advantage of being a hybrid. Kakashi's single eye was fixed on the celestial screen, but he remained silent. On the battlefield, the situation had completely reversed. Earlier, the giant ape Vegeta had been trampling over Son Goku as he desperately dodged. Now the giant ape Son Gohan was chasing after Vegeta, who was scrambling all over the ground. In the Bleach world, Kenpachi Zaraki leaned back in his chair and grinned broadly. The tables have turned. Now this is a real show. Rinji Abarai stared at the screen, his fists clenched. Take him down. Byakuya Kachiki said calmly. Vegeta hasn't given up. He's looking for an opening. In the One Piece world, Chopper clung to the railing and shouted. Go after him. Beat him down. Nami stared at the screen, but didn't respond. Zoro rested his hand on his sword hilt and said coolly, hold on. Vegeta definitely has another trick up his sleeve. In the Ultraman world, Shin Hayata kept his eyes locked on the screen. Vegeta's starting to dodge. Daigo whispered, he hasn't fallen. He's been waiting for his chance. Vegeta dodged, while keeping his eyes fixed on the base of Son Gohan's tail, waiting for an opening. Then he struck. Son Gohan's tail fell to the ground. The colossal form began to shrink rapidly on the spot, but its position remained unchanged. Son Gohan's entire body crashed down onto Vegeta. With a thunderous roar, cracks spread across the ground in a ring. Vegeta lay pinned beneath Son Gohan's body, completely motionless. In the Marvel world, Tony was taken aback. Vegeta cut off his own tail, and it ended up screwing him over. Captain America said softly. When Son Gohan reverted to his normal form, he came straight down and landed right on top of him. Tony sighed. After all that fighting, he lost to physics in the end. In the One Punch Man world, Genos quickly took notes. Vegeta severed Son Gohan's tail, causing Son Gohan to revert to his normal form and directly crush him. This decision became the final turning point of the battle. Saitama scratched his head. After all that fuss, getting crushed to death in the end. That's just pathetic. In the Ling Cage world, Ran Bing said softly. He thought cutting off the tail would end the fight, but it turned into the final blow instead. Mark nodded slightly, but said nothing more. In the Armor Hero world, Shinnon stared at the screen, his clenched fists slowly relaxing. The celestial screen continued. Vegeta struggled out from under Son Gohan's body, covered in wounds, barely able to stand. He kept his head down, shuffling forward step by step. He pulled a remote control from his chest and pressed the button. The spaceship drifted over from a distance and stopped before him. Krillin looked up, his voice heavy. He's going to run. Son Goku lay on the ground panting. I know. Krillin turned around. Yajirobe handed him the sword. Krillin took the sword, walked up behind Vegeta, and raised his hand. In the Naruto world, Naruto stared intently at the screen. Krillin's about to do it. Sasuke said calmly, let's see what Goku thinks first. Just as the blade was about to fall, Son Goku spoke up. Krillin, stop. Krillin's hand froze in midair. Why? He's killed so many people. Son Goku paused, his voice steady. I want to fight him again. I lost this time. Krillin was silent for a few seconds, then lowered the sword. In the One Piece world, Chopper leaned close to Luffy and whispered, so Goku let him go just because he wants to fight him again. Luffy stared at the screen and said quietly, he hasn't had enough of a fight. It's that simple. Usopp muttered beside him. And that's the reason he let Vegeta go. Zoro took his hand off his sword hilt. Krillin respected his decision, which means Goku has earned that right. In the One Punch Man world, Saitama leaned back in his chair. Wanting to fight again, that's a reason direct enough. Genos put down his pen. Sensei want this cause trouble later. Saitama thought for a moment. He doesn't care about that. He just wants to fight. Nothing wrong with that. Vegeta staggered into the spaceship, the hatch closed, and the ship slowly rose into the sky. He had arrived with immense pride and left in utter disgrace. Earth had become the most humiliating place for Vegeta. The various worlds fell silent for a moment. As an interesting side note, in this battle, Yamcha was killed by a Cyberman's self-destruction, which had nothing to do with Vegeta. Tien Shinhan Kaiatsu and Piccolo were all killed by Nappa, which also had nothing to do with Vegeta. Vegeta came to Earth and never spilled a single drop of an Earthling's blood. What's even more interesting is that he personally disposed of Nappa. From a certain perspective, he avenged those who had died. So it makes sense that Son Goku let him go. The debts of those people were owed to Nappa, and Nappa had already been sent off by Vegeta. In the Bleach world, Renji Aburai was taken aback, then frowned. Wait, if you look at it that way, Vegeta actually helped avenge them. Byakuya Kachiki said calmly, he is guilty, but not for those specific lives. Kenpachi Zaraki grinned. That reasoning is a bit twisted, but it holds up. In the Naruto world, Naruto frowned. He's still a bad guy? You can't just let it slide. Sasuke glanced at him. No one said he was a good guy, but letting him go this time is reasonable enough. Naruto shut his mouth and looked down, falling silent. In the One Piece world, Sanji held a cigarette and said, the logic is convoluted, but there are no holes in it. Chopper leaned close to Zoro and whispered, so what kind of person is Vegeta really? Zoro didn't answer. Nami sighed. Why overthink it? He's gone, and that's that. In the Marvel world, Tony raised his cup. Vegeta's hands are clean this time, so letting him go makes sense. But everyone knows he'll definitely come back. Captain America added quietly, next time they meet, it depends on whether Goku has recovered or not. In the Ling Cage world, Ran Bing glanced at Mark. Can Goku win next time? Mark thought for a moment. He was close this time. Next time? It's hard to say. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta completely broke down. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am the proud prince of all Saiyans. How could I lose to a low-class warrior? Inside the spaceship, Vegeta's roar still echoed as the celestial projection switched scenes. This battle was fraught with peril, and the Z-fighters had suffered significant losses, paying a tremendous price. Though in the end Goku and his comrades had secured victory, from Goku's own perspective, he had not truly won. In the world of One Piece, Luffy frowned. How is it not a win? Didn't Vegeta run away? Zoro spoke calmly. He didn't win in single combat. In the end, it took everyone working together to drive Vegeta off. Luffy pondered for a moment, then nodded. The celestial projection continued. For in his solo confrontation with Vegeta, he had not triumphed. It was only through the combined efforts of his teammates that they barely managed to subdue the Saiyan Prince. That said, Vegeta's defeat was entirely due to his own arrogance and penchant for showing off. He had foolishly wasted 3 hours waiting for Goku. Had he not been so overconfident, the outcome would have been uncertain. In the world of Naruto, Nara Shikaku sighed softly. A single lapse in judgment led to total defeat. His arrogance gave his opponent the only chance to turn the tables. Kakashi's lone eye narrowed slightly. If he had ordered Nappa to eliminate everyone from the start by the time Goku arrived, he wouldn't have had any teammates left. Hearing this, Naruto clenched his fists. That's terrifying. Goku wouldn't have been able to hold out. In the Marvel Universe, Thanos spoke in a deep voice. Mercy and underestimation towards an enemy are the greatest cruelty to oneself. He paid the price for his arrogance. The text on the celestial projection continued to appear. If he hadn't wasted those 3 hours waiting and had instead ordered Nappa to strike ruthlessly, Goku would never have had the chance to join forces with Krillin and Gohan. In essence, Vegeta's downfall was entirely caused by his own hubris. Byakuya Kachiki said calmly, fooling around is one thing, but losing is losing. The words on the celestial projection faded and new content emerged. From the moment he arrived on Earth to start this battle, his innate tendency to show off and be reckless was already evident. And Goku's decision to spare Vegeta's life marked the beginning of their intertwined fates. This concludes the second installment of the Dragon World Disaster Recap, the Saiyan Invasion Incident. Audiences across various worlds stared at this line, falling silent for a moment. In the One Punch Man world, Saitama yawned. Finally over. Genos quickly took notes. The analysis of this battle is highly valuable for reference. The tactical errors caused by arrogance serve as a warning for all combatants. Just then, new content appeared on the celestial projection. All those who participated in quelling this crisis can claim their corresponding exclusive rewards. List of participants: Son Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, Son Gohan, Yajirobe, Tien, Shin, and Yamcha, and Kaiatsu. In the world of Linglong, Captain Mark was taken aback. Even those who fell at the very beginning are included. Ranbing stared at the list. Yamcha and Kaiatsu are on the list. In the One Piece world, Usopp's eyes widened. That guy Yamcha who was lying on the ground can also claim a reward. Nami frowned. He participated in the battle even though he lost quickly. The celestial projection then revealed the specific reward content. Reward directly replicate the full combat power and cultivation level that each person possessed during this incident. The moment these words appeared, the entire myriad of worlds erupted. In the Armor Hero world, Xin then shot to his feet. Full combat power and cultivation level. Does that mean Goku now instantly knows the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb? Saitama scratched his head. Sounds impressive, I guess. In the Marvel world, Tony raised his glass and whistled. So they skip all the training and get the final result. Captain America nodded. It appears so. Tony suddenly chuckled. Hey, the star of that world-famous meme did nothing and just lucked into a massive power-up. I like this guy's luck. In the One Piece world, Chopper leaned over to Luffy. Yamcha was blown up as soon as he appeared, and he still gets a reward. Luffy grinned. He at least showed up. That's better than those who didn't come. Usopp was so envious that tears practically drooled from the corner of his mouth. Damn it. He got beaten, became a meme, and still got such a huge benefit for free. I want to ride on his coattails too. Zoro released his hand from his sword hilt. His sacrifice ignited Krillin's rage. From that perspective, he truly deserves the reward. The celestial projection began to display the reward scene. In the dragon world atop the lookout, the bodies of Krillin, Tien, Shin, Kairatsu, and Yamcha were simultaneously enveloped in a gentle light. As the light faded, Krillin instinctively raised his hand, and the energy disk of the Destructo disc instantly formed in his palm. That exquisite control over energy felt as if it were innate. This is... Krillin stared at the Destructo disc in his hand, his voice trembling slightly. Tien Shinhan also felt the surging power within him and was silent for a moment. Our strength has been directly elevated to the level we had at that time. Kaiatsu said softly beside him, it feels so powerful. Yamcha stood to the side, his face a picture of disbelief. I got stronger too. Krillin turned to look at him, his expression complex. You really lucked out on this one. Yamcha's face instantly flushed red. That's true. But next time I definitely won't be the first one to fall. Son Gohan stood beside Piccolo, feeling the power surging within him, clenching his fists. At the same time, Son Goku, who was sprinting along Snake Way, felt his body jolt violently. The application methods of the Kaioken, the technique for gathering the Spirit Bomb, and the resilient mindset forged from his desperate battle with Vegeta were instantly integrated into his soul and body. His aura surged, directly reaching the level he possessed when he returned to Earth in the celestial projection. Goku stopped, clenched his fists, and felt this immense power. But there was no joy on his face. It's not enough. This level of power is still not enough. Goku's gaze became resolute as he looked towards the end of Snake Way. I must go to Lord Ko's place and use the remaining time, nearly a year, to become stronger. Strong enough to defeat him fair and square. Far from stopping due to his sudden power surge, he rushed towards Ko's planet with even greater speed. The audiences across the myriad of worlds watched this scene and began to speak. In the Naruto world, Naruto shot to his feet. Goku was going to get even stronger. Sasuke stared at the screen. He's already obtained all the power from that battle, but he's still not satisfied. Kakashi said softly, because he knows he only won thanks to his teammates. The next time he faces Vegeta, he wants to defeat him with his own strength. Jiraiya nodded. That's the mindset of a true warrior. In the One Piece world, Luffy grinned. Goku is really amazing. Zoro shifted his gaze back to the celestial projection. The battle between him and Vegeta isn't truly over yet. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta watched the scene of Goku charging towards KO's planet on the celestial projection, his face ashen. In the Dragon Ball world atop the lookout, Yamcha stood to one side watching the barrage of comments drifting across the celestial screen, his expression shifting several times. Yamcha, the king of leeching. This guy did nothing and still got a huge reward. The protagonist of that iconic scene is truly different. Yamcha's face burned with embarrassment. He wanted to defend himself, but felt their words were not wrong. He had indeed been the first to fall, contributing almost nothing. Krillin walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry about it. At least you stepped onto the field. Yamcha gave a bitter smile. What kind of stepping onto the field was that? I just lay there. Krillin thought for a moment. Consider your luck a kind of strength in itself. Yamcha opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. On the other side, Piccolo stood beside Gohan, sensing the cultivation base that had synchronized into his body. The experience of his deadly battle with Vegeta, the exquisite control over energy, all merged into his being. He looked down at Gohan, and something new appeared in his eyes. It was an unprecedented feeling of affection and a desire to protect. That Kakarot, Piccolo murmured, his tone filled with envy, really fathered a fine son. He even felt a surge of impulse, a desire to push son Goku aside and become Gohan's true father himself. Gohan looked up at him puzzled. Uncle Piccolo, what did you say? Piccolo shook his head. Nothing. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta's fist slammed heavily onto the console. Damn it. Damn that celestial screen. The console let out a loud crack as its surface dented inward. Nappa, standing nearby, was startled and dared not speak. Vegeta stared at the celestial screen, his face ashen. His original plan had been completely thrown into disarray. The rewards from the celestial screen had already granted Kakarot a battle power of nearly 16,000, and he had also learned the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. And he himself still needed nearly a year to reach Earth. That was ample time for Kakarot to grow even stronger. Vegeta quickly analyzed the situation. There was no going back to Frieza. He was already a traitor. Going to Earth to face a Kakarot whose strength far exceeded expectations was akin to walking to his own death. He fell into a daze. Where else could he go? Just then a thought flashed through his mind. Planet Namek. A glint of sharp light shone in Vegeta's eyes. If I can find the Dragon Balls there and wish for immortality. He immediately issued an order to Nappa, who was in another ship. Change course. Destination Planet Namek. Nappa was stunned. Planet Namek is very far from here, and besides, are you questioning my orders? Nappa shuddered and immediately lowered his head. No, sir. They'll change the course right away. Though confused, he could only comply under Vegeta's oppressive authority. His heart was filled with grievance and helplessness. Across the myriad worlds, the celestial screen temporarily ceased its updates. Spectators from various worlds began to discuss. In the Naruto world, Nara Shikaku stared at the screen and spoke. The next calamity to be featured will surely have a source far more powerful than Vegeta. That seems to be the pattern of the celestial screen. Kakashi nodded. The first was King Piccolo, the second was the Saiyans. Each one is stronger than the last. Naruto furrowed his brow. So what's next? Sasuke said calmly. I don't know, but it will definitely be more troublesome than Vegeta. In the One Piece world, Sanji blew out a smoke ring. Even a monster like Vegeta is only ranked second to last. I can't imagine what's coming next. Nami gripped the armrest tightly. Could it be an even stronger Saiyan? Zoro placed his hand on his sword hilt. Possibly, or it could be another race entirely. Luffy grinned. Whoever it is, Goku can definitely beat them. Usopp muttered beside him. You say that so easily. While everyone was speculating deep in the cosmos inside a colossal spaceship, Frieza sat in his hovering chair watching the celestial screen. A cold smirk curled on his lips. Interesting, another feature. Behind him, Dodoria and Zarbon stood rigidly, unease written on their faces. After all the villains featured on the screen had all lost, Frieza, however, was unconcerned, his voice calm. In the entire universe aside from Lord Beerus and that Majin Buu, who could possibly be my match? Dodoria spoke cautiously. Lord Frieza, could it be that they? Frieza cut him off. As long as it's not them, it makes no difference who comes. Zarbon chimed in from the side. Lord Frieza is right. Frieza's gaze returned to the celestial screen, waiting for the new feature to begin. Just then the image on the celestial screen refreshed. A line of golden characters slowly emerged. Dragon Ball World Disaster Feature Part 3, The Cataclysm of Namek's Fall. These words made Vegeta, who had just altered his course, feel a sudden jolt in his heart. He stared at the screen, not daring to blink. Then the source of the disaster was revealed. Perpetrator of the disaster, Emperor of the Universe Frieza in the Bleach world, Ichigo Kurosaki frowned. Emperor of the Universe. That title doesn't sound simple. Byakuya Kachiki said in a grave tone. Anyone called an emperor is definitely not on Vegeta's level. In the Naruto world, Jiraiya took a deep breath. It's over. This is really it. Naruto was confused. What's wrong? Kakashi explained softly. Vegeta is just a prince. This Frieza is an emperor. Just from their titles, it's a whole different league. In the One Piece world, Kaido set down his gourd of sake, his expression turning serious. Emperor. That's not a title just anyone can use. In the Marvel world, Tony Stark stared at the screen. Emperor of the universe. A ruler-level existence. Goku and the others are in huge trouble this time. Captain America tightened his grip on his shield. I hope they can hold on. On planet Namek, all the Namekians looked up at the celestial screen. Earlier, the screen had told them not to forget the words Vegeta had spoken, and they had clung to a sliver of hope. But now with the words Namek's fall and Frieza appearing together, the expressions on their faces shifted from unease to utter despair. An elderly Namekian fell to his knees, his voice trembling. It's over. Our planet is doomed. Another Namekian clutched his head in his hands. Frieza? It's that Frieza. The hope they had held in their hearts had finally died. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta's face turned uglier than it had ever been. The refuge and land of hope he had just chosen had in an instant become the center of the next hell. Nappa had also seen the screen, his voice shaking. Lord Vegeta, do we still go to Namek? Vegeta did not answer. His hand clenched the armrest so tightly his knuckles turned white. Inside Frieza's ship, Dodoria and Zarbon exchanged a glance, their faces filled with terror. Lord Frieza, the celestial screen. Frieza raised a hand, signaling them to be quiet. He stared at the screen, his eyes showing no emotion. Interesting, the fall of Namek. His voice was calm, even carrying a hint of curiosity. Let me see how the future me will destroy that planet. The celestial screen began to scroll, revealing new content. Back when the Saiyans attacked Earth, Vegeta instantly recognized Piccolo as a Namekian. That was precisely why he ordered Nappa to eliminate Piccolo, planning to later journey to Namek in search of Dragon Balls with greater power. His casual remark, however, was overheard by two individuals. One of them was Krillin, and the other was none other than the galactic tyrant Frieza. In the world of Ling Cage, Mark frowned. So Vegeta's words were intercepted by Frieza. Ranbing nodded. It seems the Saiyan Scouter isn't just for measuring battle power. Mark said in a deep voice. This complicates things. Frieza has set his sights on Namek's Dragon Balls too. The celestial screen continued its progression. Earlier, when Raditz spoke privately with Piccolo, the entire conversation was monitored by Vegeta's Scouter. Now Vegeta's own words were being clearly intercepted by Frieza's Scouter. Indeed, a villain's loose tongue never bodes well. That saying holds absolutely true. In the world of armor, Hero Shinon stared at the screen. Vegeta himself was being eavesdropped on. Isn't that poetic justice? In the world of Naruto, Naruto slammed the table. Serves him right. He spied on others, and now he's being spied on. Sasuke said coldly. But this puts Namek in grave danger. Kakashi murmured. Not just Namek. Krillin and the others will encounter Frieza as well. The celestial screen shifted, revealing the interior of Frieza's spaceship. Upon hearing that Namek possessed Dragon Balls capable of granting wishes, Frieza immediately set off with a contingent of his subordinates. In the world of One Piece, Nami gripped the armrest tightly. Frieza is going too. Zoro rested his hand on his sword hilt. Now all three factions are about to converge. Luffy stared at the screen, his voice turning grave. Frieza's strength is definitely far greater than Vegeta's. Chopper whispered beside him. Then what will Goku and the others do? Luffy did not answer, his gaze fixed on the celestial screen. The scene shifted once more. Meanwhile, after leaving Earth, Vegeta first returned to one of Frieza's planets, entering a healing pod to recover. Once fully healed, he commandeered a spaceship and also set course for Namek. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta watched the scene of himself stealing the vessel on the celestial screen, his face turning ashen. It's over. Frieza is heading to Namek too. He had leaped from one pitfall straight into an even greater abyss. In another ship, Nappa's voice trembled. Prince Vegeta, what do we do now? Vegeta clenched his teeth. Shut up. Let me think. The celestial screen continued. Back on Earth, although Goku and his group barely managed to repel Vegeta, Piccolo was killed, and the Guardian perished alongside him. The Dragon Balls on Earth became inert and useless. The comrades who had been sacrificed earlier could not be revived using the Dragon Balls. Just as everyone was at a loss, Krillin came up with an idea. In the world of Bleach, Rinji Aburai spoke up. The idea Krillin thought of must be to go to Namek and find the Dragon Balls, right? Byakuya, Kachiki nodded. Obviously, the celestial screen showed the scene of the lookout in the Dragon Ball world. Aside from Frieza, only Krillin had firmly remembered the words Vegeta had just spoken. So he proposed that if they could reach Namek, they could find the local Dragon Balls and revive Piccolo and the other fallen comrades. But the trouble was that Namek was astronomically far from Earth. Even using the top-tier spaceship developed by Bulma's father, it would take over 4,000 years to get there. In the world of One Punch Man, Saitama scratched his head. 4,000 years. That's pointless. Genos quickly took notes. Conventional spaceship speeds are indeed incapable of reaching Namek in a short time. The celestial screen showed the figure of Mr. Popo. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the Guardian's attendant Mr. Popo arrived and with Bulma discovered an old spaceship. This was the ship the Guardian used when he first came to Earth as a child. It was terrifyingly fast, capable of traveling from Earth to Mars in seconds. With some modifications, this ship could be used to fly directly to Namek. In the Marvel world, Tony's eyes lit up. This speed surpasses the speed of light by countless times. Captain America spoke. With this ship, they can reach Namek in a short time. Tony sighed. But once they get there, they'll have to face Frieza. The celestial screen continued. In the end, it was decided that Son Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma would be the ones to go. Gohan and Krillin were chosen because the other martial artists were either dead or severely injured. They were the least wounded and still capable of action. Bulma was brought along because she was the only one among them who knew how to pilot a spaceship. In the world of One Piece, Usopp stared at the screen. Just those three going? Sanji blew out a smoke ring. Goku is still recovering, and everyone else is down. It had to be this way. Nami frowned. But can the three of them defeat Frieza? Zoro said calmly. They can't win, but if they don't go, their fallen comrades can never be revived. The celestial screen showed the scene of the spaceship taking off. After preparations were complete, the three boarded the ship and also embarked on their journey to Namek. In the Dragon Ball world, on the lookout, Son Gohan watched the scene of himself, Krillin, and Bulma boarding the spaceship on the celestial screen, his fists clenched tightly. They had to go to Namek. The celestial text gave its final summary. Frieza's forces, Vegeta, and the trio of Bulma. Three factions, all with the same goal of obtaining the Dragon Balls, converged upon Namek. The tranquil planet of Namek instantly became a cauldron of undercurrents and impending turmoil. In the world of Naruto, Kakashi said solemnly. Three groups heading to Namek simultaneously. This clash is inevitable. Jiraiya sighed. Goku is still training on King Kai's planet and can't get there in time. Krillin and Gohan will have to face Frieza alone. Naruto clenched his fists. Can they win? Kakashi shook his head. It's highly unlikely. In the world of Bleach, Byakuya, Kachiki spoke calmly. Frieza's power far exceeds Vegeta's. Even Krillin and Gohan combined are no match for him. Rinji Abarai gritted his teeth. Then aren't they just going to their deaths? Byakuya Kachiki did not answer. In the world of One Piece, Luffy stared at the screen, his voice heavy. No matter what, they have to go. Zoro nodded. To revive their comrades, this risk must be taken. In the Marvel world, Captain America gripped his shield. When these three factions collide, what will become of Namek? Tony set down his cup. The celestial screen already said it. Namek will face a catastrophic fall. The outcome is clear. That planet won't survive. In the world of One Punch Man, Saitama sat up straight. This battle should be even more intense than the last one. Genos paused his note-taking. Frieza, as the Emperor of the Universe, possesses strength that will likely surpass everyone's expectations. On Namek, all the Namekians looked up at the celestial screen, their faces filled with despair. All three factions were coming. Their planet was truly doomed. An elderly Namekian fell to his knees, his voice trembling. The Dragon Balls. It's all because of the Dragon Balls. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta stared at the screen, his fists clenched white. Frieza was heading to Namek. It was too late to change course now. Going meant death. Not going also meant death. Nappa's voice came through the communicator. Lord Vegeta, should we still go? Vegeta gritted his teeth, remaining silent for several seconds. Yes. Nappa was stunned. But Frieza. Vegeta cut him off. I know, but if we don't go, we have no other way out. Inside Frieza's spaceship, Dodoria and Zarbon were discussing excitedly. The Namekian Dragon Balls will soon be ours. With the Dragon Balls, Lord Frieza can have any wish granted. Frieza sat in his hover chair, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Dragon Balls. How interesting. His gaze was icy. Everyone who stood in his way on Namek would die. The celestial screen paused temporarily and golden characters appeared. The three forces converge on Namek. An unprecedented calamity is about to unfold. The myriad worlds fell silent. Everyone knew that the coming battle would be more brutal than any before. And hanging over Namek was not just the struggle for the Dragon Balls, but the very survival of the entire planet. The celestial screen flickered again, and golden characters slowly materialized. Among the three factions, Klin's group and Vegeta have already been introduced earlier. So what exactly is Frieza's background? In the pirate world, Usopp stared at the screen, his voice trembling slightly. I have a feeling we're about to see something truly terrifying. Nami gripped the armrest tightly. Klin and the other two are about to face that cosmic emperor. Something just doesn't feel right. Zoro rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. The gap in power is too vast. This time, it's really hopeless. Luffy stared at the celestial screen in silence. In the ninja world, Naruto frowned. Goku is still training on King Kai's planet. There's no way he can make it back in time to help. Kakashi whispered, Klin and Gohan can't even defeat Vegeta, let alone Frieza. Jiraiya sighed. This crisis is more severe than any before it. The celestial screen continued to advance. He is the acknowledged Emperor of the Universe, and also a subordinate of Beerus, the god of destruction from the 7th universe. In the Soul Society world, Ichigo Kurosaki abruptly stood up. A subordinate of the god of destruction. What level of existence is that? Byakuya Kachiki said in a deep voice. To be called a god of destruction, he likely possesses the power to annihilate everything. Rinji Abarai clenched his teeth. If Frieza is the subordinate of such a being, then his strength. Byakuya Kachiki didn't respond and continued watching the screen. In the Marvel world, Tony set down his cup. A subordinate of the god of destruction. That title alone speaks volumes. Captain America tightened his grip on his shield. Klin and the others are really going to face an enemy like this. Tony shook his head. There's no choice. For the Dragon Balls, they have to go. The celestial screen switched, and text continued to scroll. Furthermore, planet Vegeta, the homeworld of the Saiyans, was destroyed by him in the past. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta stared at the screen, his fists clenched until they turned white. Nappa's voice over the communicator also changed. Prince Vegeta, so our planet. Vegeta gritted his teeth. I've known for a long time. Nappa was silent for a few seconds. But Lord Frieza, he... Shut up. Vegeta interrupted him, his eyes locked onto the screen. The celestial text continued to appear. He made the decision to destroy planet Vegeta for two main reasons. One was the Saiyans' plan to betray him, the other well discussed next time. Some say Frieza feared the birth of a Super Saiyan among the Saiyans. But even if that was a concern, it wasn't the primary reason. In the Armor Hero world, Xian Nan frowned. Super Saiyan. What is that? Saitama scratched his head. Sounds pretty impressive. The celestial screen suddenly shifted, revealing a scene deep in the cosmos. In the vast universe, Frieza and his army stopped outside a planet. At that moment, a group of people, all wearing identical uniforms and all with tails, directly blocked Frieza's army's path. The leader bore a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong. In the ninja world, Naruto's eyes widened. That person looks exactly like Goku. Sasuke stared at the screen. It must be Goku's father. Kakashi nodded. Saiyans seem to share similar features, especially among close relatives. In the pirate world, Luffy pointed at the screen. That's Goku's dad. Zoro said calmly, it seems so. He's trying to stop Frieza. Nami whispered, but can he hold him off? On the screen, Bardock, leading a group of Saiyans, stood before Frieza's army. Frieza slowly raised a single finger, gathering an energy sphere as bright as a small sun. Then he directly hurled that energy sphere toward planet Vegeta. In the Soul Society world, Rinji Abarai shot to his feet. He's going to destroy the entire planet. Byakuya Kachiki said solemnly, it appears so. On the screen, Bardock watched the energy sphere fly toward the planet, his eyes wide with horror. Bardock strained with all his might to stop it, but the gap in power was too immense. No matter how hard he struggled, it was futile. The entire planet Vegeta, along with all the Saiyans on it, was completely annihilated by Frieza's single attack. On the screen, the colossal energy sphere collided with planet Vegeta, and the entire planet instantly exploded, scattering into cosmic dust. Bardock and all the Saiyans vanished without a trace within that blinding light. The myriad worlds fell into dead silence. In the Marvel world, Tony stared at the screen, the cup slipping from his hand and shattering on the floor with a crisp crack. One finger. He destroyed an entire planet with one finger. Captain America's knuckles turned white as he gripped his shield. This kind of power is beyond my comprehension. Tony took a deep breath. All the nuclear bombs on Earth combined probably wouldn't match the force of that single strike. In the pirate world, Kaido set down his gourd of sake, his expression dark and grim. One finger. And he can destroy a planet. His fists clenched, veins bulging. How do you even fight a monster like that? In the ninja world, Naruto slumped into a chair, his voice shaking. So this is the power of a cosmic emperor. Kakashi's single eye narrowed slightly. Klin and Gohan have to face an enemy like this. Jiraiya was silent for a long moment. This time there truly is no hope of victory. In the Soul Society world, Kenpachi Zaraki for once dropped his grin. This kind of power is indeed intriguing. Rinji Abarai clenched his teeth. Captain, how strong do you think that Frieza is? Byakuya Kachiki said calmly, impossible to gauge. But at the very least in that world, he stands above almost everyone. In the One Punch Man world, Saitama sat up straight, his gaze turning serious. Destroying a planet with one finger. This Frieza is truly worthy of the title Emperor of the Universe. Genos paused his recording. Sensei, can you achieve this level of power? Saitama thought for a moment. Probably, but I've never tried. In the Ling Cage world, Captain Mark stared at the screen, his face ashen. This kind of enemy is simply not something humans can contend with. Ranbing clenched her fists. How are Klin and the others supposed to survive on Namek? Mark shook his head. I don't know. The celestial screen froze on the moment of planet Vegeta's explosion, and text slowly emerged. This is the true story behind the destruction of planet Vegeta, not the meteor impact that Raditz casually mentioned. By the way, the Saiyan warrior who stood firm against Frieza at the very end, looking exactly like Sun Wukong, is none other than Sun Wukong's biological father, Bardock. In the Dragon Ball world on the Sacred Land, Klin watched the explosion on the screen, his voice hoarse. Goku's father died like that. Son Gohan clenched his fists, his eyes reddening. Father's father. Piccolo stood nearby, silent. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta stared at the screen, a complex expression on his face. That low-class warrior Bardock had actually stood in front of everyone at the final moment. Nappa's voice came through the communicator, trembling. Prince Vegeta, are we still going to Namek? Frieza. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Yes, even if I die, I'm going. His voice was filled with nothing but resentment and fury. The celestial screen paused momentarily and golden characters appeared. Frieza, the cosmic emperor who can destroy a planet with a single finger, is about to descend upon Namek. Klin's son Gohan and Bulma will soon come face to face with this terrifying existence. This calamity has only just begun. The myriad worlds fell silent once more. Everyone understood that the upcoming battle would be a true war of despair. Inside Frieza's spaceship Dodoria, and Zarbon knelt on the ground, their voices trembling. Lord Frieza, the celestial screen. Frieza sat in his hovering chair, a cold smirk on his lips. Interesting. Let me see how the future me toys with those insects. His gaze was icy, completely unfazed by what was shown on the screen. In his eyes, the entire universe was his plaything. The celestial screen slowly dimmed, leaving one final line of text. Next episode, Despair and Hope on Namek. The celestial screen slowly dimmed, leaving one final line of text. Next episode, Despair and Hope on Namek. The celestial screen slowly dimmed, leaving one final line of text. Next episode, Despair and Hope on Namek. The celestial screen slowly dimmed, leaving one final line of text. Next episode, Despair and Hope on Namek. The screen of the heavens suddenly shifted, revealing new content. Do not be deceived by Frieza's title as the Emperor of the Universe. In truth, he does not truly control the entire universe. In the Marvel world, Tony paused for a moment. Wait, isn't he the Emperor of the Universe? Why does it say he hasn't conquered the entire universe? Captain America frowned. You'll find out as you watch. The text on the screen continued to roll. What he is actually doing is the business of trading planets in the universe. In the world of Bleach, Aizen stared wide-eyed. Trading planets? What kind of business is that? Byakuya, Kachiki calmly replied. It's quite literal, they sell planets as commodities. Aizen opened his mouth, but was left speechless. The screen shifted, showing Saiyans battling on various planets. The daily task of the Saiyans is to conquer those planets suitable for habitation and then resell them to groups looking for a place to settle. In other words, the Saiyans are actually working for Frieza. To put it another way, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz are all under Frieza's command. They are merely his subordinates. In the pirate world, Chopper leaned closer to Luffy. Vegeta is so strong, and he's just a subordinate. Luffy nodded. Frieza is stronger, so Vegeta has to obey him. Zoro released his grip from the hilt of his sword. That's normal. If your strength isn't enough, you have to submit to someone stronger. The screen displayed the interior of Frieza's army, featuring various aliens working inside the spaceship. Frieza has amassed a large number of followers, and as the big boss behind the scenes, he actually treats his employees fairly well. In the world of Ling Cage, Mark was taken aback. Fairly well? Didn't he just blow up an entire planet? Rand being focused on the screen. Keep watching. The text on the screen continued to roll, its tone suddenly becoming somewhat subtle. As long as one possesses some capability, even if their strength isn't top tier, they can still live comfortably by following Frieza. In the world of Armored Warriors, Xian Nan frowned. Is this praising Frieza? The screen showcased Vegeta's status within Frieza's army. Individuals like Vegeta who possess this level of strength hold a prominent position within Frieza's ranks. Moreover, Frieza has always been quite polite to his strong subordinates. On a daily basis, he uses respectful titles to address these strong individuals. In the world of Naruto, Naruto scratched his head. Frieza would be polite to his subordinates. Sasuke calmly said, if you're strong enough, even a villain will respect you. Kakashi nodded. That's normal, what's how strong individuals interact with each other. The screen shifted, displaying the benefits and treatment within Frieza's army. Even ordinary individuals with mediocre strength can receive special combat suits for free when they join Frieza's army, and they don't have to pay a penny for medical treatment. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire multiverse exploded. In the pirate world, a group of pirate crew members stared at the screen, their eyes wide. Free combat suits. And free medical care. That combat suit has such strong defensive capabilities, and they're giving it away for free. Our captain doesn't even pay salaries, let alone these perks. The captain coughed lightly beside them. You don't understand, if freedom is more important than anything. The crew members exchanged glances, remaining silent. In the Marvel world, Tony set down his cup, providing high-tech combat suits and medical equipment for free. This Frieza is truly a good boss. Captain America furrowed his brow. But he is still a villain. Tony shrugged. I'm just stating the facts from the perspective of employee benefits. He does indeed perform well. The text on the screen continued to appear, detailing these benefits. The standard combat suit of Frieza's army is the same one that Vegeta often wears. The exclusive healing device in the army is the same type of healing pod that Vegeta uses for recovery. While its healing effects don't compare to the Senzu beans, it can still quickly heal wounds and ailments. In the world of Bleach, Aizen stared at the image of the healing pod on the screen. This kind of equipment even the 4th Division doesn't have, right? Byakuya, Kachiki calmly replied, the technological civilization is different from ours. There's no basis for comparison. The screen displayed ordinary soldiers using the healing pods. Such exclusive benefits can be enjoyed for free by even ordinary members with no combat power. In the world of One Punch Man, Genos quickly took notes. The welfare system of Frieza's army is indeed comprehensive. Saitama scratched his head. It does sound good, much better than the Hero Association. Genos paused his writing. Master, are you saying the welfare at the Hero Association is inadequate? Saitama nodded. They often delay salaries. In the world of Naruto, the ninjas of Konoha fell silent. Someone whispered, we have to pay for our medical ninjutsu. Frieza's side is all free. Someone next to them chimed in, and that combat suit with such strong defensive capabilities is also given out for free. We have to buy our ninja tools ourselves. Kakashi coughed. Enough talking, let's keep watching the screen. The screen continued with a slight change in tone. However, following Frieza also carries significant risks, especially for those lacking ability. In the world of Ling, Cage Mark stared at the screen. As expected, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Ranbing nodded. The benefits are good, but the risks are high. The text on the screen continued to roll. If one fails to complete the tasks assigned by Frieza, the strong subordinates still have some leeway for pleading and remedy. But those weak lower members can easily be discarded and ignored by him at will. In the pirate world, a group of pirate crew members changed their expressions upon hearing this. If you can't complete a task, you'll be abandoned. Then forget it, that's too risky. The captain laughed beside them. See, it's better to follow me. The crew members exchanged glances, not responding. But overall, from the perspective of being a boss, Frieza is indeed quite reliable. In the world of Naruto, the ninjas of Konoha whispered, a boss like Frieza is really not bad. Much better than those big clans in the village. At least he treats his subordinates well. Jiraiya coughed. Cough, cough, enough talking, the screen is still going. The screen finally froze on Frieza's cold smile, and text slowly appeared. But no matter how you look at it, Frieza is ultimately still a villain. In the world of Bleach, Byakuya, Kachiki spoke calmly. No matter how good the benefits are, it doesn't change his nature as a villain. Aizen nodded. That's right, he is the one who blew up an entire planet with a single finger. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta stared at the screen, his expression dark. Is the screen trying to beautify Frieza? The one who destroyed planet Vegeta is now being portrayed as a good boss. Nappa's voice came from the communicator. Prince Vegeta, is Frieza really that good to us? Vegeta clenched his teeth. Have you been brainwashed by the screen? Have you forgotten that he blew up our planet? Nappa immediately fell silent. Inside Frieza's spaceship, Dodoria and Zarbon knelt on the ground, their faces filled with excitement. Lord Frieza, the screen says you are a good boss. Yes, we really live well following you. Frieza sat in a baby carriage, a smile on his face. Oh ho 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 ho. Interesting, the screen has indeed spoken a truth. His gaze swept over the two. You two need to keep working hard. Dodoria and Zarbon immediately lowered their heads. Yes, Lord Frieza. In the Dragon Ball world on the temple, Krillin looked at the screen, his expression serious. Frieza treats his subordinates well, but we are not his subordinates. Gohan clenched his fists. He will kill us. Piccolo stood nearby, saying in a deep voice, be prepared, this battle will be more dangerous than any previous one. The screen slowly darkened, leaving the last line of text. The three forces are about to collide on Namek, and an unprecedented Dragon Ball battle is about to begin. The celestial screen illuminated once more as new content began to scroll. Among the three factions gathering on Namek to seize the Dragon Balls, Frieza's side boasted the most formidable combat power overall. Next came Vegeta, while Krillin's group ranked at the bottom, being the weakest. In the world of Naruto, Naruto stared at the screen. If Krillin and the others are the weakest, how can they compete with Frieza for the Dragon Balls? Kakashi spoke softly. Keep watching, they must have a plan. Thus, unable to rely on brute force, they had to think strategically and depend on cunning schemes. Upon first landing on Namek, Krillin and Gohan immediately took Bulma to a valley, hiding her away in a secure location. In the world of One Piece, Nami nodded. Hiding the non-combatants first, that's the right call. Zoro stated calmly, at least they're thinking clearly. The two agreed that once they found any Dragon Balls, they would bring them all back to this hiding spot for safekeeping. Although Krillin's group had the weakest combat strength, they held the greatest advantage in finding the Dragon Balls, wielding the invaluable Dragon Radar. In the Marvel Universe, Tony's eyes lit up. The Dragon Radar, now that's a real treasure. Captain America spoke up. Technological superiority can sometimes outweigh raw power. The Dragon Balls of Namek shared the same fundamental structure as Earth's Dragon Balls. Thus, the Dragon Radar developed by Bulma could still accurately pinpoint the locations of Namek's Dragon Balls. In the world of Bleach, Renji Aburai slapped his thigh. This way they have the highest efficiency in finding the Dragon Balls. Byakuya Kachiki said calmly, but finding them is one thing, holding on to them is another. The celestial screen shifted, revealing the landscapes of Namek. While out searching for the Dragon Balls, Krillin and Gohan encountered a young Namekian boy named Den, quickly forming a close bond with him. Den took the initiative to lead them to an audience with the Grand Elder of Namek, the one who created the planet's Dragon Balls and the progenitor of all Namekians. In the world of One Punch Man, Genos quickly noted down the information. The Grand Elder of Namek, the creator of the Dragon Balls. Saitama scratched his head. They're pretty lucky to have run into a local. The celestial screen displayed the Grand Elder's appearance, a massive Namekian seated upon a stone throne. Krillin and Gohan recounted Piccolo's origins and experiences to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder revealed that Piccolo in his time on Namek had possessed top-tier talent and combat prowess. In the Dragon Ball world atop the lookout, Piccolo was taken aback by this revelation. I was top-tier on Namek. Krillin chuckled beside him. Piccolo, you're a genius. Piccolo remained silent, his gaze fixed on the screen. After hearing the tale of Piccolo and Kami's split, the Grand Elder spoke to the two. If Piccolo could reunite with Kami and become a complete Namekian, once more his overall power would surge dramatically. In the world of Naruto, Sasuke stared intently at the screen. Hell becomes stronger after fusing. Kakashi nodded. Splitting in two was inherently a weakening. Reuniting merely restores him to wholeness. The celestial screen continued its narrative. To grant Krillin and Gohan sufficient strength to continue their search for the Dragon Balls, the Grand Elder of Namek used his unique abilities to unlock their latent talents, drastically boosting their combat power. In the world of One Piece, Chopper's eyes widened. He can directly enhance their battle power. Luffy grinned. This Grand Elder is amazing. Sanji blew out a smoke ring. That kind of ability is certainly convenient. The celestial screen depicted the scene of the Grand Elder unlocking Krillin and Gohan's potential. He placed his hands upon their heads, enveloping them in a soft, radiant glow. After the Grand Elder unlocked his potential, Krillin's power level soared to 13000. Gohan's battle power in turn rose to an impressive 14000. The entire myriad realms fell silent for a moment. In the world of Bleach, Rinji Abarai shot to his feet. 13,000. 14,000. Byakuya Kachiki said in a deep voice. That rate of increase is indeed astonishing. In the Marvel Universe, Tony stared at the data on the screen. Krillin was barely over 1,000 before, now he's broken 10,000. Captain America tightened his grip on his shield. At this rate, they at least have the means to defend themselves. The celestial screen froze on Krillin as golden text slowly materialized. From that moment onward, Krillin had firmly secured his reputation as Earth's mightiest warrior. In the Dragon Ball world atop the lookout, Yamcha watched the screen, his expression complex. Krillin, the strongest on Earth. Tien said softly beside him. A power level of 13000 certainly qualifies. Kaiatsu whispered. If only we could have gone too. Yamcha gave a bitter smile. We died too soon. Krillin, watching his own image on the screen, clenched his fists. The strongest Earthling. He had truly achieved it. Gohan stood beside Piccolo, his gaze resolute. Piccolo stared at the screen, saying nothing. The celestial text continued to scroll, its tone shifting slightly. It was a pity that Yamcha, Tien, and the others missed out on such a remarkable opportunity. Ultimately, there was no helping it. They had fallen in battle far too early. Only those who survived were fated to encounter such heaven-defying fortune. On the lookout, Yamcha's face grew even more bitter upon hearing this. Surviving to find fortune, that's the truth of it. Tien sighed. This is where we fell short. The celestial screen switched views, showcasing the actions of the three factions on Namek. Guided precisely by the Dragon Radar, Krillin and Gohan successfully gathered several Dragon Balls. On the other side, Vegeta, through intimidation, torture, and even the slaughter of Namekians, also managed to acquire a few. Frieza's group was not far behind, having found a considerable number of Dragon Balls as well. Thus, the 7 Dragon Balls were divided among the 3 factions. In the world of One Piece, Nami frowned. All 3 sides have Dragon Balls. This complicates things. Zoro rested his hand on his sword hilt. A confrontation is inevitable. Luffy stared at the screen. Whoever gathers all 7 first wins. As Vegeta scoured the planet for Dragon Balls, he repeatedly encountered Frieza's subordinates. He crossed paths with Choi Dodoria and Zarbin one after another. All 3 of Frieza's top-tier lieutenants brought on this expedition had successively met Vegeta. The first to engage Vegeta in combat was Choi. Choi held Vegeta in contempt, believing their power levels to be evenly matched. CUI's battle power was exactly 18000, on par with Vegeta's when he first arrived on Earth. In the world of Bleach, Rinji Abarai was taken aback. 18,000. The same as Vegeta. Byakuya Kachiki said gravely, keep watching. The celestial screen paused and golden text emerged. The proud Saiyan Prince Vegeta, the formidable foe who had once brought great peril to Goku and his friends, was within the entire Frieza force merely at an upper middle level. Frieza had several subordinates who could match or even surpass his strength. This statement sent shockwaves through the myriad realms. In the world of Naruto, Naruto's eyes went wide. Vegeta is only upper middle in Frieza's army. Sasuke stared at the screen. Just how strong is the Frieza force? In the world of One Punch Man, Genos paused his recording. Master, how strong do you think the Frieza force is? Saitama sat up straight. They're certainly strong, but I still want to fight Frieza. Genos nodded. With your strength, Master, it should be no problem. In the world of Bleach, Kenpachi Zaraki's smile faded. Interesting. Very interesting. Rinji Abarai gritted his teeth. Captain, could you defeat Vegeta? Kenpachi considered it. I don't know, but I'd like to try. The true Emperor of the Universe had yet to reveal his full power. In the world of the outcast, Captain Mark stared at the screen, his voice heavy. Our strength doesn't even register at the lowest tier of the Frieza force. The true Emperor of the Universe had yet to reveal his full power. Rambing clenched her fists. So this is the weight of an Emperor of the Universe, eh? Mark nodded. Now I truly understand how heavy those 4 words are. The true Emperor of the Universe had yet to reveal his full power. Inside Frieza's spaceship, Dodoria and Zarbin knelt excitedly. Lord Frieza, the screen says our force is powerful. Lord Shui is on par with Vegeta. The true Emperor of the Universe had yet to reveal his full power. Frieza, seated on his hoverchair, wore a smirk. Oh ho ho, the screen speaks the truth. The true Emperor of the Universe had yet to reveal his full power. His gaze swept over the 2. A level like Vegeta's is indeed merely upper middle in my force. Dodoria and Zarbin exchanged glances, their faces brimming with pride. The true Emperor of the Universe had yet to reveal his full power. The true Emperor of the Universe had yet to reveal his full power. The true Emperor of the Universe had yet to reveal his full power. The celestial screen continued to advance. On the wastelands of Namek, he stood with his arms crossed, his eyes full of disdain as he looked at Vegeta. This He underestimates Vegeta too much, said Naruto from the world of Naruto. Kakashi shook his head. He doesn't know what Vegeta experienced on Earth. In the celestial screen, a cold smirk hung on Vegeta's lips. The Saiyans are born with a special constitution. If they nearly die and then recover, their strength surges significantly after healing. The moment these words were spoken, an uproar erupted across the myriad realms. In the world of Bleach, Rinji Abarai shot to his feet. What? Strength surges after a near-death recovery. Byakuya Kachiki stared at the screen, his voice low. Such a passive ability is terrifying. Kenpachi Zaraki grinned. Interesting. The more you fight, the stronger you get. That's a true warrior. In the world of One Piece, Luffy's eyes lit up. You get stronger from nearly dying. That's amazing. Zoro rested his hand on his sword hilt. No wonder Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta. Nami nodded. A race with that kind of ability is indeed too dangerous. In the Marvel world, Tony set down his glass. A near-death strengthening passive. That's practically cheating. Captain America tightened his shield. No wonder the Saiyans became a warrior race. In the world of One Punch Man, Genos quickly took notes. Surge in strength after near-death recovery. This is the Saiyan racial trait. Saitama scratched his head. Sounds painful, having to nearly die every time. In the celestial screen, Vegeta's aura began to erupt. He had been gravely wounded on Earth, and now that he's fully recovered, he's no longer at his former level of power. With that, Vegeta directly released his aura, unleashing his full strength. He stared at the numbers on his scouter, dumbfounded, thinking the device had malfunctioned. In the world of Naruto, Sasuke stared at the screen. How much did Vegeta's power increase? Kakashi said softly, keep watching, and you'll find out. On the celestial screen, Yi's scouter flickered wildly. It could only be said that the scouter had taken the blame once again. At this moment, Dodoria and Zarbin, who were by Frieza's side, also sensed Vegeta's power level through their own scouters. Vegeta's combat power had now soared to 24,000. The entire myriad realms fell into shock once more. In the world of Bleach, Rinji Abarai's eyes widened. 24,000. From 18,000 straight to 24,000. Byakuya Kachiki said gravely, an increase of over 6,000. This amplification is terrifying. In the world of One Piece, Chopper leaned close to Luffy. Vegeta is sure to win this time. Luffy nodded. He only has 18,000, Vegeta has 24,000. The gap is too wide. Zoro released his hand from his sword hilt. This fight has no suspense. The celestial screen switched to the battle scene. Yi's power was only 18,000 while Vegeta had already reached 24,000. The outcome was destined from the start. Their strength had once been on par, but after Vegeta's explosive surge, the battle became one-sided. On the wastelands of Namek, Vegeta's figure vanished from his spot. The next second, Yi's abdomen was struck with brutal force. Vegeta easily suppressed Yi throughout the entire fight. In the scene, Vegeta's fists rained down on Yi's body. Yi had no power to fight back, forced to endure the blows passively. In the world of Naruto stared at the screen. Yi can't beat Vegeta at all. Sasuke said calmly, the gap in strength is too vast. This isn't a battle, it's a one-sided slaughter. In the Marvel world, Tony watched the fight on the screen. Vegeta's speed and power far surpassed Yi's. Captain America nodded. Yi doesn't even have time to react. In the celestial screen, Vegeta raised his hand, condensing an energy wave in his palm. In the end, he couldn't withstand Vegeta's relentless assault and was blown to pieces on the spot. Watching the burst of flames from his opponent, Vegeta sneered derisively, saying the scene was like an ugly firework. In the world of Bleach, Kenpachi Zaraki grinned. That guy Vegeta, he has to throw in a taunt after winning. Rinji Abarai gave a wry smile. He's always been like that. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta watched the scene of himself killing Yi on the celestial screen, his face expressionless. Nappa's voice came through the communicator. Prince Vegeta, was your strength already that formidable back then? Vegeta didn't answer. His gaze remained fixed on the screen, waiting for what would come next. Inside Frieza's spaceship, Dodoria and Zarbin's faces turned pale. Yi was killed by Vegeta. Vegeta's power has reached 24,000. Frieza sat on his hover chair, his eyes icy. 24,000. Interesting. His voice was calm. This ability of the Saiyans is indeed troublesome. Dodoria spoke cautiously. Lord Frieza, should we go in? No, Frieza interrupted him. Keep watching the screen. I want to know what happens next. The celestial screen continued. After disposing of Vegeta ran into Son Gohan and Krillin on the way. But he didn't make a move to kill them. On the wastelands of Namek, Vegeta stood before Krillin and Son Gohan. Krillin and Son Gohan immediately assumed combat stances. In the world of Naruto tensed up. Vegeta has run into Krillin and the others. Sasuke stared at the screen. Will Vegeta attack? Kakashi shook his head. Keep watching. The celestial text continued to scroll. He had his own calculations and contingency plans in mind. Having fought Krillin and Gohan on Earth before, Vegeta knew full well that these two were genuine experts. Moreover, it was clear that their strength had grown considerably. In the world of One Piece, Zoro rested his hand on his sword hilt. Vegeta recognizes Krillin and Gohan's power. Nami nodded. They had their potential unlocked by the Grand Elder, so their strength has indeed increased greatly. In the celestial screen, Vegeta's gaze swept over Krillin and Son Gohan. Sooner or later, he would have to confront Frieza in a decisive battle, and if he could enlist their help, his chances of defeating Frieza would be much greater. Thus, Vegeta set aside past grievances and temporarily formed an alliance with Krillin and Son Gohan. The entire myriad realms fell into silence. In the world of Bleach, Rinji Abarai was stunned. Vegeta is going to ally with Krillin and the others. Byakuya Kachiki said, gravely facing the common enemy Frieza, forming an alliance is the wisest choice. In the Marvel world, Tony nodded. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's a basic survival rule. Captain America tightened his shield. If the three join forces, they might have a chance against Frieza. The celestial text continued to scroll, its tone shifting slightly. To make two opposing sides join hands is actually quite simple. All it takes is a common powerful enemy whose strength far exceeds theirs. In the world of Naruto, Naruto scratched his head. So that's how it is. Sasuke said calmly, with a common enemy, enemies can become friends. Kakashi said softly, this is a very common situation. The celestial screen showed the scene of Piccolo and Goku joining forces against Raditz. To take down this major threat together, the opposing sides were forced to band together and cooperate. Through repeated coordination, they naturally transformed from enemies into allies. Piccolo and Goku came together that way in the past, and now Vegeta, Krillin, and Son Gohan follow the same logic. In the Dragon Ball world, on the lookout, Krillin watched the screen, clenching his fists. We're going to join forces with Vegeta. Son Gohan stood beside Piccolo, his voice firm. To defeat Frieza, we have no other choice. Piccolo stared at the screen, saying nothing, remembering the time he and Goku had teamed up against Raditz. The balance of power among the three factions shifted subtly in that moment. The temporary alliance of Vegeta, Krillin, and Son Gohan was about to face the terrifying might of the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. The battle for the Dragon Balls on Namek had only just begun. Frieza sat on his hover chair, a cold smirk on his lips. Oh ho ho ho, three bugs huddling together are still just bugs. Let's see how long they can last against me. Frieza sat on his hover chair, a cold smirk on his lips. Oh ho ho ho, three bugs huddling together are still just bugs. Let's see how long they can last against me. Frieza sat on his hover chair, a cold smirk on his lips. Oh ho ho ho, three bugs huddling together are still just bugs. Let's see how long they can last against me. Frieza sat on his hover chair, a cold smirk on his lips. Oh ho ho ho, three bugs huddling together are still just bugs. Let's see how long they can last against me. Frieza sat on his hover chair, a cold smirk on his lips. Oh ho ho ho, three bugs huddling together are still just bugs. Let's see how long they can last against me. Frieza sat on his hover chair, a cold smirk on his lips. Oh ho ho ho, three bugs huddling together are still just bugs. Let's see how long they can last against me. Frieza sat on his hover chair, a cold smirk on his lips. Oh ho ho ho, three bugs huddling together are still just bugs. Let's see how long they can last against me. Frieza sat on his hover chair, a cold smirk on his lips. Oh ho ho ho, three bugs huddling together are still just bugs. Let's see how long they can last against me. Frieza sat on his hover chair, a cold smirk on his lips. Oh ho ho ho, three bugs huddling together are still just bugs. Let's see how long they can last against me. On the desolate wasteland of Namek, the image of Vegeta, Krillin, and Son Gohan, standing shoulder to shoulder, was frozen across the celestial screens of countless worlds. In the Naruto world, Naruto sprang to his feet and pointed at the screen, shouting, look. Vegeta is actually teaming up with Krillin and the others. Do you think he'll eventually join forces with Goku? Sasuke shot him a sidelong glance. Don't talk nonsense. Vegeta's pride wouldn't let him simply submit to anyone. Kakashi stroked his chin and nodded. For now, they share a common enemy in Frieza, so an alliance makes sense. What happens later is uncertain. On the spaceship en route, Vegeta saw the barrage of comments, and his face darkened instantly. He slammed his fist against the console's edge. Nonsense. I, the Prince of Science, would never ally with a low-class warrior like Kakarot. Once Frieza is dealt with, he'll kill them both first. Nappa dared not speak, but inwardly he doubted. The words sounded somewhat hollow. In the Bleach world, Rinji Abarai rubbed his chin. If Vegeta truly joins Goku's side, their combat power will skyrocket. Byakuya Kachiki shook his head slightly. Vegeta's pride runs deep. Unless there's ample reason, he won't lower himself. In the One Piece world, Luffy grinned widely. It'd be great if Vegeta joined. Then they could fight Frieza together and surely win. Zoro leaned against the ship's railing, hand on his sword hilt. Let's watch and see. Frieza's true strength hasn't been revealed, yet it's too early to celebrate. The scene on the celestial screen shifted again, and golden text began to appear in sync. Vegeta deliberately teamed up with Krillin and Son Gohan, secretly planning to first defeat Frieza together, then eliminate them afterward. But for now, with Frieza still unresolved, Vegeta remains a reliable partner. Audiences across the multiverse couldn't help but laugh. In the Armor Hero world, Xin nodded. Such temporary alliances are inherently unstable, held together only by a common enemy. The group continued searching for the remaining Dragon Balls. Halfway, Dodoria suddenly encountered Krillin and Son Gohan. Although the duo's power had increased significantly, they were still no match for Dodoria. In the Incarnation world, Mark immediately sat up straight. Dodoria's power level is at least over 2000. Krillin and Gohan are only around 1400. They can't withstand him. Ranbing clenched her fists. Can they escape? In the scene, Krillin reacted swiftly, raising his hands before his eyes and letting out a fierce shout. A blinding white light exploded instantly, causing Dodoria to cover his eyes and roar. Krillin quickly used the solar flare to blind Dodoria and seized the chance to flee with Son Gohan. Dodoria gave hot pursuit, but suddenly Vegeta appeared and took him out on the spot. In the Ultraman world, Daigo watched Vegeta's clean and decisive attack on the screen and nodded slightly. Vegeta's power has increased again. He's now at least 2500. Captain Megumi Iruma stared at the screen. Dodoria was Frieza's trusted subordinate. His death will surely enrage Frieza. Before dying, Dodoria revealed the truth about the destruction of planet Vegeta. To save his own life, he tried to win Vegeta over, suggesting they rebel against Frieza together. But Vegeta would never believe such a ploy and killed him without a second thought. In truth, Vegeta had long suspected the real cause of planet Vegeta's destruction. In the Marvel world, Tony leaned back on the sofa and whistled. I told you Vegeta's too smart to buy that meteorite nonsense. Captain America frowned. A man like Dodoria would say anything to survive. Vegeta was right to kill him. On Frieza's spaceship, Dodoria watched the scene of his past self betraying Frieza, his legs giving way. He dropped to his knees with a thud, trembling. Lord Frieza, I was lying to him. I am utterly loyal to you. Zarbin stood nearby, his face pale, a foreboding feeling creeping into his heart. Frieza sat in his hover chair, tapping the armrest lightly, his smile turning cold. Oh, is that so? He raised a hand and fired an energy blast. Dodoria didn't even have time to scream before he was reduced to ash. Zarbin dropped to his knees, as well, his head thudding against the floor. Lord Frieza, I would never betray you. Never. Frieza ignored him, his gaze returning to the celestial screen. Shortly after Vegeta encountered Zarbin, Zarbin had the ability to transform. Without transforming, he was no match for Vegeta. But once transformed, his power surged easily, overwhelming Vegeta. In the Naruto world, Shikaku Nara stared at the screen. Zarbin's transformation grants him such a massive boost. Kakashi nodded. Frieza's underlings are certainly no pushovers. In the One Piece world, Sanji blew a smoke ring. Vegeta's in trouble now, he might die here. As he spoke, the Vegeta on screen had already collapsed, barely alive. Zarbin brought the dying Vegeta back. Frieza wanted to extract the location of the Dragon Balls, so he ordered Zarbin to heal him. In the One Punch Man world, Genos paused his writing. Frieza is raising his own enemy. Saitama nodded. Saiyans grow stronger after near-death recoveries. Frieza doesn't know this. He's in for trouble. On the spaceship, Vegeta saw this, and a cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. That fool Frieza will never understand how terrifying the Saiyan physique is. After fully recovering, Vegeta stole the 5 Dragon Balls from Frieza. Frieza immediately ordered Zarbin to capture Vegeta within an hour. But the healed Vegeta's power had advanced significantly. Even Zarbin in his transformed state was no match for him. Like Dodoria before him, Zarbin tried to ally with Vegeta against Frieza before his death, but in the end Vegeta killed him. The multiverse audience erupted in astonishment. In the Armor Hero world, Bei Miao tapped the table. Vegeta's power is rising too fast. He must be at least 300 now. Dongshan nodded. One near-death recovery boosts him by 6000. A few more times and he'll catch up to Frieza. On Frieza's ship, Zarbin watched himself on screen plotting betrayal, his soul fleeing his body. Before he could plead for mercy, an energy blast struck him down. Frieza withdrew his hand, his smile turning utterly cold. Useless. The remaining subordinates behind him all knelt, not daring to breathe. The scene on the celestial screen suddenly darkened, and a line of golden text slowly emerged. With both of Frieza's trusted lieutenants dead, the enraged Emperor of the Universe is about to deploy his final trump card. The Ginyu Force is about to arrive on Namek. The entire multiverse fell silent. In the Naruto world, Naruto swallowed hard. The Ginyu Force. Sounds formidable. Sasuke stared at the screen. Frieza's trump card must be far stronger than Dodoria and Zarbin. In the Bleach world, Kenpachi Zaraki grinned, his hand on his sword hilt. This is getting interesting. I wonder if these guys are worth fighting. Vegeta looked at the text on the screen, his face darkening instantly. The Ginyu Force. He knew their strength all too well. This was trouble. Frieza sat in his hover chair, a smile returning to his lips. Oh ho ho ho, the Ginyu Force. It seems I must teach these insects the true meaning of despair. This was trouble. Frieza sat in his hover chair, a smile returning to his lips. Oh ho ho ho, the Ginyu Force. It seems I must teach these insects the true meaning of despair. This was trouble. Frieza sat in his hover chair, a smile returning to his lips. Oh ho ho ho, the Ginyu Force. It seems I must teach these insects the true meaning of despair. Inside Frieza's spaceship, Zarbin had been dealt with. Frieza sat on his floating chair, his expression indifferent. He waved his hand at his remaining subordinates, signaling them to withdraw. Just then the celestial screen shifted once more. Krillin and Gohan, while searching for the Dragon Balls, relayed all the events on Namek to Bulma, urging her to find a hiding spot and stay out of sight. Once they successfully contacted Earth, Bulma conveyed everything that had transpired on Namek to everyone back on Earth. The moment the news reached Earth, Son Goku immediately understood the entire situation. In the Naruto world, Naruto slapped his thigh. Great. Goku finally knows. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. With Goku involved, our chances have improved. The celestial screen switched scenes. After a new batch of senzu beans grew, Goku immediately ate one and his injuries healed swiftly. He then boarded a spaceship specially built by Bulma's father and set course for Namek. In the Marvel world, Tony stared at the ship's lines. The aerodynamics are impressive. Captain America asked, "Can this ship make it in time?" Tony shook his head. The key isn't the exterior, it's the propulsion system. The celestial text continued to appear. According to the itinerary, it will take Goku 6 days to reach Namek. In the One Piece world, Nami bit her lip. 6 days? Can Krillin and the others hold out that long? Zoro rested his hand on his sword hilt. They have to. Luffy clenched his fists. Goku will definitely make it. In the Bleach world, Rinji Abarai looked worried. 6 days feels like an eternity, even if you do nothing. Byakuya Kachiki said in a low voice, on Namek, every second could mean life or death. The celestial screen cut to the interior of the spaceship. The space was small but compactly arranged. Knowing that Namek harbored an enemy even stronger than Vegeta, Goku had specifically asked Bulma's father to install a training room with 100 times Earth's gravity. He planned to use the 6-day journey to train intensely in the 100-gravity environment to enhance his power. In the Naruto world, Naruto was stunned. 100 times gravity. How do you even train in that? Sasuke stared at the screen. Only by pushing past limits can you break through. Kaido put down his gourd, his expression grave. Training under those conditions multiplies physical strength. That monkey is a true warrior. In the Marvel world, Tony raised an eyebrow. It seems the ship's core technology is that gravity chamber. If I could get my hands on it. Captain America interrupted him. Focus on the battle for now. The celestial screen flickered and returned to Frieza. Having lost so many subordinates, Frieza had no one left to send on errands. Left with no choice, he dispatched his most formidable force, the Ginyu Force, to back him up. This announcement plunged the myriad worlds into tension once more. The Ginyu Force. The team Frieza called his most capable subordinates. Before their arrival, Krillin and the others had a brief respite, a chance to catch their breath. In the Ling Cage world, Mark took a deep breath. A respite? This feels more like the calm before the storm. Ran Bing watched the screen. I hope they make good use of this time. Just then a peculiar comment appeared on the celestial screen. The text was golden, carrying a tone of summary and judgment. Even as a leader, there's no need to charge into every battle personally. But when your first batch of elite subordinates has fallen, it's time for Frieza to step in himself. This statement caught many viewers off guard. If he had acted from the start, he could have gathered all the Dragon Balls while waiting for the Ginyu Force. When pursuing a crucial prize after the first wave of subordinates fails, the leader should not keep sending others to waste time. They must take matters into their own hands. In the Marvel world, Tony stroked his chin. That's a valid point. Captain America looked at the screen. You think Frieza's approach is flawed? Tony shrugged. From a management perspective, if you don't oversee critical projects personally, things can easily go awry, especially when your subordinates have already proven they can't handle it. In the One Piece world, Luffy scratched his head. The boss steps in. I always do it myself. Sanji exhaled a smoke ring. That's because your subordinates are unreliable. Zoro leaned against the ship's railing. But the point stands, you should secure important things yourself. The celestial text continued to scroll. Even if the remaining subordinates are capable, the leader's own strength is ultimately the most reliable. When you're in charge, you must act decisively without hesitation. In the Armor Hero world, Bei Miao nodded. The critical moment calls for the leader. Dongshan chuckled. If those bosses who only sit in their offices heard this, their faces would turn green. In the Naruto world, Tsunade hugged a bottle of sake and sighed. Being Hokage is indeed exhausting. You have to worry about everything. Kakashi watched the screen. Frieza is clearly overconfident. The celestial text continued. Of course, if the prize isn't that important, it's a different story. Across the myriad worlds, so-called bosses wore varied expressions, some thoughtful, others dismissive. But Frieza in the scene was oblivious to these voices. He remained on his hover chair, awaiting the arrival of the Ginyu Force. The celestial screen froze. On one side, Goku trained relentlessly in his spaceship. On the other, the Ginyu Force was en route. Caught in between was the delicate balance among Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta. The three forces were about to converge, and Namek's fate would be decided in the coming days. In the Naruto world, Naruto clenched his fists. Goku, you have to make it. In the Marvel world, Tony looked at the screen. Leadership philosophy or gravity training, in the end it comes down to who's stronger. Captain America nodded. Let's hope their strength is enough. In the One Piece world, Luffy gazed at the sky. I want to get stronger too. Zoro closed his eyes and began to rest. The next battle won't be far off. Vegeta had already obtained the Dragon Balls from Frieza, and now only the ones held by Krillin and Son Gohan remained. Vegeta confronted them directly, demanding they hand over the Dragon Balls, and threatened to kill them if they didn't comply. Under such pressure, Krillin and Son Gohan had no choice but to surrender their Dragon Balls. With all the Dragon Balls gathered, Vegeta's heart soared with joy, finally able to fulfill his wish. In the world of One Piece, Luffy stared at the screen, slamming his fist against the ship's railing in anger. Vegeta is going too far. Krillin and the others found those Dragon Balls first. Zoro gripped his sword hilt, frowning. It's useless to talk about that now. Vegeta is stronger, so it's natural he got them. Nami bit her lip, her eyes filled with worry. If Vegeta makes his wish, won't Krillin's plan to revive their comrades fall through? In the world of Naruto, Naruto shot to his feet, pointing at the screen. Vegeta is so unreasonable. How can he just rob them? Kakashi pulled him back down, shaking his head. Namek is now a place where the strong prey on the weak. There's no room for reason. Sasuke stared at the Dragon Balls and Vegeta's hand, his eyes flickering. If you lack strength, you can't hold on to treasures, even if they're in your grasp. Just as Vegeta was about to summon the eternal dragon, his body suddenly stiffened. He looked up at the sky, his face turning deathly pale. But at that very moment, he sensed several overwhelmingly powerful auras suddenly appearing on Namek. Vegeta's trip to Earth earlier had not been in vain. He had learned from the Earth's warriors how to sense energy and also how to conceal his own battle power. The moment he detected the arrival of the Ginyu Force, Vegeta's expression drastically changed. The Ginyu Force was Frieza's most elite squad and had always been a major source of dread for Vegeta. In the world of Ling Cage, Mark watched Vegeta's sudden pallor, his heart sinking. What kind of strength does the Ginyu Force possess to make Vegeta so terrified? Ran Bing clutched his arm, her voice tight. Frieza's trump card must be far more formidable than Dodoria and Zarbon combined. In the world of Ultraman, Seven watched the screen and nodded. Vegeta learning to sense energy is a significant improvement. From now on, he won't have to rely on Scouter and can avoid being ambushed. Taro interjected. But now he's up against the Ginyu Force. This progress might not be enough. The scene shifted to the interior of Frieza's spaceship. 5 aliens clad in identical battle armor stood before Frieza. Their leader, with purple skin and 2 horns on his head, was Captain Ginyu. Meanwhile, the 5 members of the Ginyu Force had arrived before Frieza. They performed an incredibly awkward and cringe-inducing dance right in front of him. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, twisting their hips, swinging their legs, and ending with a bizarre pose, their faces beaming with pride. Audiences across countless worlds were stunned. In the world of armor, hero Kuan Zhong spat out his water. What the hell is this? A shamanic ritual? Shi Zhao's shoulders shook as he suppressed his laughter. This is Frieza's elite team. They look like a bunch of idiots. Xian Nan rubbed his forehead and shook his head helplessly. That dance is so embarrassing, it's making my skin crawl. In the world of One Punch Man, Genos paused his recording, looked up at Saitama. Master, what are they doing? Saitama scratched his head, looking bewildered. No idea. Maybe some kind of special ritual. Looks pretty dumb. King sat nearby, his grip tightening on the game controller. If I were forced to dance like that, I'd rather just die. Frieza assigned them the mission to retrieve the Dragon Balls and capture Vegeta as well. After receiving their orders, the 5 of them wiggled and danced again, struck a few more bizarre poses, and then set off. Frieza sat in his hover chair, his smile stiff, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks with a bead of cold sweat on his forehead. Only after the Ginyu Force had completely vanished did he let out a sigh of relief and wipe the sweat away. Audiences across the cosmos burst into laughter. In the Marvel world, Tony slapped the couch, laughing so hard tears streamed down his face. Oh my god. Even Frieza has moments of embarrassment. I thought he never had any emotions. Captain America couldn't help but smile, shaking his head. Their hobby is indeed peculiar. It's a wonder Frieza can put up with them. Black Widow leaned against the wall, her shoulders shaking with laughter. If I had a group like that under my command, I would have fed them to alien monsters long ago. In the world of Bleach, Kenpachi Zaraki laughed heartily, nearly dropping his sword. Ha ha ha. These guys are hilarious. Now I want to fight them even more. Rinji Abarai doubled over, clutching his stomach, unable to stand straight. If I were Frieza, I'd be too ashamed to admit they're my subordinates. How mortifying. Byakuya Kachiki turned his face away, his shoulders trembling as he clearly stifled his laughter. You see, this is what a true leader looks like. As long as your subordinates are strong enough, Frieza can tolerate even their strange little quirks. Who, upon seeing the Ginyu Force's cringe dances and bizarre poses, wouldn't feel the urge to punch them? Only Frieza can hold back his anger. So as long as you have genuine strength, working under Frieza is actually a pretty good deal. In the Naruto world, the shinobi of Konoha whispered among themselves as they watched the recap. Frieza is so tolerant of his subordinates. He's more lenient than the Hokage. Yeah, if we had any weird hobbies, the 3rd Hokage would probably make us clean the latrines. I suddenly want to work for the Frieza Force. Good benefits and a tolerant boss. Tsunade's face darkened at these words, and she slammed the table hard. Nonsense. Frieza is a villain. Do you want to fight for a villain? The shinobi immediately fell silent, not daring to say another word. In the world of One Piece, Whitebeard roared with laughter. Kurorora. This Frieza does know how to be a boss. If my crew dared to dance like that, I'd throw them to the Sea Kings. Marco stood beside him, also chuckling. Old man, it's because they're strong that Frieza tolerates them. If they were weak, they'd have been executed long ago. The scene showed the Ginyu Force arriving above the wasteland. The 5 of them landed on the ground, blocking the path of Vegeta and his group. After the Ginyu Force launched their operation, the first to confront Vegeta and his companions was Guldo. Guldo is the weakest member of the Ginyu Force with a battle power of only 10,000, but he earned his place on this elite team through his unique psychic abilities. Guldo's signature skill is that he can stop time, As long as he holds his breath, he can freeze time in his immediate vicinity. The longer he holds his breath, the longer the duration of the time stop. As this statement was made, the multiverse fell silent. In the world of Jaja's bizarre adventure, Jotaro Kujo looked up sharply, his eyes fixed on Guldo on the screen. Time stop. A power like my star platinum. Noriaki Kakyoin beside him frowned. It seems this world also has someone who can manipulate time. His method is rather unique, maintaining it by holding his breath. Jotaro adjusted his cap, his voice low. I wonder how long his time stop can last and how it compares to mine. In Universe 6, Assassin Hit watched Guldo from a bar, intrigued. Time stop. Interesting. My time skip involves jumping through time while his is a complete halt. The two abilities are somewhat similar. He took a sip of his drink, a glint of battle intent flashing in his eyes. If I ever get the chance, I'd like to compete with him and see whose time ability is superior. In the world of One Punch Man, Genos rapidly recorded the information, his expression grave. A time-stopping ability is a rule-based power, extremely dangerous. Even if one's battle power is higher, they could be caught off guard. Saitama nodded, looking unusually serious. That kind of ability is indeed troublesome. If you get frozen, you might really end up in a tight spot. In the Naruto world, Minato Namikaze watched the screen, his expression solemn. Time stop. Even more troublesome than my flying thunder god. Without a countermeasure, facing him would mean certain death. Kakashi also nodded, his Sharingan spinning slightly. This ability is too broken. Unless you can kill him before he holds his breath, it's an unwinnable fight. Kakashi also nodded, his Sharingan spinning slightly. This ability is too broken. Unless you can kill him before he holds his breath, it's an unwinnable fight. The moment Guldo's time-stopping ability was exposed, spectators across countless worlds held their breath for Vegeta and the others. But before anyone could react, golden text once again materialized on the celestial screen. As twisted as Guldo's psychic power, maybe there's always been an ironclad rule in the Dragon Ball universe. If the gap in power between two fighters is too vast, even the most formidable techniques of the weaker one will prove utterly useless against the stronger. That said, the disparity between Guldo and Vegeta, Krillin, and the others hadn't reached that extreme level. Yet thanks to the seamless teamwork of Vegeta and his companions, they still managed to take Guldo down. With a single chop of his hand, Vegeta severed Guldo's head, eliminating the first member of the Ginyu Force. This alone proved that possessing an extraordinary ability alone without the raw power to back it up amounts to nothing in the end. In the world of Naruto, Naruto slammed the table and shouted, "Brilliant! What's time-stopping worth when Vegeta took him down with one strike?" Kakashi nodded. Guldo's own battle power is far too weak. He had a special ability, but the moment he tried to act, he was interrupted, rendering it useless. Sasuke stared at Vegeta's hand, his eyes flickering. Only when one's own strength is sufficient can their techniques truly shine. In the world of One Piece, Luffy grinned. Vegeta's incredible. He took out that time-stopping guy with one move. Zoro gripped his sword handle. Guldo was too arrogant, thinking a special ability alone would win him the fight. His death serves him right. Nami sighed in relief. Good thing they worked together so well, otherwise being frozen in time would have been disastrous. In the world of One Punch Man, Genos paused his note-taking. Guldo's battle power is only 1,000, while Vegeta succeeds 3,000. The gap is too vast. It's only logical that he was interrupted before activating his ability. Saitama scratched his head. I told you that kind of breath-holding ability is useless in a fight. All it takes is a little distraction and you lose your focus. In the world of Bleach, Rinji Abarai laughed heartily. I thought Guldo was something special, but he's just a weakling who died the moment he appeared. Kenpachi Zaraki curled his lip, a look of disappointment on his face. How boring. I was hoping for a decent fight, but it ended in one blow. Byakuya, Kachiki nodded. Having a special ability alone without the foundational power to support it is simply not enough to make a mark. In the world of Ling Cage, Mark clenched his fists. It seems that no matter where you are, raw strength is what truly matters. All those flashy abilities are useless against real experts. Ranbing nodded. Vegeta and the others coordinated perfectly, interrupting Guldo's ability, first, then striking him down decisively. It was a swift execution. In the Marvel world, Tony leaned back on the sofa. I've said it before, abilities like that have too many limitations. Guldo had to hold his breath to activate his power, a glaring weakness that's easily disrupted. Captain America nodded. Battles change in an instant. Who would stand still and wait for you to activate your ability? Guldo's death was far from unjust. In the world of Armor Hero, Bei Meow tapped the table. Looks like I overestimated Guldo. He was nothing but a paper tiger, all show no substance. Xinn smiled. The three of them, Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan, are growing more coordinated by the minute. They should stand a chance against the remaining members of the Ginyu Force. After taking down Guldo, Vegeta and his group immediately came face-to-face with the other four members of the Ginyu Force. Ginyu seized the opportunity to snatch all 7 Dragon Balls from Vegeta, ordering the other 3 to hold off Vegeta's group while he returned to report to Frieza. It was at this moment that Frieza finally decided to take action himself. Because he had just received word that summoning the dragon required a specific incantation. And that incantation was known only to the Grand Elder on the entire planet Namek. With none of his subordinates available, Frieza had no choice but to seek out the Grand Elder himself to force him to reveal the summoning incantation. Spectators across countless worlds tensed up instantly. In the world of Naruto shot to his feet. Frieza's going after the Grand Elder himself. The Grand Elder is in danger. Kakashi frowned. The Grand Elder doesn't have many guards they want stand a chance against Frieza. Tsunade's expression darkened as well. If Frieza gets the incantation, his first wish will surely be for immortality. Then no one will be able to stop him. In the world of One Piece, Whitebeard set down his gourd of sake. Colossal Frieza's finally making his move. Namek is about to get even more chaotic. Marco frowned. The Grand Elder is the leader of the Namekians. If something happens to him, the Namekians are doomed. Luffy clenched his fists. Krillin and the others have to stop Frieza. In the world of Ultraman, Seven's gaze was solemn. With Frieza acting personally, the Grand Elder has no means of resistance. All they can hope for now is that Krillin and the others finish off the remaining Ginyu Force members quickly and rush to support the Grand Elder. Taro nodded. I hope they make it in time. In the world of Ling, Cage Mark took a deep breath. With Frieza taking the field himself, it looks like the decisive battle on Namek is coming early. I wonder when Son Goku will arrive. Ranbing nodded. If Son Goku doesn't make it in time, the three of them are no match for Frieza. As Goku was about to arrive on Namek, Vegeta and the others had already begun fighting Guldo. But his strength is several levels above Nappa's. The audience across countless worlds held their breath. In the Naruto world, Naruto clenched his fists and stared at the screen, shouting, Guldo is stronger than Nappa. Can Vegeta and the others defeat him? Kakashi frowned, his voice deepening. Nappa's battle power was already 4,000. Guldo is certainly far stronger. In the One Piece world, Zoro gripped his sword hilt, his gaze intense. Vegeta's battle power is only around 30,000 now. Oh, I wonder if he can hold his own. On Mount Pozu, Shishi watched Gohan on the screen, her heart leaping into her throat, her fingers trembling. Gohan, please be safe. Your father will come and deal with those villains. Facing Guldo, Vegeta didn't hesitate for a moment, unleashing his full power from the start. Geese and Birder, wearing their scouter, immediately measured his current battle power. 30,000. This was the level he reached after 2 Saiyan near-death power-ups. Vegeta's battle power had surged from 18,000 to 30,000. 30,000. Renji Abarai from the Bleach world exclaimed, Vegeta is this strong now. Byakuya Kachiki nodded. 2 near-death breakthroughs make this increase reasonable. In the Marvel world, Tony whistled. With 30,000 battle power, he could dominate Earth. I wonder if it's enough to beat this Guldo. Vegeta, watching from his spaceship, curled his lips into a cold smirk. 30,000 battle power was enough for him to deal with Guldo. But Guldo, upon seeing Vegeta's battle power, showed no concern at all, completely dismissing him. Even with Vegeta's power soaring to 30,000, he was still no match for Guldo. Guldo even deliberately tanked Vegeta's attacks, treating it as a warm-up. The audience was stunned. In the world of Incarnation, Mark sat bolt upright. Guldo is tanking attacks with 30,000 battle power. How high is his battle power? Ranbing gripped his arm, her face full of worry. It looks like Vegeta is going to lose. In the One Punch Man world, Genos quickly noted Guldo's estimated battle power is over 40,000. Vegeta has no chance. Saitama nodded, his gaze turning serious. This Guldo is indeed something. Even with Krillin and Gohan fighting together, the three of them could only barely inflict minor scratches on Guldo. With his overwhelming power, Guldo severely injured both Vegeta and Krillin. Gohan fared even worse, his neck nearly broken, barely holding on. Gohan. Shishi shot to her feet on Mount Pozu, tears streaming down her face. My son, please don't die. In the Naruto world, Naruto jumped up, pointing at the screen and yelling, Guldo has gone too far. Beating a child like that. Kakashi put a hand on his shoulder, shaking his head. Getting angry won't help now. Let's see if anyone can save them. In the One Piece world, Luffy slammed his fist against the ship's railing, gritting his teeth. When will Goku get here? Gohan will die if he's any later. In the Ultraman world, Seven frowned. Frieza's men are each stronger than the last. At this rate, Vegeta and the others will all die. Vegeta watched the screen, showing himself being knocked away, his face pale, his nails digging into his palms. Being beaten like this by Guldo was a sheer humiliation. Just as Guldo was about to finish them off, a spaceship suddenly landed on the surface of Namek. The hatch slowly opened and a figure stepped out. It was none other than Son Goku. After 6 days of travel, Goku had finally arrived on Namek. Great! Naruto jumped up, cheering. Goku made it. Shishi covered her face, crying even harder. Thank goodness Goku had come back. Gohan would be saved. Luffy grinned widely. I knew Goku would make it in time. Guldo is in for it now. In the Bleach world, Kenpachi Zaraki grinned, his hand on his sword hilt. Son Goku has finally arrived. I wonder how strong he is now and if he can beat Guldo. In the Marvel world, Tony sighed in relief, sinking back into his sofa. He made it just in time. Another moment, and those three would be space dust. As soon as he landed, Goku sensed several extremely powerful auras on the planet. He also detected that Krillin and Gohan's life forces were fading fast, on the verge of death. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed towards them at full speed. In the blink of an eye, Goku appeared beside Gohan and Krillin. Goku, Kakarot, you finally made it. Seeing Son Goku appear, not only Krillin but even Vegeta breathed a silent sigh of relief. Krillin lay on the ground looking up at Goku, standing before him, a smile spreading across his face. He knew Goku would come. Vegeta turned his face away, unwilling to admit he had thought he was about to die. This low-class warrior Kakarot had arrived just in time. In the armor hero world, Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing he made it in time. A few seconds later, and Gohan would have been done for. Bei Miao nodded. Goku is incredibly fast. He got to the battlefield the moment he landed. Goku then took out Senzu beans, first feeding one to Gohan. He then went to Krillin and gave him one as well. The last remaining Senzu bean he tossed directly to Vegeta. Vegeta, without a second thought, caught it and swallowed it. After eating the bean, his injuries healed instantly, and thanks to the Saiyan trait of recovery, after near death his power surged once again. This was the first time Vegeta had witnessed the miraculous effect of a Senzu bean. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, his eyes lighting up. Senzu beans. Tang Sin, new to the scene, stared at the screen, his eyes wide. Eating one heals all injuries instantly. Such a thing exists. Kakashi nodded. Senzu beans are a specialty of Korin Tower. Their effects have always been this miraculous. In the One Punch Man world, Zeno stopped writing and looked at Saitama. Master, if we could mass-produce these Senzu beans, we wouldn't have to worry about injuries in battle anymore. Saitama scratched his head. It would certainly be convenient. Much faster than going to the hospital. On Mount Pozu, Shishi watched as Gohan slowly opened his eyes after eating the Senzu bean. She finally relaxed, slumping into her chair, tears still on her face, but a smile forming on her lips. He was safe, he was safe. Krillin wanted to tell Goku everything that had happened. But Goku stopped him, reaching out and placing his hand directly on Krillin's bald head. In a short while, Goku, through this method, learned all about their experiences on Namek. This could be considered a special ability. Goku never had this skill before. He must have learned it after his power increased dramatically. And interestingly, Goku only used this ability once in his entire life. There's an ability like that. Naruto's eyes went wide. Just by touching someone's head, you can know everything they've been through. That's so convenient. Sasuke stared at the screen, his eyes narrowing slightly. This ability to sense memories was difficult even for the Sharingan. How much stronger had Son Goku become? In the Bleach world, Byakuya Kachiki said in a deep voice, when one reaches a certain level of power, they can indeed develop various special abilities. Son Goku's current strength is probably far beyond Vegeta's. In the Marvel world, Tony rubbed his chin. This memory-reading ability would be 100 times better than a lie detector for interrogations. After Wukong understood the cause and effect, he turned his gaze to Lycum. He stopped Krillin and Son Gohan from helping, intending to challenge Lycum alone. Lycum stood with his hands on his hips, glancing at Wukong with a dismissive expression. He waved his hand, signaling Bart beside him checked this kid's combat power. Bart raised his hand and pressed the detector by his ear. The numbers on the screen jumped twice before settling at 5,000. The audience from all realms erupted at this number. Naruto from the Naruto world widened his eyes and shouted, 5,000. How is that possible? Wukong has been training on King Kai's planet for so long. How could his power be only 5,000? Kakashi shook his head, staring at the detector on the screen. The detector can only measure surface values. Wukong must be hiding his true power. Didn't Vegeta use this trick before? Zoro from the pirate world clenched the handle of his sword, his expression serious. Frieza's subordinates rely too much on these devices. They will definitely suffer one day. Luffy nodded in agreement. Yeah, Wukong is way stronger than he looks. In the eyes of Lycum and Bart, 5,000 combat power was nothing to be concerned about. That means Raditz and Nappa, who can't even reach 5,000 combat power, are even less than worthless in their eyes. Using Raditz's words, they don't even qualify to be called weaklings. Although Earth falls short in many aspects compared to alien civilizations, there are three things that can definitely rank among the top in the entire universe. They are delicious food, advanced technology, and various fighting techniques. The hard power of Earth's experts may not match that of the universe is strong, but the fighting skills they master can leave even cosmic powerhouses in awe. Just like the Z fighter's ability to sense energy. By merely sensing the opponent's energy, they can identify who it is, lock onto their position, and roughly gauge their strength. Moreover, Earth warriors can freely control their combat power. They can hide their values at will. Frieza's subordinates rely too much on detectors, and when they encounter opponents who can conceal their strength, they are destined to suffer greatly. Raditz fell victim to this before, and now the Ginyu Force is bound to repeat the same mistake. Tony from the Marvel Universe leaned back on the couch, chuckling. These aliens are really narrow-minded. They dare to fully trust the numbers from the detector. If I encountered such an opponent, I would simply send a false signal to the detector and have them spinning in circles. Captain America nodded. Relying too much on technological products will only cause one to overlook the importance of one's own perception. Mark from the Linglong world frowned. Our gravity bodies are the same. If we rely too much on instruments, when the instruments break, we can only wait to die. Sinan from the Armor Warrior world nodded. Earth's fighting techniques are indeed unique. Ooh, our armor fighting techniques would not be weak even in the universe. After discovering that Wukong only had 5,000 combat power, Lycum wore a look of disdain, particularly disappointed. He then prepared to unleash a powerful move intending to take out Wukong and Vegeta's group all at once. However, Lycom's powerful move had a fatal flaw. The initiation was too slow and the charging time was too long. While Lycom was still posing and slowly charging, his expression suddenly twisted in pain. Wukong instantly disappeared from his spot and reappeared right in front of Lycom. He then raised his hand and delivered a fierce elbow strike. With just that one elbow strike, Lycom was instantly killed. Wukong effortlessly defeated Lycom with a single move. The audience from all realms was left stunned. In the world of death, Asakura Renji suddenly stood up and shouted, "What? He took him out with one move. Isn't Lycom's combat power over 40,000? Kenpachi Zaraki grinned, resting his hand on the sword's handle, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Interesting, this son Wukong is much stronger than I expected. This punch was controlled perfectly at just the right amount of force to take out the opponent without wasting any extra energy. Genos quickly took notes. Son Wukong's combat power far exceeds expectations. The strength he is currently displaying is at least double that of Lycom. By the way, it's worth mentioning that Earthlings have indeed managed to cultivate to this extent, which is quite remarkable. The shocking scene left Krillin's son Gohan and Vegeta all dumbfounded. Bart and Jis couldn't fathom how such an unremarkable move could instantly kill Lycom. However, the now stronger Vegeta saw everything clearly. Wukong's previous strike was far from simple. It was an elbow strike with terrifying power. This level of power has long surpassed the limits of ordinary Saiyans. How did Kakarot become this strong? Vegeta was filled with disbelief in his heart. Soon a bold guess emerged in his mind. Could it be that legend? Is he the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta recalled the ancient tales of the Saiyans. The legend spoke of an unparalleled powerhouse known as the Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan emerges once every millennium, capable of breaking through the power barriers that no warrior could. But in Vegeta's heart, if the legend of the Super Saiyan were true, then he himself should be the most qualified to transform into one. After all, as the Prince of Saiyans, his talent and power are the pinnacle among Saiyans. Yet the strength that Kakarot is now displaying is telling him a different truth. Kakarot is even more like the legendary Super Saiyan. Cold sweat broke out on Vegeta's forehead as his heart roiled with turmoil. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He is the Prince of Saiyans. The Super Saiyan can only be him. Kakarot is just a low-level warrior. How could he surpass him first? Nappa on the other end of the communicator also froze upon hearing the words Super Saiyan. Prince Vegeta, does the Super Saiyan really exist? Aren't the legends in our race just made up? Vegeta gritted his teeth and didn't answer his question. He stared intently at Wukong on the screen, filled with unwillingness and jealousy. The audience from all realms grew interested upon hearing the words Super Saiyan. Naruto scratched his head. Super Saiyan. Sounds amazing. Is he stronger than Vegeta? Sasuke stared at the screen, his eyes shifting. A powerhouse that emerges once every millennium. If Wukong really transforms, wouldn't he be able to defeat Frieza? Luffy from the pirate world's eyes lit up, shouting Super Saiyan. That sounds so cool. I want to become a Super Saiyan too. Zoro hit him. Don't be ridiculous. That's exclusive to the Saiyans. Whitebeard stroked his beard, laughing heartily. Kula la la la, a Ancina Millennium powerhouse. It seems this battle is getting more and more interesting. In fact, Wukong's sudden surge in power has nothing to do with the Super Saiyan at all. It's purely because he endured the extreme training under 100 times the gravity inside the spaceship. Wukong's original base combat power was only 8,000. After completing the 100 times gravity training, his power skyrocketed to 90,000. With a combat power of 90,000, looking across the universe, he only falls short of Frieza and Jinyu, the captain of the Jinyu Force. Among the Jinyu Force, except for Captain Jinyu and the weakest Guldo, the remaining 3 members have combat powers around 40 to 50,000. Wukong's power is twice theirs, and taking out Lycom in one move is naturally effortless. By the way, let me add that everyone should not casually attempt high-gravity training just because it looks amazing. The rules and laws of nature vary from world to world. The training methods effective in the Dragon Ball world may not necessarily yield results in other worlds. Upon seeing this, many who were eager to try were dissuaded. Konoha's guy had initially considered applying to build a gravity training room, but upon seeing this immediately dismissed the thought. He patted Little Lee's shoulder. It seems our youth training method is still the most suitable for us. High gravity is too dangerous. Little Lee nodded firmly. Right. Teacher Kai, let's keep running 500 laps around Konoha. Tony from the Marvel world stroked his chin, initially wanting to study the gravity room technology, but upon seeing this he frowned. Different worlds have different laws. Even if we build a gravity room, it may not achieve the same effects, and might even ruin people instead. Take for instance the time when Goku and Krillin were training under Master Roshi. Master Roshi had them carry a heavy shell weighing dozens of kilograms, running daily to deliver milk, swimming in the ocean with sharks, and plowing fields with their bare hands. Through these basic exercises alone, Goku and Krillin's combat power was elevated from around 10 points, or even less than 10, to a level of several dozen points. Do not underestimate this power level of several dozen. In countless worlds across the multiverse, many formidable beings have yet to reach this threshold. Thus, each world has its own rules, and the paths to strength and the pace of progress vary immensely. As this analysis unfolded, the audience across the myriad realms erupted in heated discussion. Kakashi, seated nearby, nodded in agreement. The training efficiency of the Dragon Ball world far surpasses that of our own. If we possessed similar methods, Konoha's overall strength could elevate by several tiers. Tsunade, leaning back in the Hokage's chair, frowned. Don't just envy others. Each world has its own rules. Blindly copying will only ruin our own people. In the world of One Piece, Luffy's eyes sparkled as he shook Sanji's arm. Sanji, look how much stronger Goku got in just 6 days. Should we start running with rocks on our backs too? I want to become a Super Saiyan. Zoro knocked on Luffy's head. Stop fooling around. He's a Saiyan. His physique is different from ours. If you actually ran with hundreds of kilograms of stone, you'd be flat on your back in 2 days. Whitebeard stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Every world has its own way of life. Our hockey training is nothing to scoff at either. In the world of One Punch Man, Genos quickly jotted down notes and looked up at Saitama. Master, the basic training effects in the Dragon Ball world are so remarkable. Should we also incorporate manual plowing into our routine? Saitama scratched his head, pondering his own daily regimen of 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and a 10-kilometer run, and nodded. Makes sense. It's all built on foundational training. I became what I am today after 3 years of basics. Come to think of it, my growth path is quite similar to Goku's. King sat beside him, gripping the game controller, secretly relieved. Thankfully, he didn't have to undergo such training or had be done for. In the world of Armor Heroes, Bei Meow tapped the table. See, Goku and Krillin's basic training looks simple but yields incredible results. Should we add some foundational exercises to our daily training? We shouldn't rely entirely on the power of the armor. Xian nodded. That makes sense. A solid personal foundation is key to unleashing the armor's maximum potential. In the world of Linglong, Mark gazed at the screen, lost in thought. Our daily battles with the phagic beasts on the surface are a form of practical training. Perhaps if we persist, our strength can grow even faster. Ranbing nodded. Yes, as long as we find the right path for ourselves, we can become immensely powerful. Aboard the spaceship, Vegeta stared at the celestial screen, his nails digging into his palms. So Kakarot had grown stronger through 100-fold gravity training. It wasn't about being a Super Saiyan or having superior talent. It was simply a more effective training method. Nappa's voice crackled through the communicator. Prince Vegeta, is 100-fold gravity training really that effective? Should we build a gravity chamber when we get back? Vegeta gritted his teeth, his eyes resolute. Yes. Once Frieza is dealt with, him going to Earth. The Briefs family can build high-tech gadgets, can't they? Have them make a gravity chamber for me. They'll train until I surpass Kakarot. I am the strongest Saiyan. A Kakarot won't stay above me forever. After defeating Rikum with a single blow, Goku turned his gaze to Jis and Berter. At that moment, they still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. They simply thought Rikum's loss was due to his own carelessness and arrogance. Berter even boasted arrogantly, claiming his speed was the fastest in the universe, questioning if Goku could even keep up with his movements. But before long, both were soundly thrashed by Goku. Even their combined techniques proved utterly futile. The sheer disparity in power rendered any flashy moves meaningless. The audience across the myriad realms watched in stunned disbelief. In the world of Bleach, Renji Aburai swallowed hard. Berter's speed was incredible. I almost couldn't track his movements. But to Goku it was like slow motion. Kenpachi Zaraki grinned, his hand resting on his sword hilt. This son Goku's speed far surpasses Rikum's. Interesting. I'm starting to want to fight with him. Byakuya Kachiki nodded. The power gap is too vast. Speed alone is useless. In Universe 11, Odispo sneered at Berter on the screen. Fastest in the universe. What a joke. Speed is my specialty, but against someone with higher combat power, I can't outrun them either. This fool dares to boast about being the fastest in the universe. How embarrassing. Topo patted his shoulder. Exactly. Combat power is the foundation. Without a solid base, no amount of specialization matters. In truth, Berter's boast about being the fastest in the universe is just empty arrogance. First of all, he didn't even consider the cosmic emperor Frieza. Could it be that a powerhouse like Frieza is slower than him? True growth in strength is a holistic, all-around breakthrough. Simply put, if one's combat power far exceeds an opponent's, it results in total domination. Speed, strength, and defense all surpass the other. If your own combat power is inferior, even if you specialize in speed, you can't outrun an opponent with higher power who isn't even focused on speed. In the Marvel world, Tony leaned back on the sofa with a snicker. I knew it. There's no such thing as invincibility through a single attribute. I was thinking of building a speed-focused armor, but now it seems better to enhance overall combat power. Captain America nodded. Right. It's the bucket effect. The shortest plank limits the capacity. Training only speed while neglecting other aspects makes you a sitting duck against a true master. In the Ultraman world, Seven nodded. This rule is sound. We Ultraman warriors train holistically too, never focusing on just one area. Speed alone is useless if you lack the strength to harm the opponent. Taro chimed in. I've faced many fast monsters before. As long as my combat power exceeded theirs, even if I was slower, I could predict their movements and take them down. In the Naruto world, Minato Namikaze gazed at the screen deep in thought. My flying thunder god technique is fast enough, but against an opponent with far superior power, even if I teleport in I can't break their defense and might get countered. It seems I shouldn't focus solely on speed in future training. I need to enhance my overall combat power. Kakashi nodded. True. I used to think the Sharingan's abilities were enough, but now I see that personal combat power is the foundation. From this incident, it was evident that Frieza was a decent boss. Bart kept boasting that he was the fastest in the universe, yet Frieza never minded letting him brag as he pleased. If it were a petty intolerant leader, Bart would have been eliminated long ago. In the Naruto world, Tsunade sat in the Hokage's office furrowing her brow. Frieza is truly tolerant of his subordinates. If one of mine kept claiming to be stronger than the Hokage, I'd have them scrubbing toilets for 3 months. Kakashi nodded beside her. The capable do more work. As long as they're strong enough, minor flaws can be overlooked. Frieza handled that well. In the One Piece world, Whitebeard took a swig of sake and laughed heartily. Kurarara, a leader needs that kind of magnanimity. If subordinates can deliver, a little boasting is nothing. My boy Ace talks about becoming the Pirate King every day, and I still cherish him. Marco stood beside him grinning. Pops is right. A truly capable leader wouldn't mind a bit of bragging. In the One Punch Man world, Genos jotted notes and looked up at Saitama. Master, if you were the boss, would you tolerate such boasts? Saitama scratched his head. Doesn't matter. As long as he can beat monsters, he can brag all he wants. It won't cost me a thing. The celestial screen continued. Goku easily dealt with Jis and Bart. Jis slipped away while Bart was knocked unconscious. Neither Rikum nor Bart was killed by Goku. But then Vegeta stepped in and finished off both unconscious foes. Vegeta mocked Goku for being too naive. Though Rikum and Bart weren't defeated by Vegeta, he killed them in the end, essentially stealing the kills. Coupled with Guldo, who had died at his hands earlier, 3 members of the Ginyu Force had fallen to Vegeta. In the Bleach world, Renji Aburai sneered. Vegeta's too sneaky. Goku knocks them out and he swoops in for the kill. That's not honorable. Kenpachi Zaraki grinned. On the battlefield, honor doesn't matter. What counts is eliminating the enemy. Vegeta did the right thing. Leaving opponents alive only invites trouble. Byakuya, Kachiki nodded. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Goku is indeed too naive. In the Armor Hero world, Bei Miao tapped the table. Vegeta's right. In battle, if you spare an opponent, they'll stab you in the back. I support Vegeta's approach. Uproot the weeds. Xian frowned. But the enemy was already defenseless. Isn't killing them all going too far? Bei Miao shook his head. You'll understand when you get backstabbed. Going too far is better than losing your life. In the Ling Cage world, Mark took a deep breath. It's the same fighting phagocytes on the surface. If you don't finish them off, they'll bite you. Vegeta's approach is pragmatic. We should learn from it. Ranbing nodded. Yes, survival is what matters. Everything else is trivial. Jis, who had escaped, found Ginyu and reported Goku's sudden appearance and the team's successive defeats. Then Ginyu brought Jis to confront Goku. Goku told Krillin and Gohan to use the Dragon Radar to search for Dragon Balls, hoping Vegeta would stay and fight together against Ginyu and Jis. But Vegeta turned and fled immediately. Krillin and Gohan also left, leaving Goku to face 2 opponents alone. Upon seeing Goku, Ginyu grew excited. Finally, a worthy opponent for a fierce battle. Clearly, Ginyu himself was a battle fanatic. He had rarely found the chance to indulge his love for combat. His strength far surpassed his teammates, but fell short of Frieza's. Finding an evenly matched opponent to fight freely was exceedingly difficult. Goku's sudden appearance fulfilled his wish. The fight between Goku and Ginyu was on an entirely different level from Goku's previous battles with the rest of the Ginyu Force, as Captain Ginyu's power far exceeded his teammates. Goku couldn't suppress him. Instead, Ginyu steadily gained the upper hand. Ginyu immediately saw that Goku was still hiding his true strength. Once exposed, Goku stopped holding back and unleashed the Kaioken. In the Marvel world, Tony sat up straight. Kaioken. That's the technique Goku used against Vegeta, right? It multiplies power. I wonder how many times he'll amplify it this time. Captain America gripped his shield. Ginyu is far stronger than Rikum. Goku will have to fight seriously. In the Ultraman world, 7 nodded. Ginyu's power level is definitely over 5000. Goku can't suppress him without Kaioken. This should be a great show. Meanwhile, the scene shifted. Frieza had arrived at the Grand Elder's dwelling, intending to force out the method to summon Shinran. Before Frieza's arrival, the Grand Elder had awakened Din, a latent power, teaching him the incantation and method to summon Shinran, urging him to assist Krillin and Gohan. Din even passed by Frieza en route, but Frieza paid no heed to a mere Namekian child. Just as Frieza was about to coerce the Grand Elder, a Namekian stepped forward to block him. His name was Nail, the mightiest warrior of the Namekian race. His power level reached an astounding 42000. The Saiyans often claimed to be the universe's strongest warrior race. In terms of combativeness and love for fighting, it was somewhat plausible. But when it came to raw strength, that claim was pure bravado. Vegeta and Nappa had once looked down on the Namekians. Yet the strongest Namekian warrior boasted a power level of 420 on par with the elite members of the Ginyu Force. In contrast, Vegeta's base power level was only 1800 at the start. Even after several breakthroughs through Saiyan talent, he had only reached 3000. With such meager strength, what gave him the audacity to belittle the Namekians? On the spaceship, Vegeta's face darkened like a storm cloud after hearing this recap. He punched the console's edge, gritting his teeth. Bullshit. I haven't reached my peak yet. Once I break through a few more times, it'll definitely surpass this nail. Saiyans are the universe's strongest warrior race. Nappa stayed silent on the communicator, but inwardly grumbled. A power level of 4200 was indeed higher than his 3000. What was there to argue? In the Naruto world, Naruto scratched his head. So Namekians are that strong too. A power level of 4200 higher than Vegeta's earlier. No wonder he dared to stand up to Frieza. Kakashi nodded. Every race has its strong ones. The Saiyans were too arrogant, thinking they were invincible. Now they've been put in their place. In the One Piece world, Zoro gripped his sword hilt, eyes serious. A power level of 4200. I need to go all out to win against that. Namekians are no pushovers. Vegeta's earlier disdain was foolish. Facing Nail with a power level of 4200, Frieza showed no trace of panic. Let me give you a number, so you can truly grasp the gap between us, Frieza said calmly. My power level is 53000. In the Marvel world, Tony suddenly stood up. This number must be a joke, right? That strongest warrior named Nail is only 42,000. Frieza is more than 10 times that. Captain America tightened his grip on his shield. Goku's power level is only 90,000. Even doubled, it's just 180,000. The gap is too vast. In the Naruto world, Naruto's mouth hung wide open, unable to close for a long time. 530,000. How are we supposed to fight that? Even if Goku uses that Kaioken thing 3 times, is only 270,000. Kakashi frowned, his eyes fixed intently on the screen. Goku hasn't reached his limit yet. The Kaioken can be stacked. If he uses the 6-fold Kaioken, his power could exceed 540,000. In theory, there is a chance of victory. In the One Piece world, Zoro pressed his hand on his sword hilt, his gaze icy. Theory is theory. Can his body endure it? Goku was severely injured using the 3-fold Kaioken before. Now using 6-fold, I'm afraid he'll burst to death before he even kills Frieza. Vegeta sat in his spaceship, his face dark. He listened to the discussions across myriad worlds and let out a cold laugh. What do you know? Frieza likely has transformation abilities too. Even if Son Goku uses the 6-fold Kaioken, he might not win. Vegeta stared at Frieza on the screen, calculating in his mind. That Kakarot, a low-class warrior, actually managed to train his power to 90,000. If he could join forces with Kakarot, maybe they could really kill Frieza. Once Frieza was dead, he would be the strongest in the universe. Kakarot don't die too quickly. It's best if you can cripple Frieza, and he'll clean up the scraps. As for the Dragon Balls, Vegeta gritted his teeth. Once Frieza is dead, the Dragon Balls will be mine eventually. As if hearing Vegeta's thoughts, Frieza revealed a disdainful smile. Transform. I do have the ability to transform. But my current state is more than enough to deal with you Saiyans. Frieza looked toward a certain direction in the void, as if gazing at Son Goku. Even if that Saiyan called Kakarot could unleash the 10-fold Kaioken, he would be no match for me. The celestial screen switched to Frieza's side. Facing Nail's obstruction, Frieza didn't even bother to give him a proper look. The disparity in strength was immense. Nail was utterly outmatched, effortlessly defeated. With a single move, the strongest warrior on Namek lost all combat capability. After dealing with Nail, Frieza approached the Grand Elder, demanding the method to summon the Eternal Dragon and make a wish. Though the Grand Elder was frail, his gaze remained resolute. He looked at Frieza and shook his head. The Grand Elder told him directly that it was too late for anything now. He had already taught the wish-granting incantation to Dend and sent him to find the group from Earth. Frieza's pupils suddenly contracted as he recalled the young Namekian who had brushed past him earlier. His expression shifted instantly, and he hurriedly chased after him to intervene. In the Spirit Cage world, Mark watched this scene and slammed his fist against the wall. Damn it, Dend is in danger. That kid holds the hope of reviving everyone. Ranbing's eyes reddened with anxiety. Hurry up, hasn't Goku dealt with his problem yet? The scene cut again, shifting to Goku's battlefield with Jinyu. Jinyu looked at Goku, a confident smile still on his lips. He thought this long-haired earthling could exchange a few blows with him, but that was all. Goku took a deep breath and a fiery orange aura erupted from his body, distorting the surrounding space from the sheer heat. Kaioken. After activating the Kaioken, Goku's power skyrocketed. The scouter on Jinyu's wrist began jumping wildly. 10,000, 20,000, 50,000. The smile remained on Jinyu's face. With that power level, he could easily handle it. Initially, Jinyu kept his composure unflustered. The numbers kept climbing. 80,000, 100,000. But when the scouter detected Goku's power breaking through the 100,000 mark, Jinyu began to lose his calm. The numbers continued to rise. 110,000, 120,000. When the power exceeded 120,000, Jinyu's expression turned completely grim. Yet the numbers did not stop. 130,000, 150,000, 180,000. The moment Goku's power finally stabilized at 180,000, Jinyu was utterly stunned. With a crack, the scouter in his hand couldn't withstand such a high reading and exploded. After all, his own power was only 120,000. A power level of 180,000 had left him far behind. In the Bleach world, Toshiro Hitsugaya watched this scene gripping his Zanpakuto. 180,000. And that's just the twofold Kaioken. What is Goku's body made of? Kenpachi Zaraki laughed, even more wildly. Excellent. That's a true warrior. That's how it should be. He dismisses those with 50,000 or 100,000. At this moment Goku was using the twofold Kaioken, his power skyrocketing to 180,000. Jinyu only had a power of 120,000. In a direct fight, Goku could crush him, even defeat him in a single blow. Jinyu looked at Goku, the red aura filling him with fear. He couldn't win, absolutely not. But Jinyu still had a unique trick up his sleeve. Jinyu's eyes darted, and he suddenly calmed down. He stopped his fighting stance and stood upright. Goku watched him warily. What was this guy planning? A sinister smile crept across Jinyu's face, and then he deliberately inflicted a severe wound on himself. Saitama, what is he doing? Knowing he can't win, is he going to kill himself? Thanos, it's not that simple. He must have some special move. Naruto, what kind of special move requires self-harm? Body swap. Then he let out a loud cry, and a beam of light burst from his body, striking Goku directly. Goku had no time to react. The beam pierced through his body. In the blink of an eye, Goku and Jinyu had exchanged bodies. Goku now inhabited Jinyu's body, while Jinyu took over Goku's. In the Armor Hero world, Bei Miao slammed the table hard. What kind of crazy ability is that? They can swap bodies. That's way too unfair. Shi Zhao stared in disbelief. So now Jinyu is in that body. Does that mean Goku has turned into Jinyu? The text on the celestial screen continued to scroll, explaining this bizarre ability. Jinyu's power is to swap bodies with others, thereby stealing their formidable strength. It was through this technique of constantly swapping bodies that he secured his position as Frieza's top warrior. The body he currently used was also obtained through a swap. In the One Piece world, Luffy clutched his head in utter dismay. Swap bodies. How are we supposed to fight that? We can't attack Goku's body, but if we don't hit Jinyu inside, it'll cause trouble. Marco frowned deeply. This is a huge problem. That Jinyu now has Goku's body and combat power. That's far stronger than his original self. In the Marvel world, Tony stared at the screen, his face grim. It's over. This is a high-stakes game. Goku is trapped in a weakling's body while the enemy is running a max-level character to the big boss. How do we solve this script? Vegeta watched the scene, initially stunned, then burst into wild laughter. Huh, Kakarot. Look at you now, falling for such a despicable trick. As viewers across myriad worlds held their breath over Goku's body swap, a line of golden text suddenly appeared on the celestial screen. Everyone remember this scene of Jinyu and Goku swapping bodies. It will be crucial later. This statement left audiences from every world bewildered. In the Naruto world, Naruto frowned and scratched his head. Why do we need to remember this part specifically? Could there be a twist later? Kakashi stared intently at the screen, his expression grave. Jinyu's ability is too unique. There must be lingering consequences. Let's keep watching. In the One Piece world, Luffy shook Zoro's arm. Zoro, do you think Goku can get his body back? Zoro rested his hand on his sword hilt. Of course he can. Otherwise, who would fight Frieza? I refuse to believe such a crooked ability can last forever. In the One Punch Man world, Genos rapidly recorded information. Master, is there any countermeasure against this body-swapping ability? Saitama scratched his head. No idea. Next time, just punch them away in one hit. Why all the chatter? After the swap, Jinyu took Geese back to the spaceship. Near Frieza's spaceship, Krillin and Gohan had already found the 7 hidden Dragon Balls. Vegeta lurked in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to snatch the Dragon Balls. In the Spirit Cage world, Ran Bing breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the Dragon Balls fell into Krillin's hands first. If Jinyu had taken them to Frieza, it would have been over. Mark nodded. Vegeta is still watching from the sidelines. That guy definitely has ill intentions, just waiting to reap the rewards. In the Armor Hero world, Bei Miao tapped the table. Vegeta is shrewd about this. Hiding in the shadows to profit without effort is far safer than attacking openly. Xian frowned, but Krillin and Gohan alone can't fend off Vegeta. The Dragon Balls are still in danger. When Jinyu and Geese arrived, Krillin and Gohan were baffled, wondering why Goku was walking with Geese. Then Goku now in Jinyu's body rushed over and revealed the truth of the body swap to the two. At first, Krillin and Gohan were utterly despairing. In their eyes, Jinyu possessing Goku's body meant he had Goku's overwhelming combat power. There was no way they could defeat a Jinyu with Goku's strength. In the Bleach world, Renji Aburai slammed the ground. Who wouldn't despair in this situation? Our strongest ally becomes the enemy. How do you fight that? Kenpachi Zaraki grinned. Despair. Even if you can't win, you still fight. A real man never backs down. In the Marvel world, Tony leaned back on the sofa. If it were me, I'd hit Jinyu with a sonic attack. No matter whose body he's in, knock him out first. Captain America shook his head. No, if Goku's body is severely injured, even if they swap back, I'll be ruined. You have to be careful. But soon they discovered that Jinyu couldn't unleash the true power of this body. He wasn't as formidable as imagined. To deliberately demoralize Krillin and Gohan and break their spirits, Jinyu had Geese use a scouter to measure his current battle power. When Geese read out the number, both of them were stunned on the spot. Who would have thought Jinyu's current battle power was merely a little over 200? Hearing this figure, Jinyu himself was dumbfounded. He had possessed a staggering 1800 battle power. How had it plummeted to just over 2000? Ha ha ha. Whitebeard from the One Piece world slapped his thigh with laughter. Kuru, I thought it was something great. So even after stealing the body, he can't use it. This Jinyu has caught nothing but empty air. Marco standing beside him also laughed. Yeah, the ability looks impressive, but it has such a huge limitation. All that excitement for nothing. In the Ultraman world, Taro burst into laughter. That's hilarious. He goes through all that trouble to swap bodies only to have his power drop from 100 to 200. It's worse than his original body. Seven nodded as expected. The power someone has painstakingly built up can't just be snatched away without paying a price. Jinyu had no idea that the 1800 battle power was a temporary burst from Goku using the Kaioken, although Goku's base battle power was 900. But this strength was honed through Goku's relentless training bit by bit. Only he could perfectly control the full power of his own body. For an outsider, it was impossible to easily master it. Those whose bodies Jinyu had swapped before were either born with immense power or had grown stronger naturally. Almost none of them had broken through relentless cultivation like Goku. So Jinyu had always been able to instantly control the power of his new body. Those individuals in Goku who became strong through hard training were on completely different paths. In the Naruto world, Might Guy patted Lee on the shoulder. See that, Lee? This is the benefit of youthful training. Power you cultivate yourself can never be taken away. Lee nodded vigorously. Yes, Guy Sensei. We'll train even harder. We'll etch that power into our bones. In the Spirit Cage world, Mark clenched his fist. It seems we have to rely on solid training. Power stolen through crooked means is never truly yours. Ranbing nodded. Right, only power you cultivate yourself feels solid and isn't afraid of being stolen. Once they understood, Jinyu couldn't tap into Goku's bodish strength. Krillin and Gohan regained their confidence instantly. But with Geese still lurking menacingly, the two of them alone still couldn't win. That's when Vegeta, who had been hiding nearby, stepped forward to help. After being severely wounded by Rikom and healing with a Senzu Bean. Thanks to the Saiyan ability to grow stronger after near-death recoveries, his power had surged significantly. He was no longer the mere 300 battle power he once was. At first, Geese didn't take Vegeta seriously at all. But when he witnessed Vegeta's explosive increase in power, he was utterly shocked. Soon after, Geese fell at Vegeta's hands. Thus, Vegeta had personally eliminated 4 members of the Jinyu force. In the One Punch Man world, Genos quickly noted Vegeta's current battle power is estimated to exceed 400, matching the level of an ordinary Jinyu force member. Saitama nodded. This Saiyan talent isn't bad. Get seriously injured once gain power. It's a lot more convenient than my training. In the Bleach world, Byakuya Kachiki nodded. Vegeta did the right thing this time. Allowing to deal with the external threat first is better than infighting. Rinji Abarai pouted. I think he just wanted to kill Geese so no one else would compete for the Dragon Balls. He's playing it smart. After dispatching Geese, Vegeta teamed up with Krillin and Gohan to severely wound Jinyu, who was in Goku's body. Of course, it was only Goku's body that was injured. Seeing Vegeta's vastly increased power and his own current body gravely wounded, Jinyu had a wicked idea to swap bodies with Vegeta. He immediately used his soul-swapping technique again, firing a beam from his body straight at Vegeta. Unaware of the technique's nature, Vegeta intended to withstand the attack. But Goku saw the opportunity at a glance. How could he let it slip? He rushed forward and took the swap beam for Vegeta. And so Goku and Jinyu finally swapped their bodies back. Yes. Naruto jumped up and shouted. They finally swapped back. I knew Goku would find a way. Shishi clutched her chest on Mount Pazu, letting out a long sigh of relief as the anxiety in her heart finally settled. Luffy grinned widely. Great. Goku's back. Jinyu's finished now. Vegeta watched the scene where he almost got swapped, his face pale, his nails digging into his palms. That damn Jinyu daring to target him. Good thing that idiot Kakarot blocked it, or had be trapped in that weakling's body now. Having failed once, Jinyu tried again. This time Goku couldn't block it as his body was already severely damaged. Just then a frog hopped onto Goku's hand. With his last ounce of strength, Goku grabbed the frog and threw it at Jinyu. Jinyu's swap beam struck the frog, swapping his body with it. Vegeta was dumbfounded, completely baffled by what had just happened. After Goku explained, he understood that Jinyu had turned into a frog. In the Armor Hero world, Kuin-jong laughed and slapped his thigh. Holy crap. He turned into a frog. That's too pathetic. He was Frieza's top general, and now he's an amphibian. Shi Zhao struggled to suppress his laughter, his shoulders shaking. This is what they call what goes around comes around. He used that crooked ability to harm others all the time, and now he's paid the price. In the Marvel world, Tony laughed until tears streamed. My God, I never expected this ending. It's worse than killing him. Now he'll have to squat in a pond eating bugs. Black Widow leaned against the wall, chuckling. Indeed, for an ambitious man, becoming a frog is worse than death. Vegeta initially wanted to crush the frog Jinyu underfoot, but Goku persuaded him not to. What a pity. Vegeta was one step away from a clean sweep of all 5 Jinyu Force members. In the Bleach world, Kenpachi Zaraki pouted. Goku is still too soft. Why keep an enemy like that? Just crush him. Byakuya Kachiki shook his head. No need to keep him. He's a frog now, he can't cause any trouble. In the One Piece world, Zoro frowned. And Vegeta? At that point, why listen to Goku? Just crush him and get the pentakill. Luffy nodded. Yeah, crush him, crush him. He hit Gohan and Krillin before. As audiences across worlds buzzed with discussion, the celestial screen suddenly shifted to Frieza. He was flying at incredible speed, clearly intent on catching up to Den and forcing out the summoning spell for Shinron. Viewers across myriad worlds tensed up again instantly. The crisis with Jinyu was resolved, but Frieza, the ultimate boss, had yet to be dealt with.